बिल्कुल, बट हैदराबाद हाइड्रास उन्होंने मूव किया तो सही, बट क्या उन्हें जरूरत थी ये मूव करने की, हमें बाद में जरूर पता चलने वाला। फिलहाल के लिए ओआर के पास एक बढ़िया फिनिश आता हुआ, जेली पहला नॉक फिनिश अपनी टीम के लिए निकालते हुए। वहीं पे टीम एक्सपार्क की बात करें, जस्ट उनके पीछे से वो निकल के गए, अभी भी आप देखेंगे एक बढ़िया इलाका उनके पास है, बट एनिग्मा के प्लेयर्स का मैं बस इंतजार कर रहा हूँ कि वो कब थोड़ा सा छलांग लगाएंगे। ये मैं 3-4 बार बोल चुका हूँ, आई नो, बट यहाँ पे ओआर के प्लेयर को आप देखें वो सीधा चार्ज करते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। सामने हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के प्लेयर यहाँ पे मौजूद, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड कुक जरूर करा गया, वैक्सी में भी वहाँ पे फंस सकते हैं, डैमेज उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा दिया, बट ग्रेनेड बैंटी का था, वैक्सी डाउन, आदित्य वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो जाएगा, बट सामने से एक बढ़िया कवर फायर आता हुआ, ईवो का बैंटी डाउन हो चुके हैं। ईवो की बात करें वो भी यहाँ पे डाउन हो जाएंगे, लास्ट प्लेयर जेली टाइजीएल वो सर्वाइव करेंगे। और स्पोर्ट्स एक मौका था बट उन्होंने खो दिया।
ये उसी दिन का शेड्स है जब आपको याद होगा जेली सबसे पहले गए थे, स्काईलाइट्स पर रश किया था, जेली पिक हो गए थे, बट ओआर के 3 प्लेयर्स जाकर के टीम को एलिमिनेट करके आए थे। इस बार ओआर के प्लेयर्स ने पहले पिक किया हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के एक प्लेयर को एंड उन्होंने रश किया, सेम मेंटालिटी ओआर के दिन, लेकिन इस बार काम में नहीं आई। जेली अकेले बचे हुए भाग रहे हैं आगे की तरफ को, बट मैंटी का एक नेट जाएगा, एस ब्लैक को पिक करेगा, उन्हीं के टीममेट को डाउन किया गया, उसके पॉइंट्स नहीं मिलेंगे, ये चीज ऑब्वियसली उनको पता है, लेकिन एस ब्लैक को रिवाइव यहाँ पर दिया जाएगा। बट ओआर ई-स्पोर्ट्स एक हल्की सी या फिर मैं बोलूं बहुत ज्यादा खराब शुरुआत पर
बहुत बचे नहीं। हीरो वहाँ पे सोमराज के द्वारा डाउन किए गए, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसी के साथ आरी स्पोर्ट्स का खात्मा स्काईलाइट के द्वारा हमें देखने को मिलने वाला। बट रेवेनेंट वर्सेस गॉडलाइक एक बहुत बेहतरीन फाइट, बट आप देखें रेकनिंग
आई लव दिस,
वो ऊपर मौजूद है, सामने उनके ओल्ड हुड के प्लेयर मौजूद हैं, एक थर्ड पार्टी जरूर आ सकती है। मैं थर्ड पार्टी की बात कर रहा था, रेकनिंग बड़ी सी के साथ एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड टॉप का नियो एंड सी गॉट डाउन, जॉनथन लास्ट प्लेयर गॉडलाइक से सर्वाइव करते हुए,
बट बहुत कम एचपी पर सर्वाइव करा। आई डोंट नो कि कितना सा दिक्कत वाली चीज हो सकती है। ऑलरेडी उन्होंने खुद को हील किया, 75 एचपी पर लेकर गया, बट ऑनकोर उनके पीछे से आएंगे चुपके से, जॉनथन एक प्लेयर को पिक करते, खुद की एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम है, गोली अगर लग भी गई तो भी दिक्कत उनके लिए हो जाएगी, बट ही विल फिनिश द प्लेयर्स डाउन। और अब ऑनकोर को राइट पर देखना पड़ेगा, ऑनकोर के अलग डायरेक्शन में देख रहे हैं, ऑनकोर पीछे देखे, पीछे वो देखेंगे भी, और रेवेनेंट ये फाइट निकाल करके जाती है। गॉडलाइक एक फिनिश के साथ एलिमिनेट होती है, और यही इनके पॉइंट्स रहेंगे। कल के दिन 20 पॉइंट्स आए थे, अभी 1 पॉइंट मिलता
बड़ा आप देखे ओशन फिनिश, अभी ये जो फाइट थी वो खत्म नहीं हुई, क्योंकि टीएसए वर्सेस रेवेनेंट की जो फाइट है वो हमें देखने को मिलने वाली है। रेवेनेंट का एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे खत्म हो चुका है, टॉप डॉग जाते जाते जॉनथन ने फिनिश जरूर निकाला, बट अब ग्रेनेड की यहाँ पे बारिश होने वाली, शैडो सबसे आगे मौजूद रहेंगे। ब्लेज को आप देखें कवर फायर वो प्रोवाइड कर जरूर है, बट क्या उनको वहां से दिखाई दे रहा है वो हम बाद में बात करेंगे। सुल्तान की बात करी जाए, सोकल एक बार फिर से बेहतरीन शिफ्ट लेता और सुल्तान वहां पे उन्होंने ग्रेनेड करा था, स्काउट वो भी डाउन हो गए, बट एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ सुल्तान का, और इसी के साथ पूरी स्क्वाड रेकनिंग के 13वें स्थान पे इस मैच से बाहर।
और अब टीएसएम के प्लेयर्स रेवेनेंट पर रश करना चाहते हैं, सर्कल के बाहर ये लोग फाइट लेना चाहते हैं, क्यों क्या कैसे पता नहीं, बट इनका डिसीजन है कि रेवेनेंट को यहीं पर झकझोर दिया जाए, कि करके डाले जा रहे हैं इक्विनॉक्स के द्वारा। अब टीएसएम के प्लेयर्स रश करना चाहेंगे, ये वाला गेम सच में chaotic है, हद से ज्यादा। वहीं पर इक्विनॉक्स के ऊपर इक्विनॉक्स एक ग्रेनेड हो जाएगा, टीएसएम की शैडो को यहाँ पर पिक करेंगे, और सफाया यहाँ पर होगा जरूर।
टीएसएम के लिए पूरा मौका है, क्योंकि एक जो बाहर हो चुकी है, मात्र एक प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट, मात्र एक फिनिश उनके पास है। बट बात करी जाए टीम गॉडलाइक वर्सेस टीम एक्सपार्क, वहां पे एक प्लेयर डाउन, स्काउट एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, गेल मिस्टिक के द्वारा डाउन किए जाएंगे, वहां पे स्काउट मौजूद रहेंगे, देखना पड़ेगा यूडॉग के प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे या फिर गॉडलाइक के जो प्लेयर है वो उनको डाउन करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। मावी को वहां पे फिनिश किया गया, किसी ने फिनिश निकाला, बिल्कुल सी वहां पे फिनिश निकालते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सामने स्काउट वहां पे मौजूद, उन्होंने देखा नहीं था, और फियरलेस फाइनली स्पॉट करता है स्काउट को, डाउन होते हुए टीम एक्सपार्क की स्क्वाड मात्र केवल एक प्लेसमेंट एक फिनिश के साथ। बट टीएसएम क्या वो भी यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है? बिल्कुल वो भी यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। गॉडलाइक उनके पास अब पूरा मौका रहने वाला इस मैच में आगे जाने का, वो पहला स्थान वापस अपने नाम करने का, देखते कितना आगे वो जा सकते हैं। बट यूडॉग की स्क्वाड सामने मौजूद, गॉडलाइक क्या उनके पास ग्रेनेड है? यस बिल्कुल, फियरलेस डाउन होंगे, जॉनथन के साथ मैस्टिक तार, 2 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे, और जॉनथन सर्कल के बाहर मैस्टिक का एक ग्रेनेड, जॉनथन डाउन।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल होगी टीम यूडॉग के लिए, क्योंकि जोन के बाहर वो हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, हील करने का टाइम मिलेगा नहीं, और मेरे ख्याल से शायद प्ले जोन के इस शिकार हमें नजर आएंगे। जॉनथन को उम्मीदवार यहाँ पर रिवाइवल जरूर से मिल सकता है, यहाँ पे स्पोक्स के अंदर जाकर के इसी प्लेयर्स को नॉकडाउन किया जाएगा। एंड अब टीम यूडॉग से एकमात्र खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे। दिस इज द कमबैक ऑफ टीम गॉडलाइक दैट वी ऑल एक्सपेक्टेड, एंड यहाँ पर मेरे ख्याल से मुश्किलें बढ़ा सकते हैं। बट मिस्टिक को आप देखिए, अब उनके पास कोई फर्स्ट नहीं रहने वाला, नियो के ऊपर कुछ शॉट जाएंगे, प्रेडिक्टिव स्प्रेस, लेकिन उससे पहले वहां पर क्लच गॉड जो है वो उनको फिनिश ऑफ करते हुए जरूर से नजर आएंगे। इनफैक्ट नियो ने उनको फिनिश ऑफ किया, यूडॉग का भी एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। लेकिन जोन की अगर हम बात करें वो पूरी तरीके से
फरार जाते ही अपना काम शुरू करेंगे। टैक्टिकल के प्लेयर को पिक किया जाएगा, बट ओल्ड हुड के प्लेयर्स दे माइट succeed an umbrella cause an artillery strike is coming right down their way। सुल्तान को यहाँ पर डाउन किया जा चुका है। क्लोज को देखना पड़ेगा कैसे सर्वाइव करें। Well, say no more as he will be taken down। OR के प्लेयर्स कहर बन के टूटे हैं ओल्ड हुड के ऊपर और ऑलरेडी 11 फिनिशेस OR Esports लेकर के बैठी हुई है। कहां पर थी ये OR की टीम? 12वां फिनिश इनके सामने हो सकता है। स्काउट को डाउन किया गया है। आदित्य को तो खाता नहीं खुला, तो वो अब अपना खाता खोल रहे हैं। स्काउट को यहां पर फिनिश करने की उनकी कोशिश हो सकती है। किल किस तरीके से बचा पाएंगे अपने टीममेट को? इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल। आगे जा रहे हैं, उन्हीं के ऊपर यहां पर आप देखिए अपना क्रॉसर रखा गया है। थोड़े बहुत शॉट्स लिए जरूर गए थे। किल इज स्टिल सर्वाइविंग बट इज इट इनफ? क्योंकि वो बगी यहां पर ब्लास्ट होगी तो भी किल के लिए दिक्कतें हो सकती हैं। उनको भी बाहर का रास्ता दिखाया जाएगा। आदित्य खाता खोलेंगे और टीम को दिलवाएंगे 13वां। एक्सो के प्लेयर्स एक्चुअली मुझे पता नहीं क्यों लग रहा है इनको अब जब रशियन करना पड़ेगा उसमें ही अपना गेम बना सकते हैं। स्काईलाइट्स के प्लेयर्स के लिए उस चीज में दिक्कतें हो सकती हैं, बट फियरलेस जिन्होंने पहले टीएसएम का एक जो फिनिश था वो चोरी किया था, वो अब स्काईलाइट्स के प्लेयर्स के हाथों यहां पर फिनिश होते नजर आएंगे। शैडो भी वहां पर डाउन है। डेस्ट्रो एक एंगल लेकर के देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनके सामने टीएसएम के प्लेयर्स नजर जरूर आ रहे हैं और इन सब फाइट से दूर थोड़ा सा पीछे है, बट ओपन एरियाज बहुत ज्यादा हो जाते हैं। ऐसे में मैं एक्सो को देखना चाहता हूं वो आगे रश कैसे करेंगे, क्योंकि देखिए एक स्मोक किया गया विंडोज की विजन ब्लॉक करने के लिए। जो स्काईलाइट्स की जो घर है उसकी जो विंडोज है उसकी विजन ब्लॉक करने की कोशिश यहां पर है, बट उसके बाद नेड्स भी करने पड़ेंगे एक्सो के प्लेयर्स को। एंड डू दे हैव इनफ नेड्स? दैट्स माय क्वेश्चन राइट नाउ, क्योंकि ये जो स्मोक्स हैं ये एक्सो के खेमे में जाते हैं, बट इसके बाद एक्सो रश करेगी तो क्या?
बड़ा आप देखें ईवो डाउन हो चुके हैं, ईवो खत्म भी हो चुके हैं, जेली भी खत्म और इसी के साथ टॉप 3 टीम आ चुकी है। एक बार फिर से प्लेयर्स आप सर्कल के अंदर देखने को मिलेंगे। इसी के साथ एक्सो रश करते हुए दिखाई जरूर देगी। 4v4 की प्रॉपर फाइट चलने वाली एक्सो वर्सेस स्काईलाइट गेमिंग। क्या एक्सो मेरा चिकन डिनर निकालने में कामयाब होगी? थोड़ी देर में पता चलने वाला है। गमला बॉय आप स्प्लिट देखे एक्सो का किस तरीके से वो लोग यहाँ पे रश करने की तैयारी कर चुके हैं, बट स्काईलाइट गेमिंग उनका स्प्लिट बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया। बट पंक की बात करी जाए, बेहतरीन गेम प्ले, बढ़िया ग्रेड। बट आप शैडो को देखें किस तरीके से वो प्लेयर के पास जा रहे हैं, वहां पे थोड़ी सी दिक्कतें क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं स्काईलाइट गेमिंग। बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल में इस वक्त आप जो टीएसएम का प्लेयर ब्लेज पीछे मौजूद है, क्या है ये विना चिकन डिनर वो अपने नाम निकाल सकते हैं।
इस पूरी फाइट में ब्लेज को अभी फाइट में आना भी नहीं है। इमॉर्टल एक और ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर करना चाहते हैं। दिस ग्रेनेड कैन मिस द एंटायर टाइमलाइन फॉर स्काईलाइट्स। वेल वो ग्रेनेड ऊपर ही रहा और दिक्कत ज्यादा अभी के लिए हुआ नहीं, बट पीएस के हाथों में भी ग्रेनेड है। नीड परेड यहाँ पर हो रही है। मैन मेड रेड जोन एक जोन बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जा सकता है, बट डेस्ट्रो एक प्लेयर को पिक करेंगे और अब बिल्कुल आगे जाए। इनफैक्ट इट वाज पुकार जिन्होंने प्लेयर को पिक किया था, खुद को हील यहाँ पर करना चाहते जरूर है, बट सोमराज के ऊपर पंखा ग्रेनेड आएगा। ये प्लेयर नहीं मान रहा। इस समय ग्रेनेड पे ग्रेनेड्स बार बार किए जा रहे हैं। डेस्ट्रो बिल्कुल सामने प्लेयर को स्पॉट करेंगे, लेकिन डैमेज डेस्ट्रो को ही बहुत ज्यादा यहाँ पर झेलने को मिलता हुआ। इन सब चीजों के बीच में टीएसएम का एक प्लेयर अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहा है। स्काईलाइट जो हील बैटल करते थे उनके सामने एक गेम आ सकता है, बट लुक एट दिस, ब्लेज इज आउट इन द ओपन। ब्लेज कैन टेक दिस फाइट। ब्लेज
गॉड जीतते हुए दिखाई देंगे, फिलहाल पिकाडो और ऊपर वाला जो इलाका होता है पावर ग्रिड का, वहां पे हमें 7C के जो प्लेयर है वो देखने को मिलेंगे। चलिए रॉकस्टार उन्होंने एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया। बड़ी तेजी में टैक्टिकल के प्लेयर आए थे, उससे कहीं तेजी में रॉकस्टार ने उनको नीचे का जो रास्ता था वो बताया और इसी के साथ 1v3 करते हुए रॉकस्टार टैक्टिकल। इस तरीके का गेम हम आपसे उम्मीद नहीं करते। और चलिए रॉकस्टार अकेले पहाड़ बन के खड़े हुए और इसी के साथ टैक्टिकल सबसे पहले इस मैच से बाहर।
एक बेहतरीन 1v3 क्लच हमें उनकी साइड से इनफैक्ट देखने को मिलता है। आप देखिए यूएमपी का क्या बढ़िया इस्तेमाल उन्होंने किया क्लोज रेंज में। ओह माय गॉड, वो एक बेहतरीन चीज। लेकिन इसी के साथ टीएसजी वर्सेस स्काईलाइट गेमिंग, ये वो पुरानी प्रेम कहानी है जो एक बार फिर से स्टार्ट होती नजर आएगी। निखिल काफी ज्यादा ओपन एरिया में नजर आ रहे हैं। मुश्किल उनके लिए हो सकता है पुकार को एग्जैक्ट उनकी लोकेशन पता है। कमला बॉय वहां पर कोशिश जरूर से कर रहे हैं कि कुछ शॉट कनेक्ट किए जाए, स्मोक करके पीछे जाने की कोशिश, लेकिन एक ग्रेनेड जो है वो कुक किया जा रहा है पुकार के द्वारा। ये क्या कनेक्शन बनाएगा वो देखने वाली बात। काफी करीब जरूर से था लेकिन वो कनेक्शन आएगा नहीं। स्काईलाइट गेमिंग अभी के लिए दो चीजें उनके दिमाग में आ सकती थी, एक ये कि फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट ना हो और एक को फिलहाल वो इन्वॉल्व करने के लिए ही जा रहे हैं। एक फिनिश तो उनके पास यहाँ पर आता हुआ नजर आता है, करने के लिए ऑलरेडी डाउन है क्रिश, वो ऑलरेडी वहां पर फिनिश हो जाएंगे। डेरिंग जो है वो भी डाउन है। और देखिए हम बात कर रहे थे पॉइंट अर्जित करने की, तो अपनी बात वही कंप्लीट करूंगा। यहाँ पर दो ऑप्शन जरूर थे, तो उन्होंने सोचा कि अब जब वो इतना ज्यादा भिड़ चुके हैं TSG के साथ, तो उनको पता है कि उनके ओपोनेंट जो किस तरीके से फाइट में इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, क्या उनके गेम प्लेस वगैरह रहते हैं, और 4 अर्ली फिनिशेस, 4 अंक उनको मिल सकते हैं। तो वही वाली चीज है, उन्होंने पॉजिटिव देखे इस फाइट में एंड अभी के लिए फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट आ रहा है। 3 फिनिशेस आसानी से इनके पास जाएंगे। द सुपारी गैंग एक और खराब शुरुआत।
आज मैं इंस्टा स्क्रॉल कर रहा था एंकी, और मुझे 2 लाइनें बड़ी प्यारी सुनाई थी जी। 2 लाइनें था फरमाऊंगा जरूर, बट मुझे भी लगता है ऑडियंस कभी कभी ऑडियंस सोचती होगी मेरी तो रह के हो क्या जाता है। बट खैर डैडी अकेले बच्चे अपनी टीम से, उस बारे में थोड़ी देर बाद बात करेंगे। बट डैडी अकेले बच्चे अपनी टीम से, देखते हैं जो क्लच सिचुएशन है वो आ सकती है या फिर नहीं। एक अच्छी लूट उनके पास है, आप देखें लेवल 3 का वेस्ट उनके पास है। बट इसी के साथ रेकनिंग को आप देखें, वेलेडमार वो साइड चले गए। ओआर की स्क्वाड ईगो सबसे पहले निकल चुके हैं और विनाश के साइड पे आके रुकेंगे। बट बाकी के 3 प्लेयर को आप देखें वो बहुत ज्यादा ही दूर है इस वक्त। एक्सो उन्होंने रोटेट नहीं करा है इस वक्त, जबकि हम हमेशा देखते हैं कि एक्सो के स्क्वाड से सबसे पहले प्लेयर होते हैं जो ऐसे सिचुएशन में सबसे आगे रहते हैं और रोटेट करते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। इस वक्त नहीं है वो। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास कल से उन्होंने एक बहुत बड़ी सीख ली है कि आपको अगर इस तरीके का सर्कल बनता है तो अर्ली रोटेट बनता है, और वो चीज हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास इतना ज्यादा अर्ली रोटेशन आपको करते हुए दिखाई देती है बड़े आसानी से सर्कल के अंदर। बट डैडी अभी भी अकेले बचे हुए अपनी टीम से। बट आप देखें TSM उनका भी एक अर्ली रोटेशन, क्योंकि हर एक किसी को पता है, खासकर इन तीनों टीम को, स्काईलाइट, TSM, एक्सो, सभी को पता है अगर सर्कल के अंदर आप नहीं है दिक्कतें आपके लिए हो सकती है। बट जो दिक्कतें खड़ी करेंगे वो है डैडी, जैसे उन्होंने डाउन किया, और इसी के साथ कॉमराज वो भी डाउन।
बिल्कुल, लेकिन यहाँ पर शायद अभी भी रिवाइवल की अपॉर्चुनिटी बन सकती है। गमला खड़े क्यों थे, मैं वो चीज देख रहा था। चलिए फाइनली वो अपने आप को हील करते हुए नजर आएंगे। अभी भी वो जो 2 खिलाड़ी नॉकड आउट है उनको रिवाइवल मिल सकता है, क्योंकि देखिए वो कवर्स के अंदर है। डैडी अब इनके पास कोई भी दूसरा ऑप्शन नहीं बचता। एक ग्रेनेड ठिकाने पे अर्ली एलिमिनेशन TSG का हमें देखने को मिल सकता है। लेकिन क्या कोई दूसरी स्टोरी यहाँ पर डैडी जो है उनकी तरफ से तैयार है, वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर रहती है। पुकार लगातार वो ग्रेनेड ट्राई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस डिस्टेंस से वो आएगा नहीं, थोड़ा करीब उनको आना पड़ेगा। स्मोक जरूर से यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है, रिवाइवल जरूर से प्रायोरिटाइज करते हैं। एक और खिलाड़ी को वो डाउन करेंगे। गमला बॉय अब इकलौते प्लेयर स्टैंडिंग है, हील करने के लिए जा रहे हैं डैडी अपने आप को। स्काईलाइट गेमिंग मुश्किल स्थिति में आ सकते हैं डैडी। ओह माय गॉड, वो वेपन स्विच करेंगे। एक गेम क्लोज रेंज भी, गमला बॉय वर्सेस डैडी, द 1v1, लेकिन गमला बॉय वहां पर विन करके जाएंगे फाइट, लेकिन डैडी दिलों को जीतेंगे। आप देखिए गेम मॉडल को नीचे कूदना पड़ेगा, बट देखते कि यहाँ पर क्या करने वाले। चलिए बहुत ही ज्यादा ब्रिलियंटली वो अभी के लिए अपना जो घर है वो चेंज करते हुए नजर आएंगे, और नाक के नीचे से निकल चुके हैं। बट सौम्यराज पियर्स को स्पॉट करके डाउन करेंगे। टीम गॉडलाइक यहाँ पर मौजूद एंड टीम स्काईलाइट गेमिंग दूर से तमाशा देख भी रहे हैं और फिनिशर भी बटोर रहे हैं।
देखिए इस मैच में अगर स्काईलाइट चिकन डिनर लेके जाती है तो बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किलें होने वाली है दोनों टीम को। एक्सो एंड बात करी जाए TSM, दोनों को मुश्किलें बहुत ज्यादा फेस करनी पड़ सकती है, क्योंकि स्काईलाइट उनका पिछला मैच बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया था, चिकन डिनर पे एंड करा था। इस मैच में अगर चिकन डिनर लेके जाते हैं, फिर भी आप देखें 5 फिनिशर्स वो निकाल चुके हैं। अगर यहाँ पे वो 10 फिनिशर्स करने में कामयाबी हासिल करते तो हो सकता है दूसरा पायदान वो बड़े आसानी से हासिल कर ले। फिलहाल के लिए गॉडलाइक 5 फिनिशर्स के साथ वो भी आपको देखने को मिलने वाले। एक्सो का एक प्लेयर डाउन था, क्या उनको रिवाइव मिल पाया या नहीं वो थोड़ी देर में हमें पता चलने वाला है। क्लच गॉड कोशिश कर रहे हैं, आप देखें 4 फिनिशर्स उनके पास आपको देखने को मिलेंगे, बट जो प्लेयर वहां पे नॉक था बड़े आसानी से एक्सो के द्वारा रिवाइव कर दिया जा रहा है। नॉक प्लेयर हो रहे हैं, उसके बाद वो लोग रिवाइव भी कर रहे हैं। इस वक्त तीनों टीमें सर्कल के अंदर, आप देखें मात्र ये 6ठा सर्कल है, इसके बाद 7वां सर्कल आने वाला है। बड़ी इम्पोर्टेंट, उनको रिवाइव किया गया, गेन वापस से नॉक किया गया। उनके प्लेयर, उनके IGL सेंसे वापस से उनको रिवाइव करेंगे।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर 4v4v3 का सिनेरियो जो है वो हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ और बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट गेम। पंक यहाँ पर आएंगे, क्लच गॉड को उन्होंने स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया, लेकिन टेस्ट तो आप देखिए कि टीम एक्सो जो वो एक तरीके से सैंडविच सिचुएशन में हमें देखने को मिल रही है। क्या ये टीम एक्सो का सफाया भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि बहुत ओपन में वहां पर जाना पड़ेगा फियर्स को भी, बट अभी भी वो सर्वाइव करते। टीम गॉडलाइक की मीनवाइल बात करें, वो इस मौके का फायदा उठाना चाह रहे हैं। पंक वो डाउन तो उनका जो फिनिश है वो भी सिक्योर किया जाएगा। अभी भी टीम गॉडलाइक के 2 खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव करते हैं। टीम एक्सो को आप देखें 3 खिलाड़ी उनके भी सर्वाइव करेंगे, और अब वो जो ग्रेनेड है वो नहीं होगी, काफी ज्यादा करीब जाते हुए जोन पूरी तरीके से टीम स्काईलाइट गेमिंग के फेवर में जाता हुआ। क्या ये बैक टू बैक विनर चिकन डिनर जो है वो हमें आता हुआ नजर आ सकता है, बिकॉज नाउ इट्स अ 4v3v2 जहां पलड़ा भारी स्काईलाइट का।
बड़े आराम से स्काईलाइट यहाँ पे विनर चिकन डिनर लेके जाने वाले देखना ये पड़ेगा कि क्या एक जोन के अंदर जाने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्या गॉडलाइक जोन के अंदर जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। न्यू की बात करें क्या वो बग्गी के ऊपर बैठे हुए या फिर जस्ट प्रोन्ड है वो हमें देखना पड़ेगा। चलिए बग्गी के अंदर वो बैठ के जॉनथन ऑलरेडी नीचे मौजूद है, बट स्काईलाइट की गेमिंग चारों प्लेयर अलग थलग आपको दिखाई देंगे। साम्राज्य पूरा इलाका वो संभालते हुए, गमला बॉय पुकार एक साथ रहेंगे, डेस्ट्रो पूरा बीच का जो इलाका है वो आपको देखने को मिलने वाले प्लेयर से मॉर्टल सेंस से 3 प्लेयर बचेंगे। पंख को वो खो चुके हैं, बट फिलहाल के लिए स्मोक किया जा रहा है गॉडलाइक के प्लेयर्स के द्वारा। जोन के अंदर जाने की एक कोशिश हो सकती है, बट क्या वो कामयाबी हासिल कर पाएंगे या नहीं वो देखना पड़ेगा। बट न्यू की बात करें, जैसे स्मोक किया वो गए, बट पुकार उनके स्वागत के लिए तैयार है। क्या पुकार ने उनको देखा, बिल्कुल देखा, ग्रेनेड किया, ठिकाने पे गिरा, डैमेज पहुंचा था, एक और मॉली से उनका स्वागत किया जाएगा। पुकार गेम आगे जाने की कोशिश करे, बट अभी भी आप देखें जब उनके पास ग्रेनेड है तो फिर गन की क्या जरूरत है। और इसी के साथ मुझे लगता है गॉडलाइक का जो खात्मा है वो हमें देखने को मिलने वाला है। पुकार डाउन करेंगे नियो को, जॉनथन आखिरी प्लेयर और मोस्ट प्रोबेबली ग्रेनेड के साथ जॉनथन भी खत्म होंगे, बट नहीं थोड़ा डैमेज, बट सेंस से वो भी डाउन।
दूसरी तरफ पे आप सोमराज को देखिए, उनको पता है कि दूसरी साइड से जो प्लेयर है वो आ सकते हैं। सोमराज यहाँ पर 1v2 करके जाएंगे, लेकिन फाइनली सोमराज जो है वो भी डाउन हो जाएंगे। स्काईलाइट गेमिंग क्या बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन दिखाते हुए गॉडलाइक का सफाया है। स्काईलाइट गेमिंग मात्र एक खिलाड़ी को उनको डाउन करना और ये चिकन डिनर उनके पास आएगा, लेकिन तब तक जो रिवाइवल है वो भी वहां पर देखने को मिल सकता है। बिल्कुल ओपन में टीम एक्सो के खिलाड़ी हमें देखने को मिलते हुए। इमॉर्टल वो नीचे की तरफ आएंगे जरूर से, सोमराज के उनको रिवाइव करने के लिए जाया जाएगा। एंड मीनवाइल इमॉर्टल को आप देखिए वो बिल्कुल एजेस की तरफ से रोटेट करके आएंगे। जोन के अंदर आने की कोशिश, अभी भी यहाँ पर कुछ भी हो सकता है, लेकिन फियर्स उनको फिलहाल रिवाइवल नहीं मिल पाएगा। सेंस से आगे की तरफ जाते हुए इमॉर्टल को भी स्पॉट किया जा सकता है, बट क्या एक और ट्विस्ट यहाँ पर आना बाकी है या फिर इजीली टीम स्काईलाइट गेमिंग यहाँ पर बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर लेकर के जाएंगे। 8वां ब्रिज उनके खाते में जाते हुए। इमॉर्टल काफी ज्यादा ओपन में वो गए, बिल्कुल अग्रेशन दिखाने की कोशिश, लेकिन अब सेंस से जो है वो सोलो मैन स्टैंड में। वेल फियर द एनिग्मा ऐसा बोला जाता है, देखते कि यहाँ पर अभी कैसा परफॉर्मेंस जो है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। अभी काफी ज्यादा लोअर एचपी, स्टैगी की जो हेल्थ है वो भी काफी ज्यादा कम हमें देखने को मिल रही है। एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर पूरी जो फाइट है वो पलट सकता है। अभी उन्होंने अपने आप को हील करा, वहां पर थोड़ी सी एचपी जरूर से यूज करी, लेकिन अब आप देखिए एनिग्मा के जो 3 प्लेयर्स हैं वो एक ही कंपाउंड में सिमट के रह गए और वहां पर प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा रहती है कि जब ग्रेनेड जाएंगे तो कनेक्शन बन सकते हैं। बट 7C मेरे ख्याल से शायद अभी के लिए ग्रेनेड का भी अभाव उनके पास हो सकता है, क्योंकि काफी अर्ली स्टेज ऑफ मैच में फाइट ले रहे, लूट पे उतना ज्यादा ध्यान दिया नहीं। और अभी जो पिछली फाइट उन्होंने ली थी वहां पर भी काफी सारे ग्रेनेड इस्तेमाल उन्होंने किए थे, तो ये चीज जरूर से देखने को मिल सकती है। 7C के स्प्रे गॉड को वहां पर डाउन किया जाएगा, जो फिनिश है वो हो जाएगा सिक्योर। टीम एनिग्मा अब यहाँ पर क्लोजिंग करते हुए नजर सकती है, और भी ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट ये जो क्लोजिंग है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। एगी को डाउन जरूर से किए, एक्सो के सेंसा यहाँ पर आएंगे, वो डाउन करेंगे, नियो डाउन करेंगे, ओल्ड हुड के क्रेजी को हर तरफ हमें फाइट देखने को मिलती हुई। वहां पर सुल्तान डाउन करेंगे, नियो को जो फिनिश है क्लॉस के द्वारा सिक्योर किया जाएगा। और अब ये फाइट काफी जरूरी टीम
जोन दिखा दीजिए, एक बार जोन दिखा दीजिए। सर्कल का शिफ्ट तो काफी ज्यादा एक अजीब सा शिफ्ट यहाँ पर हो चुका है। आप देखिए सर्कल जाता हुआ वापस से सब कुछ बदलने की शुरुआत यहाँ पर सर्कल ने कर दी है। हर टीम को जाना है, फाइट हो रही है, होने दीजिए, बट गेम तो आपको जोन के अकॉर्डिंग ही खेलना है मेरे दोस्त।
बिल्कुल, ये काफी ज्यादा बड़ा चैलेंज, मतलब मेरा एक्साइटमेंट भी आपने चुरा लिया ओशन, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है। ये जोन ओह माय गॉड, आज के दिन का आखिरी मैच और ऐसा जोन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। 7C प्रिंस भी वहां पर डाउन किए जाएंगे।
ये जोन काटेगा, आई मीन टीम्स की रोटेशन बहुत गंदी काटेगा और वो हमें देखने को मिलने ही वाली है। लेकिन खैर ओल्ड वुड के प्लेयर्स की हम बात कर रहे थे, क्लाउस अकेले बचे हैं, गॉडलाइक के प्लेयर्स डेफिनेटली फाइट लेने। जब क्लच गॉड का एक ग्रेनेड गया था, 2 प्लेयर्स को पिक उन्होंने किया था। क्लाउस आई डोंट थिंक सो सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे एंड गॉडलाइक बहुत आराम से ये फाइट अपने हिस्से में लेकर के जा सकती है। एक प्लेयर बचे हुए थे बट उनको बाहर का रास्ता दिखाया गया।
क्लॉस ने वहां पर जॉनथन को डाउन जरूर से किया, इजीली उनको जो रिवाइवल है वो यहाँ पर मिल जाएगा और अब एक लंबा फासला तय करना है। टीम 7C की बात करें, अलादीन इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग। ग्रेनेड वहां पर जाएगा, मोलोटोव भी जाएगी, लेकिन मोलोटोव का काम होगा नहीं क्योंकि पहले ही उनका जो एलिमिनेशन है वो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा।
कुछ प्लेयर्स ने घर पकड़ा था क्योंकि अब हर टीम को ब्रिज से जाना ही पड़ेगा और टॉप डॉग स्काईलाइट्स के प्लेयर्स के लिए दिक्कत है, इनफैक्ट पूरा का पूरा सिरदर्द बन चुके हैं जिसका कोई इलाज नहीं रहेगा। ऑन कोर भी यहां पर है जिस चीज की हम बात करेंगे। रेवेनेंट दे हैव द बेस्ट प्लेस राइट नाउ।
एग्जैक्टली, वहां पे प्रबल दावेदार जरूर से चिकन डिनर के, लेकिन अभी के लिए टीम एक्स पार्क वर्सेस टीम एनिग्मा फाइट इनिशिएट हो सकती है। एगी एक तरफ, दूसरी तरफ अभी दोनों तरफ से घेरने की कोशिश यहां पर की जरूर से जारी और 25 सेकंड का मात्र अंतराल यहां पर बचता है। स्काउट को डाउन किया जाएगा। आप देखिए जो प्लेयर्स है उनका पूरा पर्सपेक्टिव बदल गया। गिल दूसरी तरफ देखने लगे, उनको भी इजीली डाउन किया जाएगा और अब आखिरी प्लेयर स्टैंडिंग अल्ट्रॉन, उनको भी यहाँ पर फिनिश ऑफ किया जाएगा। एलिमिनेशन टीम एक्स पार्क का, टीम एनिग्मा अभी भी सर्वाइव।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO BATTLEGROUNDS MOBILE India Series 2021. Now, let me just tell you one thing. We finally made it. This is the end game. This is the last day of the grand finals, and boy, the competition is razor thin. My name is Angad the Experiment Jahel, and joining me, well, it's the last hope for humanity itself. It's Piyush, but we know him better as Sparrow. Sparrow, buddy, let me just say one thing. We made it.
We made it. Thank you so much, XP, for the lovely introduction. And I have to say, I am excited. I'm elated. I can't wait for the action to start. And yes, we are at the end game right now. Now, XP, we have 16 teams, but only one will become champion.
I mean, of course, they all are champions in their own rights. But of course, you know, one is going to be crowned the kings or queens, the champions of India. After all, we have been, we've gone through the ringer. We've had the struggle. We've had the trials and tribulations. And now we are finally here. One day, 6 games to decide who is the best of the best. And, well, I just can't wait for that. But of course, once again, just to let you guys know, he's Sparrow. He's at Sparrow Costs. I'm XP. I go by XP Cost. And, well, we just had our names pop up for a second. Now, let me say one thing. We already know who's at the lead. We know who's catching up. But boy, are we going to see some comebacks today, or are they going to fizzle out? But before that, we have to shout out, the sponsors for our event. Of course, these bad boys in our hands. I have the iQOO 9 Pro. He has the iQOO 9, and it wouldn't have been possible without them providing this pedestal. Now, if you watching at home want to win one for yourselves, I think Sparrow has a few words for you.
Well, you have to check the description for it. There would be a link. Just click on the link, fill your details, and you might be the lucky winners who are going to get iQOO 9s and some merchandise. But at the same time, you can go and click on Google, search iQOO 9, and click on notify me button.
Let's do one thing. Before anything starts, let's have the official sponsors statement right now. Well, there you have it. That was the iQOO 9 series, and he was mentioning this before. If you don't want to get one for yourselves, all you have to do is search for iQOO 9 and, well, hit that notify me button. And if you are the lucky winner, oh boy, we are going to be so jealous. But again, the devices are coming out soon. For all of you out there, if you want to improve your gaming prowess, all you have to do is get yourself and unleash the monster inside. But I do believe we might have a few specs coming out, and Sparrow is going to talk you through them.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is a wonderful device, XP. The moment I got my hands on this one, I am in love with said. Of course, it has the best specs in India, and we are talking about Snapdragon 8 Generation 1 processor, which is the best processor in India. With 120-watt flash charge, it can go up to 100% in just 18 minutes.
18 minutes is just phenomenal, and let's talk about for one game of BGMI. We can in fact reach 50% in 6 minutes.
Wow.
And that is just phenomenal because wow, I mean 6 minutes and you already have your phone charged up. You don't even have to worry about anything because of that amazing cooling system in the device. Everything is going to be cool while things are going to be heating up in the game. Now, speaking about things getting heated up, oh boy, Day 3 was just phenomenal, right? We saw a little bit of a comeback from certain teams, but of course certain other teams were making sure their dominance continued. I wonder if that's going to be the same thing over here, because again, it is all about the glory. It is all about the pride when you do lift that beautiful trophy, which of course you already have seen, but also seems like there is a lot of moolah involved.
Well, absolutely. I mean, money is an important part of every tournament at this point of time, but I have to say 1 crore rupees is going to be the prize pool, and there's going to be a lot of zeros in it, and I believe one of these teams are going to get the most part of it. I mean, the biggest share is going to be 50 lakh rupees.
Well, the lion's share is going to go to the ones that do come out the victors in this tournament. Of course, the total prize pool of 1 crore rupees. No typos there. Those are exactly how many zeros there are in that big figure. Now, first place, as Pedro did mention, walks away with half 50 big ones, and as you keep going down the ranks, the prize pool is going to keep diminishing. Now, keep in mind, we also have certain prizes for individual performances, and well, Sparrow, we're going to kick things off with the MVP. They walk away with 1 lakh rupees.
Well, absolutely. I mean, if you're the best player in this tournament, you're going to get 1 lakh rupees. The Lone Ranger will get 50,000, the Rampage Freak will get 50,000, most finished by a squad, and the Redeemer will also get 50,000 each.
Now that we've had a look at the money, let's see how all this is going to be divvied up, because, well, the game is you have to make some points, and there you have it, the point distribution up on your screens now. You've seen it since the last month. We're going to go over it one last time. First place walks away with 15, second gets 12, third gets 10, and as we keep moving down the little leaderboard over here, the points are going to keep on diminishing. Now, the important thing is 1 finish equals 1 point, which means basically, aggression is going to be given its due as well. And speaking of aggression, we have teams that play aggressively, we have teams that play passive, and speaking of the teams, meet your finalists.
We have Team EXO, who has been playing on a different level. Their consistency is just beyond imagination. We have Skylightz Gaming, GodLike Esports, OR Esports, TSM, Hyderabad Hydras, Enigma Gaming, and Team X-Park.
Team X-Park, of course, they need to have that little spark in them today if they do wish to wow us, but joining them, we have UDog India, Woof Woof, Recknoning Esports, R Esports, the Supari Gang, Revanant Esports, Old Hood Esports, Tactical Esports, and of course 7C Esports. Now, this is an esports event, and of course I am glad that all of them are living up to the name as well. Now, for a few teams, it is going to be a difficult, monumental uphill task. However, they can play spoil sports for the top dogs at the top of the table, something that you and I were speculating about moments ago.
Well, this is the moment we all have been waiting for last 1 month, XP. These teams are the best of the best, and finally we are going to witness one champion. But let's see what matches are we going to have. We are going to have Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and after that the last game would be another Erangel. Last 6 matches, XP. After this, we are going to witness the first ever iQOO BGIS champion.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen, because after these 6 games, as my co-caster just mentioned, someone is going to be crowned the champions of India tonight. The question is who? We all have a few expectations, we all have our wishes, but only one team is going to be coming up on top, while the others, well, sadly, they will tumble. However, they do go away with some money, and again, keep in mind, all these 16 teams that have made it to the grand finals are champions in their own right.
Absolutely, but there would be only one champions of champions. Who is going to be
King of Kings,
the king of the king, the king of the jungle, the best team in all of India? And of course, I think right now the competition level is so high, we can't even predict XP. These teams are just ripping things apart.
Oh, it's difficult because if you go back on day one, GodLike Esports were at the tippity top, then suddenly TSM come in, and now it's Team EXO. And well, speaking of the days, man, day 3 was truly the day of chaos because we had some amazing plays coming in, and in fact, the teams on the bottom half made an impact as well. But now let's have a look at the overall standings at the tippity top. Still holding on to the crown, still sitting on the throne, it's Team EXO with 224 points to their name.
TSM at number 2 with the 12 points separating both these teams, and I think it's a matter of one game. One mistake and Team iQOO can come down. One mistake, Team TSM can come down. Skylightz Gaming number 3 with 201 points, and these three teams are in the contention of becoming the champions.
Oh, they absolutely are. However, if teams like GodLike Esports or our Esports, Hyderabad Hydras even, if they have that extra little bit of oomph, man, they can in fact topple over the leaders. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind. For most of the teams on the other half of the table, maybe the journey to the tippity top might be over. However, remember, still a lot of money is going to be on the line. A lot of money is going to be on stake over here. And, well, we are going to ask each other these questions. But I want to ask you guys in the chat right now. In fact, let us know, who do you think is going to be winning the entirety of this event? And, well, Sparrow, I'm going to start off with you right now.
Well, if you ask me right now, I think I'm going to put my money on TSM at number 2. They've been consistent from day one. They are playing aggressive, and their brand of BGMI is on a different level. But at the same time, Team iQOO and Skylightz Gaming, they have worked really hard, and the way they are playing, I won't be surprised if any of these teams are going to win. But there's another thing, right? I mean, we still have 6 teams who are from 9 to 16, and they would love to make a mark today.
They definitely want to make a mark. However, for a few, it might just be a bit too late. Again, they can still win a lot of hearts in the next 6 games. Our Esports in the 16th position with 46, and of course, you can see the numbers for yourselves. Now, UDog India, they had a little bit of a topple. They were on the previous page of the overall standings. However, they have slipped down to the 9th position with a total of 135. Now, let's see if they get a few more chicken dinners. Again, anything can still happen, because if they play everything right today, well, you just might see them inch closer to the tippity top.
Well, absolutely, XP. But there's one question in my mind. There are a lot of teams from number 5 to number 8 who would love to be the champions as well. But for that to happen, they need to win back-to-back chicken dinners. It is not going to be easy, XP. But today is the day. If you are here and if you are going to play at your level best, this is the time that you can be also a champion.
Of course, everyone does want to be walking away with the crown. Everyone wants to be champion. And like I said before, you know, this is history in the making. And all us mere mortals, well, we are just witnessing greatness. But again, before the action begins, I am going to put you on the spot once more and ask you a few hard questions. Now, let's talk about GodLike for a second, because it does seem like we are going to have just a little bit of a change right now. So for that, I am going to still keep talking to myself. Again, I have plenty of practice, a lot of voices in my head, as I've mentioned before, and it looks like we might just have a little bit of a switcheroo, because for now, just for a little bit, as Hope is going to float away. Oh my goodness, I don't know how you do this. How this mischievous devil back on the stage right now? It is Floki. We know him better as Hiraka Thakur.
You may also know me by my second name, Goku. Using instant transmission, I'm right here. Before you know it, Spirit floats away. And here I am. So, yeah, pleasure to be here once again. And why don't you tell me what has went down over here?
Looking sharp. Let me just tell you that right now. I do love that suit on you, and looking kind of chipper. But now, of course, before we get to the nitty-gritty, you might spot something. He is holding something in his hands. Now, I won't spoil it for you guys before that, because we still have a few more stats to share with you guys. Now, you know, over the course of this tournament, we've seen some amazing players. But let's have a look at the top 4 players in the grand final so far, because at the tippity top, we have Neo from GodLike Esports. In second position, we have Top Dog from Revanant Esports with 31 finishes for himself, and well, UDog India's Fearless is going to make an appearance as well with 30 finishes, as does Sensei, the IGL of Team iQOO, with 30 to his name.
Oh yeah, and then, you know, all these players once again very, very close in terms of those finishes, but Neo still always manages to keep a lead somehow. I don't know what is up with this man. Even though GodLike didn't do that well yesterday, he is maintaining that spot. Of course, teams are closing in, you know, they're not that far behind, but I think today is the day GodLike are going to turn on, so it's going to be very, very hard for Top Dog or Fearless or Sensei to just snatch that spot away. And Neo, I'm quite sure that he's going to be playing as aggressively as GodLike usually do, so yeah, his finishes should be going up as well. Well, let's see, you know, what else this day has in store for us, because I do think that Revenant at the end of the day are a strong team, but they haven't been that strong.
They haven't been that strong, but again, you know, when they have all these amazing monsters to unleash inside, it is going to become just a little bit easier. And well, speaking of unleashing that inner monster inside you, I'm going to give the stage to you, and I'm intrigued to see what is in that black box.
Well, I am about to open this box right now, show you exactly what it holds in store for us, as we do a little bit of unboxing session for the iQOO 9. Some dramatic effects, sound effects and all that, woo!
Wow.
But there you go,
Easy.
there is the phone in my hand, the smartest smartphone there is. Alright, so it does come little bit of packaging over here. Let me just get rid of this cover.
You got to
in my
make sure
hands.
she's protected.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, just put this. Thank you so much. You're such a gentleman. But there we go. I'm still trying to unplug. You know what? Let me just do this right here. There we have it. There is the most smart smartphone out there, the iQOO 9 Pro. I mean, yeah, look at this bad boy. Looks sleek as all heck. You can even see these little racing stripes right here. It's got those double cameras to work with as well. And there's the sleek front. I mean, looks absolutely dapper, just like the both of us.
I guess we're twinning now. We're looking good. I think you guys would agree. And we do have the iQOO 9 Pros. But tell me more about this device.
All right, so it's got a bunch of features packed in. Firstly, starting off with the processor, it has got the Qualcomm Snapdragon Gen 8. Well, processor number 1 from the 8th gen, so it makes sure that this is, the strongest one out there to run BGMI at this current moment. It's going to handle everything you throw at it, and well, it is the most technologically advanced smartphone out there, because you know why? It's also got a 120-watt flash charge, making sure it goes to full in just a matter of 18 minutes, just like that. And if you just want half of it, well, it's going to take 6 minutes to do the same. It has also got dual X-axis linear motors, making sure that the haptic feedback is enhanced when you're playing it, and you feel those little vibrations coming in and have a more immersive gaming experience. And last but not the least, a full coverage liquid cooling system. Right here is where that liquid cooling system is, making sure that your phone does not heat up even when you're charging it and playing. So yeah, you can game on forever.
You can game on forever, and of course, you have to ask yourself that one question. Now, if you have a monster inside, if you have a gaming monster inside, how do you unleash it? Well, what you got to do is you got to get yourself one of these bad boys, and let me tell you one thing, your gaming prowess will be increasing exponentially.
Oh yeah, I mean, with this bad boy in your hands, you can do so many things at once that I can't even count. Even I don't know what I'm going to use so many things for. I mean, you could probably have BGMI running on one day, and you could have a video buffering on the other, watch live stream. Who the hell knows? You could do so many things with this bad boy, with the processor that is this advanced, and I'm quite sure that if you get an iQOO 9 Pro in your hands, you're not going to be disappointed by what it has to offer. Go for it. I know it's new and it's shinier.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Yeah. The shine is pristine. I can see myself right now, and well, we are going to be clicking a few pictures sooner or later, but boy, is this a good looking phone or what?
Oh yeah, it is absolutely dashing. It looks ravishing as well. Make sure that once again, when you're holding it, you don't do this kind of stuff, because if you end up dropping it, maybe it is strong enough so the glass won't crack.
I'm going to cry.
Yeah, you can try. You can try.
I'm going to cry.
Oh, you're going to cry? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to try dropping the phone. I was like, okay, that's a little bit savage. I mean, you're trying to put the phone under a lot of pressure here, but enough yapping. We should be jumping, well, into the game itself. So let's see what it has in store for us, as we are going to be jumping into Erangel. GodLike not having a very, very good start, but maybe today's the day they can come back.
They could indeed, but for now, we are going to just have a look at all the beautiful places and all the drop spots in Erangel. And I'm sure since you have been watching and you have been with us on this journey since the beginning, you know exactly where your favorite teams are going to be dropping to. Now, of course, I want to see some action happening down in Pochinki. Now, Skylightz Gaming, always on their own here, Sparrow.
Well, the mischievous devil is gone, and yes, I am back. The hope is back, and you know what? Teams are hopeful today. They want to win. They want to be the champions, but it is not going to be that easy. Of course, this is going to be the most important game, and I have to say, XP, today every single game is going to be the most important game for all these teams. A lot to win, a lot to lose. Let's see who's going to win.
I mean, talk about the game of your life. This is the day of their life for a lot of our players over here. And, a few of them, they have tasted the glory. They have tasted the spotlight before. But for the majority of the teams that have made it to the top 16, well, this is their first and final test. Well, as far as final goes, I mean, day 4 of the grand finals. And the pressure is going to be there. But you know what? I think the pressure is going to be outweighed this time by, like you said, A, hope, and B, the fact that they made it here. They can all take a step back, take a deep breath, and just say, you know what, I am a champion, because you know what, says you are. All these 16 teams, they have done it, and we are finally here at the end game, and I can't wait for all the carnage to begin.
I have to say, the feeling would be awesome, right? The players must be feeling excitement, they must be feeling a little bit of pressure, they must be feeling the glory, but at the same time, today is going to be the last day. If they want to show something to the world, today they have to do it.
Before we do jump in on the action in about another 10 seconds, I don't like the fact that Floki just got a brand new phone. That is going to be, just tugging at my heartstrings. But now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on the last day of the grand finals in the iQOO BGIS 2021, the Big Bird is going to take the skies, and looks like we have a little bit of a northeastern trajectory, but I'm going to let my co-captain take you through the flight path.
Well, if you know your Erangels, you must see that we are flying from Military Base Island towards Kameshki. It's going to be a little bit of southern eastern flight path, and I think it won't be a problem for Team EXO, who are the table toppers at this point of time. They would love to go towards Milta. Meanwhile, other teams, I think this is going to be a troublesome plane path for those who likes to go towards Georgopol, Northern City. Of course, we have 3 teams who would love to go there.
Well, the thing is, out of those 3 teams, one of them, they like switching things around in the Gatka area. Of course, I am talking about the Hyderabad Hydras. Let's see if they are going to do something, because for now, they only have amassed 41 points from all the Erangels that have been played. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, TSM are going to be in the lead with 128. And speaking of TSM, looks like Ninja, the man who likes lurking in the shadows, well, he has 21 finishes for himself.
Look, TSM is at number 2 on the overall points table, and Erangel is their game. It's their favorite map. They are looking to get a lot of value out of it. Meanwhile, Team Revanant also coming in top dog with 20 finishes. He is also looking to get that MVP slot for himself, XP.
He is going to go for that MVP slot, but again, it's all speculation at this end. Let's see who's going to have a good game and who isn't, because in a few seconds, the first circle is going to pop up. There you have it. Looks like the gods above are going to be generous today. They are going to make sure that, nobody really has to go out their way. And for now, everyone is going to be hitting the ground at terminal velocity. Hopefully, every single parachute is going to be in working condition. But if you have a look at what's happening towards Razak, oh boy, buddy, I think we just might see a few drop clashes happening this time, because Recknoning Esports, I know that they do usually go to Georgopol. They are dangerously close to getting their vehicles just east of Razak, and we know OR Esports and Xbox, they are going to be in the vicinity.
Well, Team Hyderabad, the Hydras, they're not far away as well, XP. I mean, this could be a rotational clash. This could be the car clash we were talking about from all these days, but they have to be really careful. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras, they found a little bit of vehicles there. They are looking to reach their positions decently well. Meanwhile, Team EXO, the table toppers, it's desperation times for them. I mean, one good day, 6 good matches, and they could be your champions.
This is a scene that we have seen, every single time in and time out, and Punk over here up against Prince in the other side. Now, they usually know if they go back over the WODs, if they have a look at their replays, if they've done their homework every single time whenever Punk lands, he knows in the next building we are going to have a man from 7C, and that man is the Prince of Darkness himself. For now, Recknoning Esports, we know that if they want to head towards Northern Georgie, they're going to be racing down. TSM, who love hitting the containers, are going to be heading down as well, and sooner or later they might just drive past one another. But the thing is, I doubt anyone has a few weapons over here, unless, of course, TSM, they suddenly alight from the vehicles at the compound over here. Nope, they're going to be driving straight past, because, again, why take a chance on such a big day?
Well, great stuff for a lot of teams. I mean, we were talking about Georgopol and Georgopol Northern City. Team Hyderabad Hydras, they're not going towards the Georgopol Northern City. They are looking to go towards Severney.
All right, let's do one thing. Now, I'm sure a few of you might have noticed that the numbers might just be a bit askew. We did have 63 players joining in, and in the spirit of making sure that, everything is going to be tickety-boo, everything is going to be a level playing field, we're going to be popping up on your screens in about a few seconds. So say bye-bye to Skrills for now. It is going to be XP and Sparrow who are going to be popping up once again. Now, the thing is, again, if you might have noticed that one of our members could not join us, so in making sure that everyone has a level playing field, we're going to rehold this match really quickly. It's going to take just a couple of minutes, so please bear with us. Again, we want you to have the best experience in this iQOO BGIS 2021 as possible.
Look, I mean, this is a great initiative. We have to re-host the lobby because one of our old hood players were not able to enter the lobby at the right time. But to be fair, these 16 teams, they deserve this, right? I mean, some lag, some network issues must be there. But at the same time, this is a big opportunity for old hood esports as well. With all 4 of their players coming in now, I think they can shine.
I went outside just a few moments ago, and it does look like, well, although the gods of BGMI are pretty happy with us, things might just get a bit too rainy for a few people in different parts of our country. So making sure that, everything is tickety-boo. And if I have a look at the lobby right now, almost everyone has almost joined in. And as soon as that player count reaches 64, we're going to take off once again. So we do apologize for this delay, but I hope you understand it's all for the greater good. Now, before we get into the action, I saw a little something different zone over here. We saw the plane path, almost push a few teams in each other's proximities. However, looks like they did find a way to maneuver away from each other's positions. Something that I do not want. I want to see some early clashes. I want to see some drive-bys. I want to see somebody being run over with a vehicle. Graphic, yes, but that's what I want to see.
Look, I'm a positive guy, and I think this was just perfect, right? I mean, the players who were having some nerves, now they must be calming down, and now they can make a comeback in the next one.
Speaking of comebacks, we all have something for everyone. Now, if you remember yesterday, we did say if we get 10,000 likes on this stream, every 10,000 likes, you are going to get 10 lucky winners walking away with this amazing BGMI merch. Now, all you have to do is vote for your favorite team. The link is going to be down in the description. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel because, you might just be picked up from a little bit of a poll, and you might just be the lucky winners of that nice little tea and, of course, those amazing water bottles. But again, none of this, Pero, would have been possible without the iQOO 9 series, giving this platform, giving this pedestal, giving this grand stage for all these teams to bask in the spotlight. And well, if you want to get yourselves one as well, all you have to do is search iQOO 9, hit the website, click that notify me button, and they could be a lucky proud owner of one of these phones in my hand.
Well, absolutely, and believe me, whoever is going to get these amazing phones, they're going to be super lucky because these phones are just amazing.
And just to remind you how amazing these phones are, let's have another look at the official word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021. Again, you might be wondering, wait a second, why did we have another promo video right now? It's just to remind you just how great this device in my hands is because let me tell you one thing, it is packed full of features and you can be a better gamer afterwards. Now, I did ask for your little patience, thank you for that, and looks like the game is going to be underway shortly. Once again, are we going to see a similar flight path or is it going to be something different this time?
Well, the players would love to see the same kind of a flight path because there were no drop clashes, right? I mean, these players, this is an important day, a very important day.
Almost no drop clashes.
You can say almost that was a car clash, but again, Hyderabad Hydras made a smart move. They went towards 70, which was a great move, I have to say, because of course nobody is going towards 70. They can easily loot there. Plus, Recknoning Esports and TSM, I love the fact that they were showing some maturity there. They were not looking to pick up a fight early on in the game.
Well, again, when you have just vehicles and you don't have any guns, and if the other person has vehicles as well, you can't really play bumper cars over here, can you? There isn't any complicated action just yet. Maybe in the future you might just bang those vehicles. You might disable them, but again, before the carnage is going to break out in Erangel, this time we are going to stay there. We're not going to come back. Let's just have a look once again where all your favorite teams are going to be dropping down.
Well, Erangel, again, it's a beautiful place where it has everything, right? It has the nuclear power plant like Milta Power. We have Milta. We have places like military base island. We have bridges that are going to be blown into pieces because I think Erangel has been a little mischievous. The zones are crazy.
Oh, I wish we could demolish bridges over here, buddy. I mean, imagine just, laying down some C4 on the ground, which, again, could be something in the future. I'm just giving out my ideas. I hope someone at Crofton and someone at BGMI is listening because, yes, you could set up a perfect ambush, wait for one car to go, then as soon as the second one comes, you ignite your switches and the fuses go, and boom goes the bridge. It comes crashing down, and with that, you are going to get a squad wipe. But again, I guess I am just a dreamer. But for now, what we are going to witness is all the bullets doing the talking, and as far as explosions go, well, we have all those nifty grenades that come in use.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I love the fact that the equipment used in this tournament was great. I mean, the number of nades used every day, it's getting better and better and better. Plus the quality as well. We're going to witness a lot of nade finishes today.
Again, you know what they say, Sparrow, practice makes perfect. Initially, before grenades were used, I was probably one of those few who was like, wait a second, I do have these, let me try and throw them. The moment I got a knock, I was like, they actually do work. But again, you've got to be precise as with your shooting. For now, we are going to be having a look at Supari once again. Now, that is where Old Hood Esports, they love traveling over there. And lo and behold, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, they are going to be a whole squad once again. Again, I love the fact that, iQOO and BGIS over here, they took that moment to, take a few minutes out, make sure everyone is going to have the same level of competition, because in about 5 seconds, you know what's going to happen. The Big Bird is going to take to the sky, and you know what? Forget that. The Big Bird has taken to the sky as the C-130 is going to soar high above the plains of Erangel, and whoa, looks like we have a little bit of a change, but my co-captain is going to make sure he tells you where we are flying to.
Fasten your seatbelt, because this is going to be the most important match right here, right now. Starting from Lipovka, the plane path is going towards Primos, the southern side of Primos. It's going to be really important for a lot of teams, but again, I think Georgopol northern cities are going to be a key area for contention, because TSM, Hyderabad Hydras and Team Recknoning would love to go there.
Well, speaking of the Hydras, we did see them drive up towards Severny. We've seen them drop down at Gatka. Again, I like the fact that they are versatile and they aren't afraid to change things around. And if you have a look at the overall rankings once again, you did see this moments ago. But now let's keep an eye out on OR Esports and Team XO. Now, as far as XO is concerned, 102 points from Erangel. And since they are at the tippity top, it means that they have been doing pretty well in Miramar and Sanhok as well. But again, 3 Erangels today. Question is TSM going to take advantage of that fact?
Well, of course, TSM, it's their favorite map. They've been playing incredibly well, and you can see the points table for that. TSM with 128 points in Erangel. They are the best team in Erangel, for sure. But look at the players as well. We got Ninja with 21 finishes to his name. Revanant, top dog, now coming into action, and he has been playing on a different level from last couple of days. But with 20 finishes to his name, he would love to add some more today.
He would love to add some more, and well, as far as the circle is concerned, it is going to be pretty similar to what we saw moments ago. And it is going to be central, just a wee bit towards the east, but that shouldn't be a problem for the majority of the teams. Now, TSM, they do have their vehicles, in fact, a couple of them in hand, and they are going to be moving over to greener pastures, and well, their greener pastures is going to be all the way to the west, possibly near Georgopol. But for now, they're going to make sure they collect every single vehicle along the way. 212 points on the board, second in the overall rankings.
With 12 points difference between EXO and TSM, they would love to capture EXO. And what do you think, XP? Can we see some altercation, some targeting by teams against each other?
Oh, as far as altercations are concerned, I'm sure we're going to see a lot over here, buddy. And I want to see something right now. Just go in, bang that vehicle, try and flip that buggy around and get out of there, or try and run the opposition over, because the same could happen to you, Shadow, if one of them had a weapon. But again, this is just the beginning, and both these teams, they are aware that, alright, they're going to be heading towards the same place we're heading, but if Mr. Spray gets to that compound before, if he gets out of his vehicle, again, a lot of fifths coming in, things could be different. But for now, none of these teams are going to take that chance, as they are going to be driving past one another. Recknoning Esports are going to be heading towards North Georgie, while TSM, they will cross the bridge at some point and, well, go to the south. Again, I want to see some action over here. They are friends for now. There you have it. The vehicles are flipped. Luckily, no one is on a two-wheeler.
Well, again, I love the majority of these teams. They
wait
are
a second.
They are fighting. Meanwhile, TSM Ninja are finally finding a really good weapon in PP Bison, that he could be a really difficult opposition to face. Team Recknoning, they will love to enter their compounds as soon as possible, and yes, they are doing just that.
I wonder if he looks behind him, he might just see another one driving right past him. In fact, the thing is, his PP Bison isn't reloaded now, Mr. Spray. I did kind of anticipate this. He had the right idea. He does get a weapon. Unfortunately, it is going to be too little, too late. And for now, both these teams, they've had a little exchange of fire. No one's gone down, and both of them are going to be thanking their lucky stars. But now, wait a second. What is Team X-Spark doing all the way over here? Because Scout OP, usually you do love landing down towards the water city, and he realizes, wait a second, oh man, I was almost going to beat them to Georgopol containers. However, looks like TSM were just a bit quicker. And keep in mind, Sparrow, he must have heard all those shots, all that commotion to the north of the bridge, and well, that is what you want. He is going to make sure he doesn't take any risky chances.
Well, I think they just came here to take the vehicles down, and they took the vehicles. They are going back to their normal place. Yes, they are going to loot wins, and I would love to see how Team X-Spark is going to play today. I mean, a lot of fans are looking forward to it. Of course, it might not be possible for them to be the champions, but at the same time, they can put up a great show today.
I don't think they're as nice as you think they were, because it looks like Gil and Scout did have the intent to, go towards Georgopol, maybe cut off all these boys from TSM and, lay down a little bit of a fortification and basically welcomed them with a barrage of bullets. But again, it was the other way around, and they made the right decision, and now they're going to be back at the ruins. Keep in mind, their members, two of the other teammates, Marvi and Ultron, are going to be in their preferred drop spot. That, of course, is Water City. Now, as you have a look at the circle, you are going to see one major change. Normally, our esports, you always found them down south at the military base. This time, they are going to be up to the north, two of them in Severny, one on the high grounds in Stolber, and looks like Hero is the only one in Kameshki for this moment.
Well, they've been changing their drops quite often. They used to go to military base. They were going towards Lipovka a little bit, Milta Power as well once a couple of times. But yes, RE Sports, they've been dynamic. At the same time, they were not able to get some decent points. Today is their last opportunity to show the world what they got. Of course, they are here for a reason, right, XP? They played really well in round 1, round 2, round 3, quarterfinals, semifinals. That is why they are here, and they have the capability of proving everyone right.
Oh, absolutely. And you got to keep one thing in mind. Even though they are at the bottom of the table, they can still climb up the ranks and just get a bit more money for themselves. Also, you got to keep in mind, if they do have some amazing plays, if they do take out the top dogs or anyone else for that matter, they are going to be winning a lot of hearts and a lot of admiration, not just from us, not just from the viewers, but from future possible sponsors as well. So again, I like the fact that everyone over here, like I said, is a champion in their own right. But for now, we do normally see TSG go up against Enigma. This time, no action at the prison.
Well, it's calm before the storm, XP. I think every team is looking to get some loot first, and then they are going to rotate towards the zone. Again, the Potato Hill is going to be a very important position for a lot of teams to get rotated from. Meanwhile, all our esports, I think they have a brilliant spot near school. I still remember it was yesterday. They managed to get 17 finishes in the game of Erangel. Again, defending school and nearby compounds really well.
They did indeed, and we were just talking about our esports now. Yes, it isn't going to be easy being at the bottom of the table, because on day 1 they managed 16 points, on day 2 they managed 13 points, on day 3 they managed 17. So I'm not going to be making any funny quips over here about consistency, because again, it is going to be a bit difficult. It is the big stage for them, and this is the first time they are going to come under this much pressure. But speaking of pressure, looks like 7C Esports might just be feeling a little bit of pressure as well. But for now, SprayGod with his DP28 and his Scarrail, he is just scouring the terrain looking for someone.
Well, XP, talking about RE Sports, I would like to add a fact about them. All 4 of their players, they joined hands just 2 months ago, so it's a new team. Plus, at the same time, every single one of these team players are in their home. They're not in a boot camp, they're not sponsored, so that's a big thing, right?
See, again, like I said, this is the first time they are on the big stage, and, it is going to add a little bit of pressure to them. But for now, the Supari gang, they have escaped the prison, ladies and gentlemen, which means we aren't going to see any early skirmishes between them and Enigma. And speaking of Enigma, looks like Enigma are going to be in their wake, but Prince over here is going to be rattling off a few shots with that Scarrail, keeping them at bay. And now the positions are going to be given away. However, 7C Esports, they are looking comfortable atop this little tabletop mountain, and for now, the position should not be given away. The thing is, though, they are spread a bit too far and thin. If anyone does decide, hey, wait a second, we won that top spot, they could be in trouble, because they could be isolated and taken out one by one.
Well, we have been witnessing a lot of teams who love to take the advantage of this higher ground. Potato Hill, I think, is the favorite spot for Team 7C, and at the same time, it is a favorite spot for Team Skylightz Gaming. I mean, if Pochinki is not in the zone and Potato Hill is going to be there, Skylightz Gaming, I think you can see them rotating towards the Potato Hill area.
Normally when we speak about Potato Hill and Skylightz, there's another team that comes to mind, and that is Tactical Esports. Now, looks like they might beat them to the top of that little summit, but for now, again, we're going to put the focus on 7C Esports. 103 points for them on the table. Not the best of positions, not where you would expect them. And as far as position points and finishes go, they are pretty equal, but we know they can do a lot better.
Well, with the 121 points difference between them and number 1, it is a long run for them. I mean, how many points are they going to get in 6 games? That is going to be the question. What position they're going to end up, that is going to be another question. But at the same time, this is a great team, and right now, talking about number 1, they are going to face up against Team EXO.
Well, Team EXO are going to be taking a little bit of a chance over here. The second grenade looks good. Prince, in fact, is going to have to come out to the left of our screens right now to make sure he isn't caught by the blast radius. Of course, he did lose just a wee bit of his HP over there. Nothing to be concerned of. Now, the thing with EXO is that they realize, wait a second, this is already occupied. And again, if you do want to assault this position over here, you need to have a lot of coordination. You need to be communicating with your team. and you also need some divine intervention from one of the other teams. For now, they are going to be heading a bit towards the east and maybe, just maybe, drive past the shelter as well. It wouldn't be a bad spot to park their vehicles at, but have a look at your map. So many teams are going to be nearby and everyone wants to get towards the center. Enigma is going to be driving past them towards the left, and in their wake 7C Esports could be coming in as well, but keep an eye out on GodLike. Looks like a lot of teams are going to be heading in their direction. Is this the day that the demigods are going to be unleashing hell on Earth?
What a beautiful scenery this is turning out to be, XP. I mean, every single one of these teams, apart from GodLike, are on their vehicles. Everyone is moving, but GodLike, they're already in the center of the zone and they are looking comfortable. Again, important day, comeback story. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? A lot of questions.
But looks like what is going to happen right now is OR Esports was another team that didn't really have to budge, and looks like their position could come under fire by the Hyderabad Hydras. Now they do have a compound down below. In fact, they've left Rozok, which is normally something we don't see, but there you have it. The first few shots are going to be fired, ladies and gentlemen. Wexy is going to get the better of the IGL Ace Black. Now, although he is down on his knees, oh, there you have it. Manty's going to take some shots, and now Aditya is going to move forward. He has a big bad gun. He has those grenades. In fact, the first floor is already on fire, and now he's going to be inside. That M249 could be pivotal. He does get a few sound cues, and if he lets loose with that gun, it could be chaotic. Now, in comes the rest of the cavalry. Evo is going to be joining him. Jelly is going to be on the right flank, but have a look at Wexy. He's going to take care of Manty if he does show his face a little bit, but again, grenades are going to be going off everywhere, and I wonder how Manty is still up on his 2 feet.
Well, again, this is going to be a very important battle, and the nades are coming in, the Molotovs are coming in, but
oh, that's it, that's it!
The target, and
boom.
Finally, when I was saying it's here to find the target, Wexy would come in with a beautiful nade there, and Manty OP will find Team Hyderabad Hydras now on the back foot, and they need to do something if they want to survive.
Well, they do need to do something. For now, they need to make sure. Wait a second, Aditya, your body is still being seen, but it's going to be Mavi from Team Xbox who is going to be shooting at him from afar. Of course, they have control of the northern part of Rozok, and you got to keep one thing in mind. You might just be spotted by someone because there are so many windows, so many angles to contend with. One big grenade goes boom. Striker is taken down. Ace Black is going to fall prey to OR Esports' aggression, as well as Wexy is on a bit of a rampage, which means now Hyderabad Hydras just have one man standing. And can he carry his team to glory? Can he do something over here? Because for now, he is making the right decision to get out of harm's way and, well, live to fight another day. However, OR Esports are going to realize, wait a second, someone else is the prey, and that someone else is Team Xbox.
Well, again, I love the mindset of Team OR Esports, the way they managed to attack Hyderabad Hydras with the fluency. That was incredible. Meanwhile, TSM on the other hand are taking on Recknoning Esports, and Team Xbox, they are pushing in. Now TSM, it's a very aggressive team, and they will love to take out Recknoning early on in the game. It would boost their confidence, it would get them some momentum, but let's see if TSM would be able to get some finishes there.
Oh, Mr. Spray, he jumped and he shot and he connected, and well, he put Aquanox out of his misery. That was an amazing jump shot. We will see that in the highlights soon enough, but now Recknoning Esports, oh boy, they do have a mad advantage as TSM are going to be scrambling for some semblance of cover. Now Maxi with a grenade, he knows where the enemy is. He throws the grenade. Unfortunately, it isn't going to hit its mark. However, Blaze does want to bounce it off. He does. Unfortunately for him, it goes out the window. Oh, he got a visual confirmation. He knows where the enemy is, but there you have it. Maxi with a grenade is going to make sure that Blaze is brought down. Now Ninja moves in. He's going to get the better of the opposition over there. However, he is taken down instead, all courtesy of Abrar. Abrar with his M4. He might go for a bit of a reload because there still is one man standing. And well, Shadow is going to be lost in shadows. But for how long? Because he is going to be shot at. His vehicle is going to flip. Lucky for him, he does have some driving skills. But again, Mr. Spray, oh, he is hungry. Oh, he wants this finish. He wants that squad wipe over here, Sparrow.
This is so unlike TSM, right, XP? I mean, the way they were attacking, I think there were some communication errors, there were some confusions there, and again, the pressure situation. Of course, they are number 2 in the overall point standing with everything to win and everything to lose. They made a blunder out there. Meanwhile, Team Recknoning, what a beautiful defense that was coming in from these champions.
Well, in the blink of an eye, 2 teams have been reduced to one-man armies. Let's see if those one-man armies are going to be sufficient towards the end, because still we have 16 teams vying for that delicious chicken dinner. But now, GodLike Esports still, where we left them, Tactical Esports, in fact, are going to be in a tactical position. They are at the center. They do have the high ground at one end and, well, the low ground at the other, which means if anyone wants to pass through them, they could be in a bit of trouble. Keep in mind, there is a compound over there, but looks like Skylightz Gaming are going to be hitting that compound sooner rather than later. In fact, if you have a look, they are going to be hitting the walls just about now. Expect some shots to be fired coming in from Tactical Esports. And, well, speaking of the 2 teams, we might just switch our attention to them just now.
Well, I have to mention Tactical Esports. their best forte is their defense. It's not their active gameplay, it's their defense. That is why Tactical is here. And the Skylightz Gaming, they have to be careful. Tactical with that compound, with that kind of a cover, would be really hard to deal with. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming, they are trying to have the higher ground advantage. Let's see if they can get the first knock in.
Let's see if they can get the first knock, but they realize, wait a second, this compound is already occupado, and well, they are going to be moving away, but shots are going to be fired. Is Kamla Boy going to make it? Oh, he's going to be taken down. Looks like, oh my goodness, a sliver of HP over there. A little gust of wind would have brought him down from that vehicle. Fortunately for Skylightz Gaming, they are still whole, and little do they know, they are going up against Tactical Esports, a team they pretty much fought first, pretty much right off the bat every single time they faced off in Erangel. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we did have a few casualties coming in. In fact, we did have 8 players go down, 16 teams still alive, and well, 54 players still vying for that chicken.
Now again, look at the zone there, XP. I mean, Team GodLike, they're holding on their own. They're not looking to be that aggressive. They're just waiting for their chance to come in. They're just respecting the zone, which was missing from last couple of days.
I wonder if Shadow's careful, because there is an airdrop near him. He better not stop, because in hot pursuit, we do have Recknoning Esports. And speaking of Recknoning Esports, there you have it. In fact, they could actually reap the benefits over here. They could reap the rewards. And, well, Mr. Spray is like, you know what? I'm good right now. I'm going to make sure my vehicle has enough fuel, because if you run out of fuel in the middle of an open field, well, it could be problematic for you. For now, Recknoning Esports are going to be in a good position. Unfortunately, the circle has kind of shifted away from them, and the Tactical Esports, well, they are in the center. Wait up, hold a second. What's happening here? Guild was just lost to the play zone, but now it is going to be GodLike taking on OA, but we're going to focus on UDog versus TX.
What happened with Team X Park? What happened? I mean, all 3 of their players are still here. Gil is outside. Gil is very far away. They're not able to revive him.
I'll tell you what happened. Gil was left behind. Remember, the Hyderabad Hydras still had 1 man left in GodLike. I'm going to hold my thought, because Jonathan is going to be on a bit of a rampage. He does have that MG3 to himself. He gets 1 knock over here. He is going to go for Evo. Expect the grenade to be lobbed in his direction, and now the grenade is going to be unpinned. The grenade is going to be cooked. The grenade is going to be flung. It is going there. It is going to go boom. Unfortunately, it's a bit too right for the enemies, but now GodLike are going to make a move. Neo, the Matrix himself, is going in. They've got to be careful, because if they can throw grenades, so can the enemy. Rexy is going to be taken down. Evo comes into fire, and there you have it. With 1 big boom, Jonathan is going to make sure that OR Esports are the first ones to bite the dust out in the 16th position with 3 finishes. And wait a second, Tactical Esports, oh boy, they better be defending well, because now the Sultans and OH are heading their way.
We have talked about it, right? XP, Tactical Esports with their defense is just beautiful, and now OH Crazy is the last one standing. Team Oldwood Esports on the back for Team Tactical, with all 4 of their players still surviving, it seems. Actually, no, they lost a player, and 1 is on his knees. They have to revive. They have to make sure they finish Oldwood Esports as well.
They've got to be careful, though, because TX is going to come in from behind. It is going to be Gil and his teammates. Looks like he was picked up again.
Wow.
Amazing work done by Scout over there to go and pick up his fallen comrade elsewhere. Now they are going to be taking the fight to UDog, but it is going to be Mystic who is going to send Santa packing, which means Claus is going to be lost from Oldwood Esports, and Crazy and Ayush are the last members alive. Quick question is, are they crazy enough to do the fight right now? Looks like it is, because he is in the smoke right now, and the enemy is on the other side of a few barrels. Now the distance fearless. He might just spot something in the smoke. In fact, Marvy's silhouette could have been seen, but Crazy, oh my god, he's so close to the enemy. If he looks to his left, he would have spotted another member from Tactical, but right now it is going to be Wild tonight who comes to fire. But again, you've got to check your corners here. Hitman pretty much ran past him. Of course, he was using that first person perspective, but oh my goodness, OH, you just made a little bit of a blunder, and now Ayush running around in the smoke. Can he get some redemption? Can he do something? Because Tactical's kid is on point to make sure his teammates are safe for now.
Well, that was a good move coming in from Crazy, but he was not able to finish it because of the FPP advantage in the smoke. He was not able to finish it. Meanwhile, talking about the last person standing, it is going to be Ayush, and let's see if he's going to do something. No, he won't. Team Tactical with a beautiful defense coming into their favor with 3 finishes to their name.
With 3 finishes, but again, I disagree with you on that last statement. We're going to bring that up later, but for now, Tactical, oh boy, they still have 3 members standing, 3 finishes for themselves. But again, the thing is, this is prime real estate. This is the good spot. Everyone wants to have a part of that, and sooner or later, TX could be coming in as well. Elsewhere, looks like UDog in there. Oh boy, they are defending their position with everything they've got. But for now, it is going to be a nade parade. It is going to be a barrage coming in. GodLike, oh my goodness, these boys are angry. These boys are miffed. These boys are a little bit tense, but now Recknoning Esports are going to be moving in. Uproar on the left flank. Skrill is going to be in the middle. That grenade a bit too close for comfort. But GodLike's Clutch is going to make sure everything is kept at bay. Now the zone is going to shrink in about 4 seconds. Question is it going to favor these teams, or are they going to have to get out there? But for now, looks like one of the members from RGE Skrills is going to be taken down, and Z-God is going to finish him with a hot potato.
With GodLike in this kind of form, Reckoning, they have to be careful. GodLike looking to push in, they have to enter the zone at the same time. Meanwhile, Team Reckoning, they're looking to survive there. They were almost 15 smokes there. I was counting them, XP, and boy, oh boy, this is going to be a brilliant altercation.
It
now
is
Reckoning.
It is brilliant. I'm sorry to cut you off again if you're all too excited, and you know what, I'm going to let you go because RGE are down to 1 man, but Neo just got taken down.
Well, Reckoning Esports, there's still 2 members still surviving. Reckoning are on a different location. He would be able to flank Team GodLike, and if he can push it, that would be interesting. A Molotov would come in, but finds nothing. Team Reckoning, 2 men still strong, but GodLike, they have 4 players, and they might move into the zone.
Also keep in mind the circle has shifted. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is another fight breaking out. UDog taking on TX as expected. UDog Dave goes down, Fearless goes down, and Marvi, the IGL, is the one who is dishing out all the damage. Now, grenades are going to be coming Scouts' way. Unfortunately for UDog, they aren't going to find his mark, as I do believe the revives are going to come in. Now, Ultron was lost moments ago, and Marvi, although he did get a few knocks, he spots Mystic in the distance. Of course, with that brilliant accuracy, he's going to make sure he takes him down before it's the other way around. Now, Marvi, I know you want to peek again. You might want to patch yourself up just a little bit, but no, he is hungry, and Scout is going to make sure that Mystic is taken down. However, I wonder if they noticed Dark is exactly where his teammate went down, and wait a second, GodLike now are going to be taking the fight to TSG. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just amazing. This is going to be chaotic. Someone let slip the dogs of war because everyone is fighting everyone. It kind of seems like a free-for-all.
Now, GodLike, they would love to make a comeback today, and that is why they've been so aggressive. They need a spot in the zone, and they're rushing in. See, got Neo with that vehicle, but Buggy is in the way. They have to be careful. I mean, TSG players are still there, and they are going to go down. Oh my god, GodLike, what are you doing today?
GodLike, the demigods have descended down to the earth this time, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like they are angry, and they want some questions answered. 8 finishes for themselves already as 2 squads have been wiped out. But now Marvi is going to be at the receiving end because Dark was left alone, but Austin bought X over here, taken down with a grenade, and well finished with a lot of fled. XO moving in on R&T's position. 7C coming in from the side as well. It is going to be a 3-way affair, and now 2 grenades are going to be lobbed. It is going to be Smoke, making sure that Immortal is back up on its feet. But talking about 3 teams, looks like Skylightz Gaming is going to be moving in on their position. Punk knows exactly what's happening. In fact, I love that little preemptive smoke that was deployed as Clutch God is going to be brought down with a little bit of a vehicle explosion. For now, Team XO in trouble. There you have it. Skylightz Gaming, Pucar came calling, and well, with that, Punk, are you feeling lucky?
Well, this is a great opportunity for Skylightz Gaming. If they can get the better of Team XO, they could be #1 after this game, and that is why they are rushing in. They're pushing in. Team XO on the back foot. The revival, the rescue mission is on the cards, but this is not going to be easy, XP.
This is not going to be easy at all, my dear friend, because looks like everyone wants a part of that pie, and that pie does look delicious. For now, Immortal has been picked up, but Pucar might just run over the enemy. Oh, he misses by a whisker, and Fierce is going to be tanking his lucky stars. Gil on the other side has been taken down. Scout has been taken down, which means it's all down to Marvi. That could be a massive grenade if it goes off. 3 members of Tactical could be taken down, but for now, we are going to shift our attention back to Fierce. Pucar is still driving around trying to find the opposition. In the meanwhile, looks like TX might just be exiting this game. No, they still are going to be survived by Marvi. In fact, Marvi does get a grenade. Speaking of grenades, that just shook the screen. That shook the studio as Gumla Boy was taken down, and well, our esports are going to be eliminated in the 10th position. Now, you got to expect one thing. There is going to be chaos everywhere as well. The last member from TX is going to be brought down, and well, teams are going to be toppling over like dominoes over one another.
What a brilliant fight that was for Skylightz Gaming. Now, after Team XO got eliminated, after TSM got eliminated, they could be #1 after this game. Meanwhile, they have to still perform well. They need to get the chicken. Meanwhile, 7C in front of them, they both need to enter the zone, and both of them are struggling to do that.
Oh, they are struggling, but GodLike, boy, they are looking good. 10 finishes for themselves, a 3-man squad, and in fact, they have the northern circle, or the northern aspect of the zone all to themselves, as Xbox do bid us adieu with the 8th position with 3 finishes. Now, I do believe we might just see some little bit of a semblance of cover. No, we don't, because Z-God was taken down, and although they are clumped together, you know, shots do find their way through all that smoke. For now, Aladdin is going to make sure he finds a nice little spot for himself, while Enigma Avi, oh boy, he's taking the game right to GodLike. Now, he is going to be rushing in. He knows that people are over there. In fact, he might just see some commotion in the distance. He might have actually spotted Clutch God. I like that he's not shooting yet, because he wants to be in cover. He wants to get close enough for a little bit of a grenade, but looks like Z-God knows exactly what's happening. Z-God, in fact, is going to be reciprocating with fire of his own, but Neo is going to be taken down by Sagi. Now, this is where Sparrow one big grenade could come in and it could be problematic elsewhere. 7Cs come under fire.
Well, Team GodLike now they have two options. Either they want to revive Neo or they want to fight Team Enigma. They need to do both at the same time. Meanwhile, Team Skylightz Gaming, they would love to enter the zone. They are on the edge, and Pucar with a brilliant driving skill there, he would take out one guy from 7C.
Pucar hasn't left that buggy since he sat in, and he's just been driving around. Now he's going to go with Spray Guard, but before he could make that skull go crunch under the wheels of his buggy, it looks like bullets took him out instead. And Skylightz Gaming again wiping out teams left, right, and center. Now GodLike making the move. Clutch God is the last man standing. He has a monumental task. He is going to patch himself up. He does get clipped by a few bullets. He spots Eggy. He needs to move. Rex needs to be on the right side. This could be problematic, but wait a second. It is going to be Eggy who does put GodLike out of their misery for now. Out in the 5th position with 10 finishes for themselves. Let's see if this is going to be something that we are going to be seeing later on. For now, we do have 4 teams still in the mix. 10 players still alive. Tactical Esports still have the only fortification in the circle.
I mean, we have to give it to Recknoning Gaming Abrar as well. He's the last man standing from a long time. He's still surviving, still doing what he does best. But meanwhile, the zone just went somewhere else.
The zone did go somewhere else, and now Tactical Esports are going to have to move up just a little bit. And, I guess, again, we want to talk about a lot of things, but so much is happening on our screens that it is just hard for both of us to keep up. Eggy over here, again, Enigma Gaming, Sparrow, they are looking good.
Well, absolutely, they are looking good, and I love the mindset, the way they attack Team GodLike was just incredible. With me, well, Tactical Hitman spotted one player. Shots were fired, but they have to enter the zone. They can't afford to lose a player right now. Meanwhile, still they're trying to find some knocks in. I wonder if they have enough smokes to make their way into the zone.
Well, they do have smokes, they do have a buggy as well, and in fact, if they can make it to that road over there, there is a slight little dip that they can work with. In fact, have a look at that airdrop. If they can make it to that ridge there, Sparrow, it is going to be in their favor. I like what they're doing, making sure they lay down some lead in Skylightz Gaming's position. Oh, Abrar, you could be in a spot to do some damage. You are going to have to crawl just a little bit forward again, making sure you don't take too much damage from the blue zone. But boy, oh boy, his chances are going to be cut slim, because looks like Recknoning, Skylightz, I beg your pardon, are going to be coming in on the other side now. Enigma Gaming, although all their positions are given up, he is going to see if there's anything in this drop box over there. There you have it. He finds the first aid. No boost for him though, as Skylightz Gaming are going to try and do their best to keep Tactical at bay. Finally, Tactical Esports, they do make it to the little ridge. Smokes are going to be deployed every single which way, and now Pucar once again in his buggy, his trusted buggy, spots out Hitman, gets a few shots. In fact, he is going to take down Hitman with a beautiful headshot, and now he is going to go through the smoke, and he might spot the enemy. He does spot the enemy, he does shoot, he does connect, and well, Pucar came calling, ladies and gentlemen. Skylightz Gaming, boy, are they looking good.
Well, they are looking good, and they are looking good to be our #1 after this game. But meanwhile, Recknoning Abrar still shooting some nades, and beautiful molotovs, and Somraj must be on fire. Yes, he is on fire, and Team Enigma, now they have a couple of players. Enigma Eggy got knocked there, but Skylightz Gaming, they have a couple of knocked players for themselves as well.
Keep in mind, all this time, there is one lone wolf out there from Recknoning Esports, and boy, if Avi isn't careful, he might just feel the brunt. He might just feel those fangs tear through his flesh, because for now, he is going to be concentrating on Skylightz Gaming. Now, we are going to have a little bit of a calm over here. Forget that, Abrar was spotted out. Rex is going to be making sure that he does that now. Avi goes in, he hits the deck, and now he's going to lie in wait for Skylightz Gaming to peek over that little summit, over that little rise like meerkats, and as soon as they see the heads, shots are going to be fired. Destro brought down once again, and now this is where Rex could move in. This is where Avi is going to just keep on crawling inch by inch closer to his prey. As long as he is in grenade throwing distance, Sparrow, expect a few hot potatoes to be lobbed their way, and a few booms could be it for Skylightz Gaming. Wait a second, Pucar jumped. Pucar in fact showed himself over there, and now Avi is going to move in. He's going to try and finish them. Another grenade comes in. Destro goes down once again.
What?
Rex, however, is going to get the better of Pucar. I think Gamla Boy and Somraj are the last two members remaining. Gamla Boy could be spotted out. Oh my goodness, Avi almost getting knocked out over there, Sparrow. What just happened over here? Because looks like we have a new winner over here. Skylightz Gaming coming in and wiping everyone out.
Come at the moment, come at the time, come at the team, and Skylightz Gaming. What a beautiful performance coming in from their side. But I have to give it to Enigma Gaming, the way they attacked Team GodLike, the way they showed some aggression today. Of course, this is going to be the last day, and boy, oh boy, Team Enigma, you know what their tagline is? It is going to be Fear the Enigma today.
I mean, I'm already fearing the Enigma. I was making all my jokes about, not being mysterious. Boy, were they mysterious today, and I do believe they did rack up quite a few finishes for themselves as well. But again, Skylightz Gaming, it's all about teamwork, right?
Yep.
They waited for the right moment, and well, they snuffed the lives out of Enigma Gaming. That flank coming in from Pucar, I beg your pardon, was just pristine.
Well, I have to say, but in the end, I thought Avi could have done something more. I mean, he had the beautiful position. He was going towards a different location, and I think he could have spotted the guy who was just laying down on the road. He was not able to, and hence the chicken went towards Skylightz Gaming.
Had he spotted Gamla Boy, I mean, on the road over there, again, you know, you want to make sure you rack up all your finish points because anything can happen. This is a battle royale after all. So you have someone down on the knees. The instinct is, let me put him in the ground and secure that 1 point for myself. But now, if you missed any of the action, because I'm sure we all did, it all just erupted at once. We do have the highlights popping up on our screens, and let's see where it all began.
Well, we started off with some bumpy cars, but at this point of time, Team OR versus Hyderabad Hydras was a beautiful altercation between two good teams, and OR, boy, oh boy, they used those nades with perfection, it seems.
They did indeed, and of course they did let their bullets do all the talking as well, and OR Esports, they did surprise me as well with all this aggression right at the beginning. And speaking of aggression, who can forget a team that is going to come up? But now over here, TSM, I do believe you think they made a little bit of an oopsie.
Well, I think they were not ready for this altercation. They just rushed in too hard without getting the knock in, and they were not able to finish Team Reckoning. Plus, at the same time, I think there were some confusions, there were some miscommunication, and hence, Team Reckoning got the better of TSM.
They did indeed. However, the Lone Wolves, the Wolves were reduced to a Lone Wolf later on. But for now, Jonathan, this is where they did snuff out the life of OR Esports. Jonathan, with that M4, MG3 combo, just relentless with all that fire. Wexy getting caught in the blast radius of that grenade. And now Neo and Clutch God are going to be moving in as well. But it was Jonathan's grenade that put them out of their misery. Now, Tactical Esports, let me tell you one thing. They surprised me. Like you said, they are good at defending their position.
Absolutely. I mean, the way they defended this compound against three teams, I believe. First, Skylightz Gaming, they've come in, they were taken out. Then it was all the Esports who wanted to come in, they were taken out. And then Team X-Park tried to come in, but they were also taken out one by one. But this was the moment we were talking about, right, XP? I mean, you know why I love the way he did that? Because he was in a smoke. As long as you are in a smoke, you can do that. But as soon as you come out, you have to shift it back.
I understand. The thing is, you know, of course, he was tunnel visioned in, right? He only saw that one man, Wild 69, in front of him. The thing is, you saw it, I saw it. I'm pretty sure everyone watching at home saw the other man from Tactical just run past him. But again, when you have those blinders on, it can be problematic. And if you haven't practiced your first-person perspective too much, well, these kind of mistakes can take place.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Team X-Park, I have to give it to them. They also played decently well, with Murray getting a lot of value out of it. He got a lot of knocks in, but not too many finishes, maybe. Meanwhile, I mean, look at the damage there. He was #1 in the damage rankings with 596 damage to his name at this point of time.
Well, that is, of course, just obscene, the amount of damage they had. But now at this point, these last few circles, oh my god, there was just a little bit too much. GodLike once again just rushing in, making sure they made quick work of TSG. And TSG, they couldn't even react before they knew what happened. And well, they came, they saw, they conquered, and then they moved on to greener pastures. Unfortunately, once they lost one of their demigods, things kind of just trickled down south for them, and they were taken apart one by one. Team X over the good game as well, unfortunately getting wiped out just a bit too soon.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Skylightz Gaming would be really happy. They must be reading the finish rate as well. They knew that TSM got taken out. They know that EXO is in front of them. By taking them out, they are just securing their way onto the top of the table.
That is actually a good way of thinking about it, because again, you have to be quick on your wits, keeping an eye on everything. But Mavi over here was the pivotal force, the pivotal, well, he was the force for his team, making sure he dished out a lot of damage, as you did mention, and you know, trying to secure a good enough position for themselves. But again, 7C Esports found themselves caught from every single angle, and well, Pokar is going to be running over one. There you have it. Sarang's brain went crunch, and before Spray God could be run over, looks like the bullets did put him 6 feet under. And well, Z-God did try his best. They do have enough finishes for themselves. Not a bad outing, but again, when they are in the open, when they are running around willy-nilly, chances are it's not the enemy that they are looking at that's going to shoot them, but someone from behind.
The question is that going to be enough for GodLike to make a comeback? The answer is no. They need to do better. They need some chicken dinners.
An added question is this setting a statement for what is to come in the next few games? Because if so, buddy, whew.
Well, not only GodLike, I mean, look at Enigma. They were ruthless. They were rushing it every single time. Team OR as well. They were rushing every single team that they can see. So it's simple. Today is the last day, and these teams want to make a statement.
Oof, what happened here? Looks like Enigma were in a good position. In fact, as soon as Abrar was taken out, you did see Destro go down a couple of times. Somraj went down a couple of times, and well, Abrar, he did spot the enemy. However, from the distance, it was Rex, I do believe, who did bring him down finally. Now, this push, when Avi went in, this is when everybody else should have come in, but Somraj over there spots him. He takes out one flank, and well, Rex was taken down as well, and Gamla Boy was going to be on hand to make sure that Avi was brought down to his knees and well, sent to the depths of hell. Have a look at that. That is the final fight that is going to break out, and with that, Skylightz Gaming did get that delicious chicken dinner in this game. Once again, from Gamla Points, Gamla Boys' point of view.
Well, another really important thing for Team Enigma was that they were not able to have any kind of healings. They had no healings. They had no helmets and vests as well. I mean, all the helmet and vests they had were damaged totally. So it was a Skylightz Gaming day. It was a brilliant game. But to be honest, right now the temperature is rising. The competition is heating up.
It is heating up, but again, just talking about the Avi Gamla Boy situation now, as soon as the smoke was dissipating, now we all saw, because, we do have everything pop up on our screens. As a player, you cannot see any of these names. You don't see any yellow outlines. So what happened is, he wasn't anticipating someone would be out there in the open, in the middle of nowhere, out on the road, lying down. So what he thought was everyone is going to be cowering in the smoke, and well, looks like they did pay for that mistake. Now, we know who won, but let's see how the teams did, because the point standings are now going to be popping up on our screens, and well, let's find out who is going to be at the tippity top. I do believe it is going to be Skylightz, because they did get that chicken dinner, and let me tell you one thing, they didn't have a lot of finishes. But before that, before we actually do show you all the points, once again, man, that last fight, what is your take on it?
Well, I feel that Enigma played really well. I thought that Enigma might be able to get the chicken, but to be honest, it was Skylightz Gaming all the way. I mean, they had the zone, they had the numbers game advantage, but boy, oh boy, Enigma surprised every single one of us.
Maybe they had the numbers game advantage, but that was diminished because 3 of their members were down, and well, 2 were down at one point, and then it was a 2v3 situation.
Yes,
but quickly they just, turned their fortunes back around and well, got the job done and went away with the winners. Now, I do believe the points are going to be popping up sooner or later, and you know what? Let's just do that right now, because on your screens right now, we do have your winners, Skylightz Gaming with 27 points, 12 of which came via finishes.
Beautiful stuff. The best part about Skylightz Gaming and this map was they took out Team EXO early on in the game, which was instrumental for their efforts on the overall points table. Number 2, we have Enigma Gaming with 12 finishes to their name. They've got a total of 24 points, and the aggression, oh boy, that was good.
I mean, 12 points from finishes, 12 points from position. You're going to be happy about this, because you always preach about balance and, well, all that consistency. In third position, we have GodLike Esports, 16 points from them, and, well, 10 of them came via finishes. Tactical Esports, a good day for them, ending in the 4th position with 14, Recknoning in 5th with 13.
Well, number 6 we have 7C, number 7 UDog India, number 8 X-Park, and so on. Brilliant performance coming in from a lot of teams, but again, Tactical Esports, their defense has been solid so far.
The defense has definitely been solid. In fact, like you mentioned, they did not just fend off 1, not 2, but 3 teams that did want to take over their little compound. Of course, at the beginning, it was Skylightz, but Skylightz were like, nope, we're not having any of this. Enough. Then came Altered Esports, and well, they did pay the heavy price. Then came Team X-Park, and although they might be the best of the best, looks like we might just have some new heroes emerging from BGIS 2021. Of course, the old guard must always die at some time. Now, we've had a look at the points. Now, let's have a look and see which one player was going to be head and shoulders above everyone else, because the iQOO MVP is popping up on our screen, and it goes to Picard, the man who came from calling, and, well, he got the job done. Skylightz Gaming on this, well, on our screens right now.
Well, I have to say the heavy driver of Skylightz Gaming, he would drive really well.
Once he sat in, he did not get out, Sparrow.
Well, that buggy was on fire because Pukar was calling everyone out. Meanwhile, talking about his stats, look at the damage there. More than 1100 damage to his name for 5 finishes. I think he played incredibly well.
It does look like, although Picard did get the call over there, the others, his victims, were beckoning him to just, come their way and run them over with that buggy. And, well, we did see a few skulls go crunch and him rack up 5 finishes, 1184 points of damage. Wow.
But one thing is for sure, XP, I mean, today it is going to be all about aggression, but talking about other players who played well, let's have a look at top 5 players from the game number 1. And I think we can see some godlike players, we can see some Enigma players in the list, and here you go, Enigma Aggie with 5 finishes, and look at the damage, oh, that enormous amount of damage.
1165 to be precise. In third position, we have Hitman from Tactical Esports with 5 finishes for himself, as does Jonathan, who is going to come up in the 4th spot. Now, Enigma with another entry in the 5th position, Avi over there with 4 finishes. Again, I love the fact that, these guys came out swinging, and boy, did they get some haymakers in.
Well, I think today is going to be the story of aggressive teams. All these teams, they're going to let loose. They want to show the crowd what they got, and GodLike, Enigma, Team OR as well. I think they were aggressive. The way they took out Hyderabad Hydras, the way they were trying to attack GodLike, I think it was in their mindset was good.
Well, we are going to get to that in just a few short moments, but before that, let's have a look, as is tradition, at a few more facts, a few more figures, because the match summary is here. And wait a second, 152 grenades. I wonder if that is the highest that we've seen seen in Erangel so far.
You know, 152 nades were used, but at the same time, there was a movement between Reckoning and
15
GodLike fight.
smokes.
I was just counting it down.
I
There
saw
were
that.
15 smokes on the ground. Can you believe that?
They were indeed, and of course, all these smokes being used tactically. Now, let's give you a visual representation because the finish to damage performance graph is going to be popping up, and well, you are going to see a few teams outdo one another. In fact, Enigma and Skylightz are going to share the same number of finishes. However, Enigma just edged past them as far as damage is concerned with 2726 points, while Skylightz Gaming, they ended with 2393.
Well, that is great, right? I mean, it's been few days. We have seen the mark of 3,000 being hit in the damage criteria, but let's see if today is going to be the day because teams are feeling aggressive. Team Xpac must be feeling a little disappointed. They managed to deal a lot of damage, but they only managed to get 3 finishes.
They did only manage to get 3 finishes, but let's see if things are going to be changing in the not-so-distant future, because again, with this one game out the window, oh boy, all these chances are slowly dwindling down, because that means we only have 5 more games in play, and the thing is, the next one is going to be in Miramar, and well, we know one thing, anything can happen, and a few teams who do call it home, let's see if they are going to have that home ground advantage.
Now, XP, I'm looking forward to see the overall standings. I mean, I have to say the competition is just going beyond imagination. Skylightz Gaming, Team EXO, Team TSM, all fighting for that glory number of 1. But you know what? We can't give it to all 3 teams, right? I mean, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, unless they all have the same number of chicken dinners, they all have the same position points, they all have the same finish points, we might have to do a little bit of a Mexican standoff if that situation does arise, but I don't see that happening just yet. But for now, oh boy, even I'm waiting with bated breath. Not too bad, as to see what the overall rankings are going to be, but that is going to take just a few short moments. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of mathematicians out there, a lot of quick-witted kids, and you've already done your calculations. I'm pretty sure you already are spamming in the chat that, this one's at number 1, this one's at number 2, but what we're going to do is we're going to wait for the official results to come out. Again, a lot of smokes used in this game,
yes,
a lot of usage of the grenades. We saw mini red zones, as we like calling it. What else came up? But let's do one thing. Before we ask you more questions, before we go to the overall standings, let's pit 2 players as is tradition once more on the overall standings. Let's pit 2 players as is tradition once more. On one side, we are going to have Iggy, and well, on the other, we have a guy who goes by the name of Hitman.
Well, absolutely brutal both these players were, but look at the damage difference there. Enigma Eggy dealing a total damage of 1165. That was instrumental for his team. Again, they were not having the best of loot, but it doesn't matter, right? The mindset was everything for them.
Now, just remind me, what is Enigma's tagline again?
Fear the Enigma.
There you have it. Let's see if someone is going to fear the Enigma, because what we're going to do now is bring in all the teams and let's pit them against the winners. It is going to be Skylightz Gaming up against Enigma, and well, although they do share the same number of finishes, I do see a little bit of a difference in damage.
Well, Enigma, they must be a little disappointed by the fact that they were not able to get the chicken after getting the first 2 knocks there against Skylightz Gaming, but again, Skylightz Gaming, they had the better position. They were playing well, they were feeling it, they took out EXO, they took out a lot of teams, and hence they managed to win the winner with a chicken dinner. Now again, I mean, you were talking about mathematicians, and I believe that Team Skylightz Gaming, they would be number 1 after this.
Well, of course, since the big dogs, Team EXO, did fall down with a difference of 12 points, I guess that is already covered up as far as finishes are concerned, and of course, you do have those 15 points coming in from your chicken dinner as well. Now, we already have an idea what the overall standings is going to be like, but I wonder what it's going to be like for the teams in the mid section of the table. GodLike, they might just be jumping up a few spots. Maybe not. Maybe I could be wrong, because again, if I was good at maths, I guess I wouldn't be talking for a living.
Well, GodLike, I don't think they must be
just kidding.
jumping any spot. Yes, you're right. I mean, they will still be at number 4 if
1
I'm
plus
not
1
wrong.
equals 2.
Don't worry about it. I have my iQOO device as well. I was doing a little bit of calculation there. I think GodLike would still be at number 4, but at the same time, I think it would be a really big match for TSM, EXO and Skylightz Gaming. Let's see how they are going to cope up with the pressure, because the upcoming games are going to be super crucial. But at the same time, we can't forget Recknoning Esports. We can't forget Team Hyderabad Hydras, because they also played decently. But they were trying to be, adjustable. Hyderabad Hydras, they were dynamic, but at the same time, it's time for the big thing.
See, now this is the moment that you actually have been waiting for, the overall standings. Let's see where your favorite teams are, because at the tippity top, ladies and gentlemen, oh Oh, they did
They're
a
playing with
little
us.
bit of a trick on us. Production, that was nice. I love it. At the bottom right now, we do have our Esports. I love the suspense that they are creating, but looks like Enigma Gaming, they are definitely going to be climbing up. In fact, they snatched that 9th position away from UDog India with 140 to their names.
Well, Tactical also managed to jump a little bit there. I mean, with 107 to their name, they are at number 12. Team X Park going down once again in the bottom 4 with 106 points to their name and a chicken. I think they would love to get some more position points. Now, again, in the last page, if you have a look, Team X Park, they got the highest finishes in bottom 8.
They did indeed, but again, it's not going to be
Not the highest finishes,
not the
second
highest.
highest.
Yeah, UDog India. I was like, wait a second, isn't 75 greater than 66? But now this is the moment that production, well, they did play with us, but now we're going to show you at the tippity top, we do have Skylightz Gaming inching past Team XO by just 1 point, as Skylightz are going to be at the tippity top with 228, Team XO in second with 227.
Boy, it won't be able to get closer than this. I mean, we still have 5 more games to go. It is going to be fantastic. Just put on your seatbelt and be ready. But meanwhile, look at the juggernauts there. Team GodLike managing to cross the century mark in finishes.
Well, yeah, they do have the finishes. However, Skylightz Gaming are going to be hitting that 150 mark a little bit quicker than them, because GodLike Esports still have double digits as far as, in fact, position points are concerned. And like you keep saying, you need that perfect balance between the two. GodLike still in the 4th position, OR Esports in 5th, and of course TSM are going to be tucked in between your leaders and GodLike with 212 at the 3rd position. Now TSM, again, they didn't even get a single point from this game, if I'm not wrong, because we did see them lost with 212, and now again they are going to be with 212 again. That little push coming up to the north, not really working out in their favor.
Well, absolutely. But you know what? I have to talk about Skylightz Gaming at this point of time. What a beautiful couple of days they are having. I mean, in the first 2 days of Grand Finals, they were not able to get a single chicken dinner. They were consistent, they were racking up some finish points, some position points, but boy, oh boy, yesterday, with the back-to-back chicken dinners, that was incredible.
Well, again, we do have just one organization to thank, because without them, none of this would have been possible. You know what I'm talking about. I, of course, am talking about the iQOO 9 series. I have the Pro in my hand. He has the 9 with a nice matte black finish. But if you, yes you, if you want to grab one of these for yourselves, all you have to do is search for iQOO 9 on the internet. Click the website, click this one button that says notify me, and if you are the lucky one, you might just be the proud owner of a brand new iQOO 9 series for yourselves. But again, like is tradition, don't take our word for it. Let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021. As we run out of experiments to conduct, looks like I have joined the room. My name, of course, is going to be Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Spiro himself. Spiro, what a brilliant way to start the day.
It's just amazing, right? I mean, the competition level is rising, because Skylightz Gaming, Team XO and Team TSM, they are giving it their all. Meanwhile, we have to add some more names into the list, because GodLike Gaming, they are looking aggressive. Team Revanant, they will love to rack up some points. Team Recknoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, we have to mention them. It is going to be Miramar, of course.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is going to be Miramar next, and Recknoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, like you mentioned, are two of the strongest teams to look out for. But given the way GodLike has started the day, I wouldn't count them out of Miramar either, because once again, if GodLike do manage to rack up those points, if they do manage to get up top, they could be dethroning the champions. However, it is a bit of a long road. It is going to take some time for them to knock the top spot down, and well, we just hope that they are able to continuously have a crack at it. In the meantime, let's have a look at the winners of the merchandise giveaway that we have been planning all along. Of course, I'm going to be talking about all you lovely folks tuning in, as well, we still have our target, so make sure that you keep hitting that like button, and we are going to keep announcing your names over here like we're about to do now. Congratulations to the merchandise giveaway winners. We've got Yash Arora, Rahul Thakur, Abhishek, Shahnawaz and Webhav. Congratulations to you guys for winning away some awesome BGMI merch. And you know what? I think we're about to do 5 more as well, Spiro. So you know what? Let's just talk about all the other players who have also won. Take it away.
Well, it is going to be our Rudraresh. We're ready. Tushar, Bharadwaj, Kaku, Harsh Pandey and Aryan. Congratulations to you guys. You are the winner of this giveaway, and you know, I want that t-shirt as well.
I mean, I do believe that we are going to be getting some if we do get the chance to put our names in the giveaway, but of course, I don't think the people upstairs are going to be too happy if you do decide to do that, so I think we're going to have to hold off to that. We have to be a little bit sneaky, you know, in the night when everyone is gone. You and me, we're going to put up some black t-shirts, go in there, you know, maybe grab a couple for ourselves. Alright, we got this. I got my partner in crime right here. But I do believe that there is going to be a lot of stuff to do before that. Now, we do have 5 more games remaining. Miramar is going to be up next. We talked about Recknoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. Although, with GodLike coming back into the picture, do you think that these two teams stand a chance to take the chicken dinner still? Or do you think that you know, maybe just that extra addition of GodLike is once again going to force Recknoning and Hydras in an awkward spot?
Well, I believe Team Hyderabad Hydras and Team Recknoning Esports, it's their favorite home ground. You know, let's call it their home ground. They play so well in Miramar, but at the same time, Team Global Esports is not here. I'm really sorry about that.
No,
I don't know why I remember Global Esports all the time, but yes, it is going to be GodLike Esports. And
GodLike Esports.
as you were saying it,
2
yes,
Gs.
yeah, they are really aggressive today. They are feeling it, and I think there's only one thing on their minds. They want to win, and to do that, they need to win those chicken dinners. Of course, this Miramar is going to be important.
Now, they are precisely 50 points behind Skylightz Gaming. They are at the top of the table as of now. 228 points for them, 178 for GodLike. Do you think that GodLike have actually changed a few things up, or do you think that it is... Oh, they've changed things up. Oh, okay. Well, looks like Miramar is going to be fairly interesting then, because it might be that we don't get to see GodLike drop into the Hacienda del Patron. Or do you think that is too much of a change? Do you think they've just like changed up a couple of things in their strat, you know, not changed the entire strat itself?
I think they're not going to change their drop spot at least. Hacienda del Patron is a beautiful spot. They're going to get a lot of great loot there. I mean, of course, the level 3 helmets and vests that are in Hacienda del Patron, the quantity is huge. But at the same time, their strategy has been a little different. On day number 1, they were all-out aggression. There was a lot of all-out aggression. Day number 2, I mean, they were having fun. Day number 3, they were trying to be in the center of the zone, and they were trying to figure out a way to win the chicken dinners. Day number 4, it is a balance between getting in the zone, getting in the center of the zone, and being aggressive in the last few stages. So that balance, they just need to click the balance right, and if they can do that, they might be ending up getting some points there.
All right, fair enough. I mean, that is a fair assessment. You know, once again, you don't really want to change up your drop location on the grand finals, you know, final day. It's sort of risky to do that when there's not going to be that many maps to be played. So better stick to what you know, as you like to say. But we have talked about, you know, all the top dogs on Miramar. Let's now focus on some of the other teams that might not have as strong of a run, but could still very much take away the throne. I am, of course, going to be talking about Revanant Esports and Enigma Gaming. We've seen these teams perform on Miramar before. Both of these teams, I'm not sure if Revanant has a chicken dinner, but I do think Enigma came very, very close to one and weren't able to finish it up. I wonder what went wrong for them, you know, last time around. But do you think that their Miramar is going to be stronger now, given that they've made those mistakes?
Well, again, Enigma Gaming is a young team, but of course, at the same time, the players are really good players. They have quality in them. They have that X factor that you need to win that chicken dinner. I think they can do better with the performance that they have shown in Erangel. I mean, they had no loot, right? Without that kind of a loot, they still managed to rack up a lot of points.
I mean, that is Enigma, right? Consistency for you. Every single time, no matter what situation you put them in, they always seem to find a way to come out on top. And well, if they are able to come out on top today, I think everyone's going to be quite impressed, because they're not doing that well in terms of points. They have a huge gap to make up for. I think realistically, at the end of this day, if they play really, really well, they can maybe walk away with a 3rd or 4th place finish. However, anything more than that, I mean, I don't want to be the one to say it, but it is going to be a bit difficult for them to achieve that. Now, of course, we're going to be having a look at some of these teams and the drop locations. Speaking of which, OR changing things up. Yesterday they went to Val del Mar. They didn't go to Puerto Paraiso.
Well, OR, I think they've been playing smart, but one thing is for sure, OR is going to go in the southern regions of Miramar. They would love to rotate directly into the zone from there, and I think day before yesterday it was a beautiful day for Team OR. They were getting the zone advantage, they were having a really decent time in Miramar. Let's see if they can continue doing that. Meanwhile, 7C, I would love to see 7C how they're going to play, because of course the players are good, the team is great, but they are yet to show their real class.
Yeah, I mean, they're yet to really develop that synergy that maybe EXO or TSM or GodLike seem to have. They have the names, they have the individual star prowess. It's just about, it being a cohesive unit together. And it seems that they have sort of struggled to do that. They were looking all right in the semi-finals. They were looking all right, on the first day. Not bad, not great either. But it seems that they've really failed to hit the mark here in the grand finals. Just a little bit off. And maybe this is a tournament that allows them to mold into a better team. You never know, but they sure as heck would like to walk away with a bit more money in their pockets, because this is the final day, and well, the more you move up, the higher the amount you get paid, like I said. So, yeah, more winnings for you. So let's hope that 7C are actually able to perform to a certain level, and that level is going to be hard to reach, considering they're against the likes of Recknoning and the Hydras and Enigma and so many other top tier teams.
You know what my eyes would be on? My eyes would be on top 3. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, they played really well, but at the same time, TSM and Team EXO, they would love to make a comeback. Even though the first game was not great for them, they can make a comeback. Of course, they've been playing consistently throughout these days, but it's time for Miramar. My co-captain, Floki, what do you think about this plane path?
Well, looks like we're going to be starting off right on top of Tor Ahumada, and that is where we're going to be taking off from. We will be ending the flight right next to Puerto Paraiso, leaving El Pozo kind of hard to access. So we did say that we wanted to see Skylightz as well as the side of TSG take early fights. Looks like this particular plane path might just force them to do just that, as I do think they are going to be dropping in right about when the flight path crosses the Hacienda del Patron, and slowly but surely try and make their way towards the center of wherever that circle is going to be. However, a great flight path for EXO, great flight path for GodLike, great flight path for OR. And a lot of these teams who do like dropping in towards the center and a little bit towards the west near San Martin, they're going to be having a good time.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's all about having a good time, right? For a lot of teams. I mean, a lot of people are watching them. It's time to put up a show that we will never be able to forget ever after. Meanwhile, talking about that, I think there are a lot of great players, right? I mean, we have seen the rise of some rising stars, UDog Fearless, Old Hood Sultan. All these players played incredibly well, but at the same time, the old players, the experienced ones, GodLike Neo with 14 finishes in Miramar, and he is just playing on a different level.
I mean, Neo is just topping the charts everywhere, right? Every single place you look, it's just Neo's name on top. On Miramar, he's got the highest finishes. Overall, he's got the highest finishes. Every single place, Neo just manages to leave his mark. However, well, Somraj is there in second place, and well, I guess I'll have to hold on to that thought, because the circle have shifted a little bit towards the north. Now, there is a little bit of Tor Ahumada, there is a little bit of Tierra Bronca, but El Pozo is not in it, so Skylightz is going to be forced to rotate early on.
You know why I'm looking at you? I'm looking at you because I know this is your favorite zone. You always look pretty, Floki. That's not a point there, but well, Los Lunas is not there, and I know how you hate Los Lunas, and that is why I was looking at you, because the zone is in your favor today.
I mean, it was so amazing that I even forgot that Los Leones existed for a second. If the circle did shift over there, I would have probably felt the vitriolic hate surge through my veins, and yeah, maybe this broadcast would have been a lot more different, but for the meantime, it's 7C Esports, not too sure what they're up to, right away rotating out of where they dropped towards.
I mean, look at the reactions. I was just looking at the reactions of SprayGod. He was trying to, I mean, I don't know, he was feeling a little crazy there, but I would love to see how 7C going to play. And, in fact, you need to be a little bit crazy to win in BGMI. You need to be, just going all out if you want to put up a show. Meanwhile, as you were talking about the zone, yes, it's a decent zone. GodLike again found themselves in the center of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, GodLike within the center of the zone, not a position that they like to play from. I mean, do they? I mean, they are usually the team that likes to enter other teams' areas and just put a couple of guns to face and see if they can rack up those finish points. This time around, it's going to be about hunkering down a bit and holding that fort, making sure no one can re-breach the house of the patron, the house of the master. Reckoning Esports are on a bit of a cruise right now as they try and make their way what I believe to be towards Chumasera. Or it could also be towards Lateral Era. For the meantime, though, they will stop at Chumasera, see if they can get their hands on some loot, and then continue to make their way towards Monte Nuevo. In the meantime, looks like Enigma and 7C might be having a bit of a skirmish over here as Eggy does drop out of the vehicle. He will find one thing, but Sanhok returns the favor with the M249, and looks like Enigma will lose one of their players. Allah then is going to get the credit for the first pick. 7C, with one finish point to their name, are going to be very, very happy that it didn't cost them anything.
Not a great start for Enigma, to be honest. I mean, it was a brilliant game in the last Erangel, but in Miramar, they're off to an awful start. But right now, they are looking for some revenge. Saggy coming in with a beautiful spray with that M4.
What?
He managed to drop down one player straight away from 7C. But at the same time, Floki, I don't think he would be able to finish him.
That was all the way up from North Enigma. My goodness, what a brilliant shot coming in from that man, Saggy. With that brilliant shot. I mean, at that distance with the red dot sight on the M4, not something you see very, very often. Usually it does take at least a 2x or 4x scope to land those shots, but it doesn't look like Saggy needs them. Well, it's only going to result in so much because there was still a first aid kit available, so looks like Sarang will get back up on his feet and will be okay for now. And Aladdin as well, they're all going to be making their way a little bit further north towards Power Grid, where they do like to drop. TSM, in the meantime, just having a fun time in Graveyard and Minister Val. No one really to stop them from looting. And well, they've got themselves a little bit of gear to show for as well.
I mean, I would like to point out a fact there. Can you see the POV of Equinox there? He does not use his thumbs at all. He uses his two fingers, and he plays like this.
What? Is that a crab grip? I mean, I don't even know.
That's a crab grip.
Is it actually called the crab grip?
He holds like this only. Yeah, that's a crab grip.
I actually came up with that on the fly. I didn't even know that there was a thing called like the crab grip, but
Without
it does
his
look
thumbs.
like the crab grip. I mean, yeah, that. Wow, that is such a...
boy, that is
I've never
talented.
seen that. That is something. That is something. TSM, I have to tell you, these young players these days coming up with all these different ways to play the game. I think they're going to leave the older players like us, in the smoke. We're just going to be looking at them trotting forward and, making their country as well as their teams proud over here. If they do get that first place spot, that is. But in the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention towards the Hyderabad Hydras, who once again are expected to do well on this map, and they are off to a decent start. No one really to contest them all the way up northwest in La Cabrera.
Well, of course, Hyderabad Hydras, the emperors of Miramar, as I would love to say, they have a total of 154 points on the table, and they need to rack up some points. Of course, Floki, I mean, we have witnessed some greatness from a lot of teams. We have seen some back-to-back chicken dinners. We have seen teams dominating. I still remember round number 3. It was UDog India who managed to get 3 chicken dinners back-to-back. And I think in the grand finals, if someone can do that, I mean, this is going to be so important for a lot of teams. And if you can do it today, you're going to be remembered forever.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you manage to pull out a comeback story today, rise all the way up to the top, get that first place finish, well, you are going to be remembered for a long time to come. However, the question is, can you actually get there first? Because there are a lot of good teams standing in your way. XO, TSM, Skylightz Gaming, GodLike, OR, and every single other team as well looking at that top spot. However, not realistic for the teams in the bottom 8, so maybe there's going to be some respite knowing that. Doesn't mean that they can't be knocked down a peg though, so still going to have to be a little bit careful. Well, they better blow on their tea before they sip. In the meantime, looks like GodLike are going to have to do the same thing, because X-Park on the other side, they are keeping them at bay, and finally, they will reveal their hand as Mavi rattles off a few shots.
Well, we have seen a lot of Team X-Park versus GodLike in this tournament so far, and a lot of times GodLike, they've managed to get the better of Team X-Park, so revenge is on the cards, and I would love to see if Team X-Park, would they be able to take out Team GodLike. Meanwhile, Revanant not so far away. I think they would be looking to do the third party as they always do in Miramar.
Oh yeah, I mean, Revanant are just going to be waiting around the corner for a false move to be made, a single false step. They will capitalize. Very opportunistic, but we'll see if Revanant actually do get the luxury of doing that. I'm quite sure all of these teams today are going to be just a little bit more careful, considering it is that final day. Once again, there's just going to be one more Miramar after this, so if Miramar is your strong suit, then you kind of want to make sure that you don't make too many mistakes. As GodLike in the meantime, just going to be driving uphill over here, trying to get control of this little hilly terrain. It's going to give them good oversight on the surrounding area. They've also got a couple of good scopes to use along with them as well, so they can sort of gatekeep this area and call it home. However, now there we go, teams converging in the meantime, well, UDog, the firing squad has lined up. And the receiving end of it are the members from our Esports Rockstar eating a few bullets.
Well, absolutely. Our Esports, they were trying to rotate, and again, it is Miramar, right? If you have a decent position in the zone, you can just rack up a lot of bullets against the teams who are rotating in front of you. Meanwhile, talking about our Esports, they've been disappointed so far, Floki, I have to say that, but at the same time, they still have 5 more games to go, and I would love to see if Team R Esports can let loose and if they can wreak some havoc in these games.
Oh yeah, I mean, they most certainly can't win themselves, but at this point, you know, they can go in for a little bit of mutually assured destruction, make sure that they may not be able to get that first place. So I'm not going to have to hold on to that thought, because looks like iQOO has sprung from the sands. Well, looks like... Oh, he's going to have to be careful. He's going to get stuck in that animation if he does repeat that. And guess what? The punish comes in so quick. iQOO makes one misstep. And look at all those bullets come firing. And in fact, Mantiopi has healed up in the meantime. He will spot him out with a Thompson. He will be taken down here. And all good with only 2 other members in the mix. It's going to be hard for them to get his body back up on his feet as Mantiopi prepping that nade up behind the fence. I think he anticipates someone else to push in. But no, they are not going to do so. And in the meantime, Mantiopi will finish up the fallen player on Old Hood.
Well, I don't understand why no one was trying to cover for iQOO there. I mean, no one was peeking in, no one was looking at Mantiopi. Meanwhile, Manti getting a lot of bullets forwards, and he lost a lot of HP. Meanwhile, Floki, I still feel Old Hood Esports, they should play as a team.
Old Hood most certainly should. I mean, only 2 of the players in the mix here now, and the Hydras do have them surrounded at the moment, so it doesn't seem like they're going to be getting out of this sticky situation anytime soon. Because the blue is behind them. If they want, they can go for a longer rotation in. The blue doesn't deal as much damage right now, but once again, that does entail them going out in the open, finding a vehicle to work with. And in the meantime, Crazy is seeing that if he can find the heads of a couple of other members, doesn't know that it could be Hyderabad Hydras, but I think he does, well, he can make an educated guess and find out that if it's pushing him, if it's a team that is coming in to try and take away their position, it is probably going to be one of the members from the Hydras. In the meantime, though, Claws, the ground in front of him is burning, and he's going to have to be a little bit careful because, yeah, this house, it is open from multiple angles, and he could get assaulted from directions, from multiple directions at once, and it can be hard for him to sort of stay alive over here because his teammate is not really watching his back.
Well, again, it is going to be a 4v2 altercation, and they have to be careful about it. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydra striker with a brilliant nade there, but he just got taken out by TSD Daddy, and believe me when I say that VSS action is on the cards, Floki. Oh boy, I love that weapon, especially in Miramar, because you don't know where are you getting shot from. Meanwhile, TSD, they are looking to the third party, and the emperors of Miramar, as I love to say them, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they could be sandwiched dry.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have to be a little bit careful if you're Hyderabad Hydras. They took a little bit too long to go in for the aggression. As they saw the members from Old Hood outside, they did take one out, but with the other 2 remaining, they didn't really push in. And now with TSG closing in, this might just go a lot harder for them, because if they start seeing the numbers and the members from the Hydras come up on the finish stream, well then it looks like they might be moving it themselves. In the meantime, the Claws will be taken out. Great peek coming in from Ace Black, making sure he jumps a little bit, avoids all that damage. The drop shot attempt was there. Unfortunately, Ace Black was privy to his ways.
That is just brilliant, right? I mean, look at the jump shot there. That's absolutely immaculate, and still not holding back. He's still trying to get another knock on Team TSD. Meanwhile, talking about Hyderabad Hydras, I think they know how to play on Miramar. Look at the flank coming in from Karaoke. He has to be a little bit careful though, because if he gets knocked there, I don't think the rescue mission is going to be on the cards.
Oh yeah, Carry in the distance does see a couple of members. Doesn't know it's TSG just yet, but knows that if they try and make a move, he can certainly rattle off a few shots, make their life very, very difficult here. In the meantime, 2 members from the Hydras are going to be holding on to that little bit of a hill there. And well, that nade, it is going to miss, not really do all that much damage, but look at how much distance, just look at how much ground Carry is covering. TSG have to be very, very careful with how they move around here. They're going to have to drop a few smokes, and if they want to go, or they can lob nades like this, because Ace Black just lost a huge chunk of his HP, and now TSG looking to finish that job. My God, another nade comes pouring in. Thankfully, the heal was there from the Hyderabad Hydras members, so none of them will be knocked down, but now Carry, sensing an opportunity, he's going to try and push forward, see if he can find an angle with the mini 40. He sees one player, he rattles off a few shots, unfortunately can't find the connection, doesn't knock them out, and he's still going to be standing for now. They know where he is. When Kenny has to be a little bit careful with where he steps foot, because otherwise the members of TSG could all gang up on him and take him out. But in the meantime, a coordinated push coming in from the Hydras. You know there's one player watching it from the flank, and they're going to try to make the force, because as Striker and Ace Black, well, they are going to put the pedal to the metal and start Take that gas. Well, can they find a pick to start things off over here? Ace Black will find one with the UMP. Dicker will also be taken down. It looks like TSG might not be lost as well. Only one of the members alive, but in the distance, I do see some of the godlike members coming in. So Hyderabad Hydras better not repeat their same mistake and better continue moving forward, because otherwise they could be in a world of trouble.
But again, we can see Hyderabad Hydras in their home court advantage. Look at the flank coming in from Karaoke. That was actually quite brilliant, right, Floki? But at this point of time, the good thing for Hyderabad Hydras is that 4 of their players are still surviving. Meanwhile, GodLike, they found their next prey. It seems they're looking to take down some shots on Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh yeah, the Hyderabad Hydras perhaps the most dangerous opponent on this map. Well, tied with Recknoning. We'll see who actually ends up coming out on top. In the meantime, EXO and our Esports going to be locking horns over here. And our Esports continuing on the back foot as Rockstar hiding behind that truck. He's going to be in a world of trouble as EXO, in the blink of an eye, they're able to take out the members from our Esports, send them packing in 16th place.
Well, not a great tournament it's turning out to be. I have to correct myself, not a great grand finals there it's turning out to be, our Esports, because the tournament was great for them. Meanwhile, Team EXO, again, they must be feeling confident, right? Last game was not in their favor. In this one, they managed to rack up 4 good finishes. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, they're pushing it. Hyderabad Hydras now facing a tough opponent, and it's not going to be easy for both of these teams, it seems, because Hyderabad Hydras, of course, they played really well in Miramar.
They most certainly do, and we'll see if the Hydras can survive the onslaught from the godlike members as the nades come pouring in. No many red zones this time around, though, just a couple of nades being lobbed, so maybe they're not going to have that same luxury to work with, but in the meantime, looks like they will make their guns do all the talking as they go forward on that hill, but looks like trying to find it up. Never mind, he will be knocked out. His teammate alongside him also gets taken out, and Hyderabad Hydras will lose Manti and Striker, and GodLike still with 4 members standing strong will go back and heal themselves up, look to take another fight soon.
I mean, they don't care about anyone, right? I mean, they don't read names. They are godlike. They just see you, they just knock you, and they just push you. That's how they just do it.
Oh yeah, and in the meantime, we were so busy with all the action, we forgot the zone has already shifted once, and it's about to shift in again, all the way towards Tor Ahumada, or well, somewhere in the center of Tor Ahumada water treatment, and Cruz Del Val, as it is going to be King of the Hill over here, a very, very high peak in the circle. We'll see if any of these teams are able to get there first and prevent other teams from rotating. And oh my god, what a beautiful headshot coming in for Sanhok. He does see Neo in the distance. Unfortunately, just couldn't connect that next shot. And Neo will be alive by the skin of his teeth. That helmet keeping him safe.
Well, GodLike, they have the best position in the zone, I have to admit, Floki, and with that position, they will attract a lot of enemies. Meanwhile, Team X-Pac, they're also coming in. They must be hearing GodLike and all the commotion there. Mavi is a one for Erangel. I would love to see if he is going to guide his troops to victory in Miramar. Meanwhile, 7C Esports, with their players having the best spot in the zone alongside Team GodLike, I don't think they would love to take a fight right now because they need to be ready for some gatekeep situations.
Oh yeah, I mean, it seems like it is going to be a little bit difficult for GodLike to just try and take all these fights. Once again, the force is going to be split up, but in the meantime, I'm going to turn my attention towards TSM because it does seem that OR could be coming under heavy fire soon. TSM not having the best of outcomes in the previous game, looking to turn this around, maybe in this one. If they get off to a strong start, they can most certainly snowball a bit forward, carry themselves back to the top, but once again, going to be a little bit difficult to do so. They're going to have to be careful with how they approach the situation because OR are also looking to rotate out. They're not going to stay here much longer. They're both going to get into their buggies and get the hell away as the priority right now goes towards getting inside the zone where it looks like the side of OH are making their way, and so are OR. And from the long side, it looks like EXO will be wrapping around, trying to make sure they are at least able to get to the foot of those mountains.
I mean, they land in Los Minas, right? From there, imagine going all the way towards Tor Ahumada and that beautiful rotation coming in from XA. Again, Sensei, the master, doing his magic in Miramar. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, they faced Hyderabad Hydras a few minutes ago, and now they are looking to capture the rotation of Team OR Esports, which is again not going to be easy because this is a Rigi area. Meanwhile, Team OR, they managed to survive Team GodLike, but how are they going to manage Team Revanant? That is the question now.
Yeah, Team Revanant needs to be a bit careful over here because they are once again stuck on the low ground outside the zone, or could still gatekeep them, although they are clumped up together and a couple of names could end up finishing them, putting them out of their misery. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, looks like Skylightz Gaming are taking a fight up against EXO, and EXO have lost a bunch of their members right now. In fact, it looks like X-Pac and TSM are also going to be fighting, but we're going to keep our attention peeled over here as we see Revenant and OR go up against each other. Evo is going to be able to heal himself back up, has that medkit, so he's back to full. But in the meantime, on the other side, TSM going up against X-Pac. A Shadow OG will be knocked down. Ninja Jod seems to be the only member still standing and in fighting shape. as he's trying to make sure that he lives long enough or at least is able to find a couple of picks, but that's not going to be so easy for him as TSM get eliminated by the likes of GodLike once again chiming in. Two of the heavy hitters from yesterday once again being taken out a little bit early on. As EXO, well, they don't have a lot of members and neither do the side of TSM anymore. They have lost all of them and they will be out in 12th place.
You know what, Floki, in the shadows, Skylightz Gaming must be laughing their hearts out because they know they are number one and they know EXO don't have players. They know TSM got eliminated and Team Skylightz Gaming, they have to finish it. They have 4 players, they have the zone and they just need to do some gatekeeping against Team Recknoning. Meanwhile, talking about GodLike, they are in the center and they have to worry about Team X-Spark.
GodLike once again doing all the work for Skylightz Gaming, who are at the tippity top. They're like, thank you so much for all of these free placement points, GodLike. We'll be very happy to take them all and then put you out of your misery when you're running low on members towards the late game, if that does happen. In the meantime, though, we're going to be having a look at the circle and seeing where it shifts as GodLike sit atop on that little roof. They've got a decent area to watch over, but once again, the circle's going to shift in the center in no man's land. On one edge, you've got 7C. On the other, you've got GodLike. Well, no edges in the circle, but at the periphery, you do have those teams, or sorry, at the circumference, you have those teams, you know, around. And it does seem like they will be kind of happy with this, because with one member inside the zone, they can go for and claim some more territory. In the meantime, though, Revanant Esports, they can't even hold on to the little ground that they have. You know, I mean, taking territory away is going to be a bit of a long shot. At this rate, Top Dog will be brought back up on his feet, but is he going to be in tip-top shape at the end of it? Because OR might just lob a few nades if they do feel like they can take this fight.
Well, it is going to be a very important battle between Revanant and Team OR Esports. Revanant who are trying to enter the zone, meanwhile OR who are trying to gatekeep Team Revanant. Vexy, I think his position is going to be instrumental because he has the higher ground advantage and he can spot it and he can communicate with his teammates and tell them the exact position of his enemies.
Oh yeah, Vexy is going to be the eyes for his team as he sees every single team rotating in over here. For the time being though, being able to keep their eye on Revanant. Don't really know it's them just yet, but OR Esports soon enough, they are going to be coming under heavy fire. Top Dog once again will be knocked down.
Oh,
in fact, looks like
boy.
Austin Bot will be seen by Jelly as he will put him 6 feet under. Well, not exactly just yet, but he will be moving forward and looking to confirm that finish with the AKM. Jelly will find Top Dog, and they will also find Austin Bot X. In the meantime, Paradox coming in from the flank. He did take out Aditya, however, a well-thrown nade from Vexy will put Paradox down as well. The trade comes through. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like X-Spark and GodLike are taking a fight at this moment, and GodLike might just be able to best the side of X-Spark, or will they? Because I only see 2 members right now, Jonathan and Clutch God, standing strong away from take a fight, but they have other 4 members remaining. In fact, oh no, Scout! It pushes out a bit too much, and he will be cleaned up by Z-God. GodLike Jonathan getting the credit for that finish there, as GodLike continue to be an annoying pest along the sides of all of these top tier teams in those first few places. X-Spark now looking to turn the tide of battle. They're throwing a couple of nades in, but GodLike already rotating out. They're going to come there, lost a shot over here. Great nade coming in, but once again, Gil will be shot. Looks like he has to be careful with where he steps foot or where he shows himself, because there are teams watching over him at this point.
Well, what a beautiful late beat that was. He was not low in HP and Jonathan won't miss his shot 2 times in a row, but a brilliant nade coming in from, I think that was Gil with a brilliant nade, but here you go, that was all. Team GodLike, they butchered another team and they are rising. Floki, I have to say, what a brilliant comeback they are doing at this point of time. Meanwhile, talking about Skylightz Gaming and Recknoning, I can see them in the shadows lurking there. They're fighting with everything they got because they want to enter the zone, and I believe Team Recknoning Esports just got taken out by Team Skylightz Gaming. Meanwhile, Somraj, he spotted someone. What a brilliant couple of shots that was.
Yeah, absolutely. Somraj on that DMR. My god, this man can line those headshots up. But we'll see if he can connect some more in the meantime, because looks like the situation is going to call for it. In fact, Somraj might just be knocked down over here. Sarang is going to find him in tandem. And now, Kamla Boy will be there to get him back up on his feet. Question is, are GodLike going to sneak in from the other side? Because while Enigma, they do have a very good and centric piece of land for themselves, it's going to be a little bit hard to hold on to. They do have good lines of sight towards where GodLike is, though, so it's not going to be so easy trying to isolate these engagements. They're going to have to go for a full backstab, and for that they need information, for which Z-God is doing the scouting.
Now again, I mean, Enigma took out GodLike and Erangel. I think they must be thinking about that. They must want some revenge, but at the same time, Team Tactical, they're still there, and they are proving to be a really hard team to deal with for Team 7C, because 7C, they lost a player just now.
Yes, 7C, they did lose one of their players. Looks like they will be in a the
Don't
exit
do
situation.
that.
In the meantime, Sagi
Don't do that.
spots out the entirety of Tactical coming out on their vehicles. And looks like they're not going to be locked for this wall. Hitman is going to be taken out. Wild 69 groaning, begging for mercy over here as he tries to get his teammate back up on his feet. But Sagi isn't feeling too merciful. Look at that nade being lobbed in. It might be a bit too early. It might be a bit premature. No, it is just off the mark. It's cooked well. Unfortunately, the aim could have used a bit of polish, but another nade comes in from Sagi. And this time around, it won't miss its mark. Hitman going to be knocked down once again as Wild 69 unsure if he wants to heat himself back up. But from the backline, Spray God could clean them up as well. Hitman will be taking out. Wild 69 also eats a few shots. Who will get the credit for that finish? Looks like Sagi will, because he knocked him down over there. And now with the molly coming in, this could be all she wrote for Tactical. They will be cleaned up in the 5th place, leaving only 7 C's, Enigma, GodLike and Skylightz in the place for top 4.
Well, absolutely. I mean, GodLike with all 4 of their players still surviving, Team Skylightz Gaming with all 4 of their players still surviving, they are looking really good. Meanwhile, Enigma, they need to revive their player. They have 9 finishes to their name, so they must be feeling confident after these couple of good games. GodLike, that's God. With that mini, he's just trying to rack up some really good finishes on this smoke.
Yes, Skylight's game. Better be careful where they step foot, because there is a gap in the smoke, and now the smoke has dissipated. So there's not going to be a lot of room for them to run towards. They're going to be relying on maybe couple of Boy or Fugard to provide some assistance. Otherwise, rotating in could be problematic. But no, they've got a couple other smokes to work with. They will drop the Storm Rush. Oh boy, he eats a few bullets over here. Neo, oh my god, he will drag him through the smoke and knock him down. Can he find the finish? Nobody is trying to knock down the other members from GodLike, the suppressor. Well, it is him. It is hammering him a little bit, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Once again, Destro's going to be taken out. Skylightz Gaming in a world of trouble as GodLike rains down hellfire upon them. He is going to switch his weapons as he does not have time for the reload. Instead, looking to take him out. And finally, GodLike will take a bit of a breather and call it an evening, because man, oh man, Skylightz Gaming, have they taken a little bit of shots.
Well, they took a lot of shots, but they managed to survive. They revived their player and they are still alive. Me involved, Team Enigma, they are still there. Team 7C, the last man starting for Team 7C, is still surviving. But you know what, Floki? I mean, look at the minimap. No one is in the zone.
No one is in the zone right now. In fact, the only thing that is in the zone is going to be that airdrop in the smack dab center, and everyone's got their eyes set on it. But once again, that central area could be a death trap, as there is not a lot of room for cover. Once again, Spiro, you have to remember, if you go out there in the center, all these other teams of the Hydras will be shooting you. And it'll be like lambs to the slaughter. So everyone is being very, very careful with how they step foot. Looks like in the meantime, Sagi will be knocked down from Enigma. As Avi looking to go towards the aid of his teammate. Well, they will get one pick in return. No, in fact, the 7 C's are coming from the flank. Spray God is going to be able to take out Pakar. In the meantime, and Skylightz Gaming, they're not sure where to move, because on one hand they've got GodLike and Enigma, and on the other there is Spray God being a thorn in their side. The only member still surviving from his team is GodLike, sensing weakness in the Enigma roster. They will move forward and try and put them 6 feet under 2. Jonathan coming in from the flank. They do not know where this man is. This could be huge, but he has to be a little bit careful with how he moves, otherwise he could drop down the hill. Avi will be knocked down over here. GodLike looking to go in and take them out. Enigma have been eliminated in 4th place, leaving only Skylightz, 7C and GodLike in the race for that first place. 7C Spray God has also been spotted. I believe they're going to be starting to shoot at him. And well, Spray God will take down Pukar before he's put out of his misery, as he's going to go in for the... okay, he's taken out the pan. He's taken out the pan, but no, he will instead switch over to the frag grenade. Look to find him with double knots. He will be able to take out Destro. And Zgod is the one who gets the credit for that. But if he can find Soros, that might be an extra pick going his way. No, that's not going to be the case. Spray God has been such a nuisance for Skylightz Gaming. First taking out Pukar, now allowing GodLike to push in and clean up the fight. Few extra points can be going in the pockets of 7C, and Skylightz are the unfortunate victims of it all. GodLike will claim the chicken dinner.
Now the big thing is, Floki, is this the comeback that we were talking about? Is this the comeback where everyone was thinking about? Team GodLike, what a beautiful winner chicken dinner. 2 good games, 4 more to go. Can GodLike do it today?
Well, they are certainly coming close. I believe they were in the 2nd or 3rd place in the previous game. This time around, they get themselves a chicken dinner. Their revenge against Skylightz Gaming. Oh my god, what a brilliant performance coming out by GodLike once again, as they keep themselves in the race. And guess what? They beat the team. They beat the exact team they needed to beat. It was Skylightz Gaming who was ahead of them. So they're trying to make sure they are able to inch a little bit past them. And that first place chicken dinner is going to allow them to do just that.
But again, Skylightz Gaming, they managed to rack up a lot of points for themselves. You know, even though they were not able to get the first position, they still managed to get enough points to make sure that they would still be at number 1 in the overall points table. Meanwhile, Team TSM TSM and Team EXO. Not a great day for them. I mean, two back-to-back bad matches.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't even see them in the top 8 over here. So clearly, Team EXO and TSM, they might have a little bit more work to do today before they can start putting up those points on board. And in fact, this does open up a couple of interesting opportunities for the members in that 6th to 7th place. Of course, I'm going to be talking about Enigma, talking about Revanant, I'm talking about OR. They could all start snatching those top 4 spots over here if EXO and TSM aren't careful. Because once again, the higher you go, the more moolah you make. So there is a lot of incentive for these teams to try and scratch their way towards the top. But there was a lot of action in the game. Let's have a look at it again in the highlights.
Well, I agree with you, Floki, on that. The higher you go, the longer you fall, and let's see if they're going to fall or if they're going to keep climbing up. Meanwhile, we started off with 70 attacking Enigma and finding a really good, easy finish, I have to say, in the end.
Oh yeah, I mean, tactical, well, they got taken out early. 70, I love how even though Saran got knocked down over there, they went back, they picked him up, he was able to heal himself back up. And yeah, I mean, Enigma losing one of their players early was not the way they imagined this game would start, but they still managed to make the most out of it. Once again, showing that no matter what the situation, Enigma can always snag at least the top 6 finish. The Hydras having a bit of an early exit over here. Took a bit too much time cleaning up Old Hood, and they paid the price for it. On the other side, Skylightz Gaming responsible for taking out Recknoning Esports. Both the strongest teams on Miramar not having a very good day.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's a great day for a lot of teams, but not so much for a lot of other teams. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras off to a wonderful start. I have to say they took out TSG with a beautiful flank coming in from Kari. But after that, we have witnessed the hurricane of Team God. Like the way they came and the way they conquered this map. Oh boy. You were right, actually. Before the match, you asked me a question. Recknoning Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, or GodLike, and I was like, yeah, it's going to be close. But yes, GodLike, it was not even close.
Yeah, I mean, GodLike just, just breezed past them. No competition whatsoever. This time around from the Hydras or the Wolves, as both those creatures, well, not really belonging to the desert maps of Miramar. GodLike, once again, coming out on top. We'll see if they can continue this streak over here, but 7C also had a brilliant performance. I mean, things haven't been looking good for them in the entire tournament. They have been sort of having it rough, but on the Grand Finals day, it seems like they're finally finding their footing a little bit and might be able to rack up a couple of points and go to a higher overall standing. Maybe they could knock a couple of other teams down a peg. And once again, well, this is the moment where TSM were eliminated, and yeah, slowly but surely TSM are going to be feeling the pressure starting to creep up on them, because now they are 2 maps down and they really haven't gotten a lot of points.
Well, absolutely, Aman. Still 4 more to go, Floki, and they need to focus on the next one. I believe the next one is going to be Erangel, and it is the best map of TSM. Of course, they managed to rack up a lot of chickens in that. I think 3 chickens they got in Erangel, so they would love to win this one. But the way GodLike is performing, the way Team Skylightz Gaming are doing what they do best, it's going to be hard.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is going to be hard for these teams to well, try and scratch their way back towards the top, because once again now that those positions from the 2nd to 5th place have become very, very interesting. With GodLike taking the chicken dinner, they're going to be moving up a peg. TSM and EXO are going to be knocked down as well. So now GodLike are going to have to be careful, because TSM and EXO might just start fragging out of their minds, and in the next few games they could not only be looking to defend their spot but also be contested by some of these rising members here. In the meantime though, while that is away, I have to give Enigma credit where credit is due, because once again, despite only having 3 members, losing Eggy this early on, they still racked up those finishes, they still racked up those placement points, and man, they put up one hell of a fight before they went down. Those haymakers, those right hooks, those left jabs kept coming in, and they went down swinging.
You know what, I think Enigma, they're on a mission. They're on a mission to entertain the crowd, they're on a mission to be aggressive, they're on a mission to prove themselves that they deserve to be here. Of course they deserve to be, but I think they're looking to earn it.
Oh yeah, they most certainly are. I mean, they don't want everyone else to keep wondering what kind of an Enigma they are. They want to go out there and prove their worth and show that, well, they have what it takes to be here, and they have what it takes to topple giants. As GodLike did put them out of their misery, but not before Enigma made the game a little bit difficult for all the other teams involved. In fact, I believe that Enigma taking out those 2 teams might have made GodLike's game a little bit easier, because they just didn't have all those teams to worry about. Of course, they were in a very good position, so it was only natural that they found them. But yeah, oh okay, this is alright. This is what I was a little bit confused about. I was wondering if 7C's got themselves the second place spot, or if it was the Skylightz Gaming. Looks like it was 7C's who got that third place spot, of course. Sorry, and yeah, Skylightz Gaming in the second place spot. You're right.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, I think 7C, the last man standing, was taken out by, I think it was GodLike. I'm not sure if it was GodLike or the play zone, but at the same time, I think Skylightz did enough. I mean, even though they didn't win the chicken dinner, even though they didn't get, that sweet 15 position points, you know what? Let's figure out how many points they got. Let's have a look at the points table.
We can do all the math we want at the end of the day, but the production's always going to be fast. So they've got a record of how all these teams have performed. They have accounted for every single finish and everything, and it's all going to be added up and shown to you on the points table. We do know who's going to be at the top. No big surprises there. The members of Divine Origin, GodLike, are going to be in that first place spot. But the question is, have Skylightz Gaming racked up enough finishes to maintain that second place spot? Or do you think Enigma might have edged them out because of their finishes?
You know what? Let's find out. The points table would be here in a couple of seconds. And yes, Floki?
There we go. As we jump into the point standings, we do see GodLike at the top. And Skylightz Gaming will come in second, although only by a margin of 3 points. Enigma trading very, very closely behind at 18 points to their name.
Well, absolutely. I mean, number 4 we have 7C with 17 total points, and number 5 we have Tactical. Again, Tactical with their defensive approach, they are not racking up a lot of finish points, but at the same time, I mean, they are getting points nonetheless. Even though they are not aggressive, even though they are a little passive, even though they are just focusing on those position points, they are consistent. I just have to make that point.
Absolutely. I mean, Tactical have been a strong team so far. You know, it does seem that every single time we see them, it is always the first day and the final day where they seem to perform. But there is one player who's going to stand out from among the crowd. It is very, very likely it could be one of the members from GodLike as we jump into the iQOO MVP. It is gonna be the man himself, Neo, continuing to maintain his top spot for the number of finishes found.
Look, the thing is, he is iQOO MVP right now, but he could be the MVP of the tournament because he is the leading fragger in this tournament so far. But look at the damage there, 1039 damage with 4 finishes, and look at the healings, 418. But let's find out who are the top 5 players from this game.
Oh yeah, the other 4 following in his wake are going to be Somraj from Skylightz Gaming in position 2. It's also going to be Spray God from 7C in 3rd place. You got Rex from Enigma, and then again Sarang from 7C in 5th place. So good performance individually by these 2 players from 7Cs. And now we're about to jump into the match summary, and we'll be having a look at all of those amazing stats: the grenades used, the healing done, the longest finish distance. You think of it, we've got it, and there they are.
Well, here you go. Nades used were 81, finishes were 5, but look at the longest finish distance. Revanant Paradox with 306 meters. He found his enemy from afar away and he managed to finish him off. Meanwhile, talking about the total healing, 7,582. That's a nice number, decent number for Miramar, I presume, Floki?
Yeah, it is a pretty good number, you know, pretty considerate, given the fact that Miramar is a map where we find a lot of knocks. Of course, there is no Sanhok where we get to see a lot of heal battles, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is Miramar, so, you know, it is an apt amount of healing done. Let's now jump into the FT charts and see how many finishes and how much damage these teams have dished out. GodLike having a monopoly on the damage done of sorts with 2,659 damage done. They are the toppest of all the dogs in this race.
Well, absolutely. Look at the damage. Look at the beautiful, beautiful building there. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming also, they managed to get up a decent amount of damage. Team Enigma, Team 7C and Team Hyderabad Hydras also up there. But look at Team EXO. They only gave 495 damage for 4 finishes. So they were quite economical.
Yeah, they most certainly were. Now we're about to find out, well, if we've got, any other teams trying to inch closer with the side of GodLike, as I do believe we will be having the overall standings being shown as well. But before we move on, we're also going to have a couple of other interesting stats to talk about. Although before we move on to those as well, I do think we do need to address the elephant in the room, which is TSM and EXO not doing so well. GodLike starting to inch past them. And the big question does arise, was GodLike planning this all along?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We will never know, right? I mean, it's always a comeback story for GodLike as well. Meanwhile, I think EXO and team, I have to say EXO and team
TSM?
TSM. I mean, It's still 4 games to go. I mean, they can make a comeback.
They can?
I mean, they still have a lot of opportunities.
But GodLike have made it interesting, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. But you know what? Who else made it interesting? It is Skylightz Gaming.
Oh,
because
yeah.
now I believe they have a good buffer on top of the table.
I mean, Skylightz Gaming, once again, no one really sort of saw them coming over here, but they have been silently creeping up the point standings, and they are making their way to the top here. In fact, they are at the top now. The question is anyone else going to be strong enough to dethrone them? Because I do know what Skylightz Gaming are going to do on Sanhok. I do know what Destro's inventory is going to look like. The question is, when they do get to Sanhok, is that going to be enough? Because we do have an Erangel before that, and if they don't perform well, it is quite well known that Destro does like to go for those little heal battles. We could maybe even see a couple of other teams try and target them, try and target Destro, make sure that Skylightz Gaming don't get away with those points. And well, the team that does come in mind is GodLike. But for now, we are going to be having a look at the overall standings. The moment you have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Drum roll, please. There we go. Oh, we're going to be starting with the bottom 8 once again. I love how the production is just torturing us. It's like tickle torture in the medieval ages, where they used to strip you completely, and they used to tie your hands and legs up and tickle you until you gave up. Well, Revanant are in the 9th place, being knocked down from I don't know which position, because, I don't quite remember their standings from the first game.
Well, Revanant played decently well in the last day, but today it might not be their best performance so far, but they can, of course, 4 matches to go, they can make a comeback. But again, they're down to 9th position, they're still hugging that 9th position again. I mean, I'd love to see if they're going to improve in the next couple of games. But the one good thing on this page is that there's no Enigma in this one. They managed to climb up.
There is no Enigma over here. Let's see where they have found a spot. It will be in the 7th place, while everyone else keeps their standings intact. TSM and EXO still firmly holding on to that 3rd and 2nd place. Skylightz in 1st place, GodLike in 4th, OR in 5th, Hydras in 6th, while Enigma and Recknoning having a bit of a change up. So once again, the status quo, it doesn't remain all that much change. We still have pretty much the same pecking order. However, the next map could change at all.
It's going to be so important, right, Floki? I mean, look at top 4, Skylightz Gaming, Team EXO, TSM, GodLike, all 4 of them now in 200s. I have to say, there's still a difference of almost 45 points, 46 points, if I'm not wrong, between GodLike and Skylightz Gaming. So it's not going to be that easy, right? I mean, to convert that difference and to become the champion in next 4 games, GodLike, they can't afford to miss even once.
Oh yeah, I mean, GodLike, if they miss out even once, then, well, they're going to come tumbling down, as EXO and TSM will solidify their positions further. But for that to happen, they don't need to play well on Erangel, and Erangel is going to be a mystery, because I don't know what happened on that first map, why EXO and TSM got eliminated, but maybe they recognize what the issue is. Maybe they're going to be able to fix it. We're not going to know for now, because we'll be jumping into a short break, after which we will be back with the next map.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार। हाँ ये बेटर है। ध्यान से। ओके ओके, फोकस कर। अरे ऑसम यार। कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है। श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु। तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है। तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
Hello and welcome once again. Whoa, something got stuck in my throat. Hello and welcome once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Oh boy, buddy, the action is just heating up. My name is Angad the Experiment Chehal, and joining me is Hirak Artakor, but we know him better as Floki. Floki, I have just one question on my mind. Have the gods finally descended on our planet? Because, boy, they took the last game by storm.
I think they have. I think GodLike just woke up today and they were like, you know what? We are a cut above the rest, and we're not going to take this line down. They instead, I don't know what happened, a switch has flipped on right now, and they are just going forward and wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Doesn't matter if it's Erangel, doesn't matter if it's Miramar, these guys are just putting everyone out of their misery.
I kind of noticed one thing. If GodLike is able to make sure all four members are alive, all four demigods are alive to the last few circles, oh boy, they're like a, I'm going to say it again, like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped, because they are nigh unstoppable. And boy, oh boy, I love the fact they went up against the big dogs themselves in the form of Skylightz Gaming. We have a few stories opening up over here.
I mean, we most certainly do. TSM and EXO, they're maintaining their spot for now, but if things continue and they, continue to develop as they are, GodLike could be closing in that gap and moving a little bit ahead from that fourth place spot. Now, of course, they are still behind Skylightz Gaming. Last game, just the difference of points between Skylightz and GodLike, I do believe, reduced by a margin of 4 or 5. Not that big of a deal for Skylightz, but once again, if they don't continue to perform over here and GodLike does, that could spell trouble.
So, before the last game in Miramar, I'm just going to give you average numbers because someone is going to be like, oh, XP, you are wrong. But the thing is, there was about an average of, say, 60 points. Now, we had 25 points come in for GodLike. Of course, Skylightz did manage a few as well. But the margin has decreased to the high 40s.
Yes.
So, again, a good couple of games, could see GodLike just climb up higher on the leaderboard. Maybe after this one, if we do see a similar game as we did in Miramar, we might just see them break into the top 3. But again, anything can happen. The question is, are they now going to have a target painted on the back? Is Yasnaya Polyana going to be occupied by someone else other than GodLike?
I mean, it has to be a team with nothing to lose at this point. So I'm guessing if anyone wants to go for the top, or if any team has a grudge against anyone, it's probably going to be our Esports. Now, do they have a grudge against GodLike is the bigger question, because it could be GodLike, it could be Revanant, it could be any of these teams.
Well, do they have some magic in their fingers? And are they going to be fearless when they go up against GodLike? Because, well, that is, of course, another team. Anybody can come in and do something. But in about 5 seconds, we are going to be bidding you adieu. In fact, let's do that right now. We are out, and well, Erangel is going to be in. But first, we visit the warehouse of champions.
Oh yeah, we're going to be having a look at all of these teams in the fight over here. However, the 4 big names that stand out are going to be Skylightz Gaming, iQOO, TSM, and GodLike Esports. Look out for them, because any sort of action happening on their part is going to be very, very pivotal to determining who's going to be that #1 winner and take away 50 big ones.
I'll be honest right now, right at the beginning, and this is a little PSA for all our viewers. I'm going to have one eye on the main screen and one eye like a chameleon on the map feed, because I'm going to be keeping an eye out on these 4 teams. And, well, that was actually kind of funny. I wish the camera did see that, but unfortunately they did not, so this joke shall remain between you and I. But now, TSM at Georgia Paul, is their position going to be contested, or are we going to see someone else drop up at Yasnaya? I need some drama like this.
Oh yeah,
I need it.
Me too. I mean, I feel like GodLike as well as Skylightz have been a little bit untouchable for the time being. Everyone has just allowed them to maintain their aura of superiority. No one really goes in and contests them. No one really thinks that they're good enough to do so. And I do want to see someone else flip the script a little bit. Go in there, show them that it's not going to be so easy to get away with what you want. After all, life is not a walk in the park. It is not a piece of cake. It is not a walk on the cake. It is not a piece of park either.
I mean, just take a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen, just go back if you just missed that, because it was pretty accurate. But of course, this guy loves talking, and I guess you are in the right business here, Floki. But, in a few seconds, oh boy, Erangel, it does seem peaceful thus far. No one running around, no one in their vehicles, no one firing weapons. It's nice and quiet, it's peaceful. Of course, the only destruction that you see is from wars in the past. But in about 5 seconds, well, all that carnage is going to be beginning on the map of Erangel, because there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking to the skies one more time. This time we are going to be flying over Erangel, and looks like, Floki, this is a plane path that you are used to, but the question is, are you happy with it today?
What? Okay, I know GodLike is on top, I know. In fact, it's so appropriate that Neo was on the screen, because we are in the goddamn Matrix. This is the 4th time we're getting the same flight path. 4th!
Is this a pre-recorded match?
I am not sure. I mean, I have no clue. I have no clue. Okay, for those of you who are lacking context, I'm going to take a few seconds to talk about this. Go back and watch the games from the Grand Finals and tell me how many times this flight path pops up on Erangel, also on Miramar, and then come back and tell me if my outrage wasn't justified.
Oh, you were a little bit angry over here, but of course, this is the 6th or the 7th time that we are seeing this plane path. And let me just put another point in. Day 2, we saw this in all 3 Erangels that were played. But for now, oh boy, buddy, teams are going to be jumping out. Keep an eye out on the few big ones. Now, the question is anybody going to be following them in their wake? Because I'm expecting some clashes here. As far as our Esports is concerned, they are not challenging anyone, as they are heading to their favorite spot at the Sosnovka military base.
Oh yes, Sosnovka military base once again going to be occupied by our Esports. But if there is one thing that they might have to worry about, is that given the flight path, the likelihood of the circle forming there is going to be a little bit lower. So our Esports are probably going to have to rotate out a little bit quicker. But it does seem like, well, I might have to just take back what I said, because boy oh boy do the gods love messing with me.
Oh, they do love messing with all us mortals, and let's see if the gods demigods are going to favor their favorite sons because, well, like we said, the demigods are dropping down. But I have a look at the map and it looks like we might just see some contestation taking place early on. A lot of teams a bit too close for comfort for one another. Wait a second, EXO doing something unprecedented already.
What?
He's moving down
Bunk?
south and looks like we might just see some commotion take place on the southern island. For now, Skylightz Gaming, your leaders, ladies and gentlemen, once again in Pochinki. In fact, all four corners of Pochinki are going to be occupied, and looks like no one is going to be giving them a run for their money just yet.
Skylightz Gaming get their pick of the loot, they get everything they want, and well, the whole kit caboodle in the words of someone very, very famous that I don't think everyone's going to remember. But in the meantime, they will be getting their hands on a couple of, well, vehicles, hopefully, so that they can rotate out and make their life a little bit easier. Because once again, you don't really want to be staying in Pochinki, given the circle. You do want to move a little bit deeper, maybe somewhere closer towards the bridge. Fairy Pier could be what they set their eyes on.
You know, I have a couple of jokes in my mind. I wonder if I should say them. Now, of course, you are a very learned man. I mean, you do have, you've read quite a few books, but wait a second, I'm going to hold my thought because oh boy, someone is looking at you, some ferocity and
just stealing the Jeep away, yoinking it.
Despite having an AK, despite knowing that if a couple of shots do land on an unarmed person, you know, it could be problematic, but again, they're making sure they don't take any chances because, well, the cavalry could be coming in from behind. Now, again, just coming to this point, he is giving information to his teammates that, well, listen, buddies, normally Nova is ours, but wait a second, it looks like action is going to break out because Claws is being taken down, and now UDog and the boys are going to be pushing in. Mystic is to stop the enemy. In fact, Ayush has to be a bit careful. Whoa, wait a second. Ayush's grenade put his own teammate 6 feet under. That is going to be problematic as well. The older Esports are now just going to be a two-man squad. For now, Ayush up against the dogs.
Oh yeah, I love Ayush's decision there to just take his own teammate out, make sure they do not give away any unnecessary points. Because once again, if you look at the point standings, this is a very relevant fight breaking out. Because Old Hood, I believe right behind them are UDog. So if they give them any sort of points, they will be inching further and further ahead. And right now, that is what they're making sure that they don't get all those points. And as a result of, well, that self-made coming in from Team Old Hood, they only find themselves 2 finishes to work with.
Only 2 finishes, and of course, we are going to have a look at that map once again. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they've been a bit versatile as far as the drops in Erangel are concerned, and looks like this time they are going to be setting up a blockade. Please do, please do, please do. I want to see some vehicles just, you know, lined across the bridge over there. I mean, you don't have to be hiding behind them. Just do it. Just let me see it for once on our screen. And you know what's going to happen? Any team heading that direction, they're going to be like, oh, wait a second, are we playing a classic game or is this the BGIS 2021 Grand Finals? Because I want to see some action. And speaking of faction, Tactical Kid, not in a tactical position because Prince could just spot him if he comes over that tractor trolley on your right. In fact, Aladdin is going to be brought down. Tactical Kid is going to make a little bit of a run for it. He's got to be careful because from the right, shots are going to be fired and the Prince of Darkness almost gets the knock over here. But for now, the kid is lucky to be alive.
Oh yeah, the first aid kit coming in handy. Another med kit as well, but I don't think he's going to have the luxury of healing himself back up because guess what? He won't even get to finish that first aid animation. From the other side, 70 members, they see him, they put him 6 feet under. Clutch might be next, hiding behind the scoop, but for not for long. It is probably going to get blown up as well. In fact, 7C are going to take the fight to them as Spray God gets inside his vehicle. He's going to go around and try and see if he can take out Clutch. Oh, I think a drive-by might be in order if, well, the 7C members are feeding themselves, but Sarang has been knocked down in turn.
Also, it was Hitman, I do believe, from the left of your screen. You can just see him on that hill. Now, Tactical Esports, boy, not a tactical position for them as yet, as we did mention when we saw Kid up on our screens. And now Hitman, he's got 1 or 2 options. Either he lays down some fire over here and, you know, takes the aggression from 7C, or the right decision over here, you know, run away to live to fight another day. For now, Spray God and the boys, they're going to be happy. A couple of finishes early on in this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's also going to spot out this vehicle, see that it's not doing too good, but he's just mostly here for that loot, making sure that he's able to find maybe a couple of first aids, as he did. He might have seen him healing back up, and there you go. He's going to get that first aid in his back. He's also going to get the pants, so a little bit of added cover towards the hip. If those bullets, they ever get shot in that direction, that pan is going to be very, very handy. But in the meantime, Recknoning Esports, well, this is complete freedom for them as no one contesting them in Georgia Pole.
Well, no one in Georgia Pole thus far because there is a team to the south. It is TSM, and the thing is, they might just move away a bit quicker. But again, have a look at Ultron, skirting danger over there, trying to get a bit close, but they are going to stick to the periphery for now. Now, teams like this, you know, who really have nothing to lose, of course, there is some money on the line, right? Because yeah, every single position has a different prize pool that you walk away with. So I wonder if money is going to be the agenda, or just you know, upsetting the big dogs on the top over here, because for now nothing like that is happening. But speaking of clashes, 7C Esports are going to be heading towards Hyderabad Hydras direction. Meanwhile, from the other end, we have UDog India moving in as well. Sooner or later we could see some action break out to the north of the bridge, but for now, Carry in a good position to relay plenty of information to his teammates.
Oh yeah, Carry in the meantime is just going to be spotting everyone out and seeing if he can get some information for his team early on, allow them a bit of a safer rotation in if that is what they're looking for. But once again, you can't ever be too sure, because there could be a couple of other members waiting on the other side of that bridge, lying in the grass and waiting for any members to go past. And well, once they whiz by, those shots will be fired, those vehicles will pop. And that is not the outcome Hyderabad Hydras want. In fact, I think they might have figured out that there is a team near that bridge over there, and maybe they take this time to go for a big wraparound play.
Keep in mind, we are closing in on the 8-minute mark. Hold my thought, because looks like shots are going to be fired, and in fact, Carry from his position does get a couple of beautiful headshots. In fact, 2 connect in a row. Down goes Mystic. However, I do believe Hydras won't regain the position unless they get another shot, and they do get another knock, and it is going to be Ace Black, and this is when that push that we were contemplating is going to come in. Ace Black is going to be moving in. Oh no, he's actually going to reposition himself, but Manti with that big bad gun, he does have the M249. He is going to go up close. Sooner or later, you are going to hear a lot of skrrr, and looks like some teams could be falling out, but now a grenade is going to be unpained. The grenade is going to be flung, and it's a bit too short, but in come Hyderabad Hydras. There you have it, Carry coming in, striker from the distance, gets a knock. He is taken down by Dave instead, but now Manti is going to unleash hell. Unfortunately, he was caught out in the open, and Mystic has been brought up, and well, he is going to be doing his mysterious things right now, as it looks like HH again. They are going to bite the dust here. How the Predators become the prey. Oh my goodness, Dave is going to be in a precarious situation. However, for now, it's 2v2, Hyderabad Hydras up against UDog India.
Yeah, they both know where Mystic and Dave is. However, they have to sort of get their teammates back up on their feet first. And Hyderabad Hydras, they weren't aware of their surroundings. They didn't know where the other players were, and they are sort of paying the price for now. They will at least be losing Striker and Manti unless they're able to finish this fight. That nade right on top of Carry as he sees it coming. Not much he can do about it. Gonna get cleaned up by the side of UDog as UDog continue to push forward, but a great drop shot from Ace Black. Looking towards Fearless as well. Now can he connect it? Oh, he's trying from the distance. The M16 is on single fire right now. Needs to switch to burst, but before he can do that, he will be cleaned up. UDog will get 6 finishes for the price of 2 of their own comrades falling down.
A pricey victory over here for the UDog Indian team. However, Hyderabad Hydras, boy oh boy, that is why homework is so necessary, because they did get those 2 knocks. However, they waited just a bit too long, and as Mystic got back on his feet, well, he did a tremendous amount of damage. He might have been lost to UDog for now. However, he did do his bit, as the boys have 4 finishes, no, correction, 6 finishes to themselves already. Now, we might have a skirmish breaking out to the north, as Scout is dangerously close to one of the opponents, and, well, it is going to be OR Esports, and OR Esports looks like they have alighted from the vehicles. In fact, Gil could come under a little bit of fire. Correction, that is Mavi who's going to be driving up ahead, but now that's valuable information given out to Scout, who are going to be coming up from behind. Question is, are they going to stop and put up a little bit of a show? For now, it doesn't really look like it, as they are going to be driving past. There you have it, Ultron and Scout driving past OR Esports with Tactical Esports. Well, they have a 2-man squad. They aren't going to be making too much of noise just yet.
Oh yeah, and in fact, I think OR could very much be walking into a trap over here, because they could be sprung at from not only the members of Xbox, but also Tactical, who are waiting in the wings. Tactical, like the name suggests, have to be a little bit tactical about this. A little bit of tact is also going to be needed as these teams come in. Oh my god, look at the Scout, but no! Wild 69 will not hold his trigger, and he will let loose a couple of bullets, reveal the fact that he's holed up here, and now he might not be long for this wall, but that nade is going to explode fairly early. Is it going to find a knock, though? The answer is going to be no, but it does need a fair amount of damage. Smoke's being dropped. Can Wild 69 hold on? Well, he knows where his priorities are. He is looking to take the painkillers and run away using his own 2 feet. However, he is afraid that the push could be coming through, is not confident in his own decision making, and it seems that finally Wild69 will take that time to, well, hit up that injection, and well, that is going to give him full boost. Let's see if he can make his way out of there.
Well, in the meantime, OR Esports, they aren't taking any chances. They know there's one man up there, and well, now there's nobody, because Aditya just put the last man down on the ground, and with that, Tactical Esports out in the 15th, and now he's going to be shifting his attention to that one team that always seems to be lurking around in Pochinki. It, of course, are your tabletop leaders, Skylightz Gaming.
Skylightz Gaming once again with all 4 members alive. They have nothing to worry about as they can hear all this commotion from Pochinki. And well, the circle does enable them to stay where they are. The question is, are they going to take this fight regardless? Because they could be attracting the attention of a couple of other teams in the vicinity. I am, of course, talking about TSM, who are around the area. And even Scout OP could hear these shots come through. So Skylightz have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this, because, well, if they don't have a proper plan of taking these fights, then they could be punished. Of course, they don't know that, but that is something that they could, or they should probably account for at this stage, because if they don't, they will pay a hefty price.
Meanwhile, it does seem like the circle could shift down towards the southwest. In fact, we might just see some bridge action along the ferry pair. Hopefully, that is where we are going to be heading. Fingers crossed. Yes, we are. And in fact, Revanant Esports, well, you might be on a bridge. Turns out it's the wrong one. But for now, Face is going to be driving by, and Revan drops off in a good position. Oh my goodness, the car does get stuck on the little railings over there, as a result of which Face is going to have to pay a heavy price. Now, the information should have gone out that, wait a second, boys, there's someone atop this little bridge over here. Do not come here. I repeat, do not take this course. Head back, head over to the other bridge, and well, that might just be what the team EXO is going to be doing right now. However, looks like someone might be lying in wait for them, and that someone are the boys from our Esports. Let's see if that is going to happen, because like I said, the circle has shifted to the southwest, and have a look at all those teams coming in, a kaleidoscope of colors right around, well, south of Pochinki.
Oh yes, south of Pochinki, a little bit east of Ferry Pier. That's where all the action is going to be coming in. An airdrop right in the smack dab center of the water there between, the islands of Sosnovka as well as the main island on Erangel. Well, we'll see which team comes out on top. For the meantime, it seems like GodLike are taking a fight against TSG. Chris has been knocked down on the street, but Enigma are also in the vicinity. They have to be careful with how they approach this, because if they go in for the finish, they will be exposing themselves. But no, look at the awareness coming from GodLike. They will instead take the fight against Enigma, knock one of their members down, and they might be able to find a little bit more over here. Eggy will be cleaned up. It seems, no, we actually got cleaned up by Rex. Oh no, Rex got cleaned up by Avi over there. Z-God will take up, what? I'm a little bit confused.
I'll tell you what happened over there. Again, there were so many shots being fired from every single direction that Avi accidentally put a few shots in the vehicle that was just moving past him. He blew it up, but all the oh my goodness, look at the amount of grenades. Unfortunately, they are going to bounce off. So what happened was he did let loose a few shots, and accidentally it did hit his vehicle, as a result of which his teammate went down. But the credit is going to go GodLike's way. Now they do have 3 finishes for themselves, again in prime position, but they got to be careful. Now they might think here, Floki, their backs are secure, but even on their backs, TSG Nickel is going to expose that little kink in their armor, and for now, I do believe they are going to get the iron out, and well, iron out all the kinks. Nickel, you got to be careful if you slip down. Looks like Jonathan just might capitalize on that. Have a look at DC. He is already knocked out, he is close, and well, as we just anticipated, Jonathan comes under fire.
Oh yeah, Jonathan could be in a world of trouble hiding behind that rock, but they don't really know where these shots are coming from just yet either. GodLike, they have no idea what the angle is, so they're going to be dropping a couple of smokes for good measure, just covering all their bases, and then maybe look to rotate out. But they are caught in a very awkward spot where they either have to go through the water or take a big risk and drive their cars out.
Now here's the thing, I do believe, Floki, the circle might in fact shift further down south, so GodLike's position just yet is not going to be prime location in about 20 seconds from now. We might just see some, Normandy action once again, because our Esports are going to be on the other hand. There you have it. They have the coastline down below all to themselves. UDog is going to be up on the bridge, and also Crazy is going to be swimming just underneath them. For now, let's have a look and see. No, it's not going to be to the south. In fact, it is going to be on their location. However, now this is when they might just move out and might give 7C a run for their money, and well, a little contestation for all those compounds. Again, the only few compounds still in the circle. Now, speaking of compounds, TX still have a compound, but it is at the edge, and well, we know GodLike, they want to be in the center of all the chaos that is to come.
Oh yeah, and for the first time ever, we will see a sniper rifle come into the picture. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards DSM instead. They do seem to be eyeing up the members from OR as a Nithya and Vex will also whiz by, but they will all be taken out because the Y kill will pop. TSM will get the credit for those two finishes. Shadow OG has been knocked down, but they can pick him back up on his feet. No big trouble there for TSM.
Well, it is problematic for OR Esports as they only have one man standing, but looks like XO are going to be beating GodLike to the little finish line over here, and now 7C Esports, well, they have their work cut out. Elsewhere, TSM Blaze still blazing with his M4, getting knock after knock, and this time it is going to be Recknoning Esports at the receiving end of his machine gun. For now, Aladdin, he knows what's happening. He is going to be cooking a grenade. Now, the thing is, you know, those compounds over there, they do have some basements, so I wonder if XO are going to take advantage of that. But for now, he's going to make sure he gets the right angle elsewhere. TSM's Aquanox again opening up on yet another member from Recknoning Esports as Spaxi is taken down. Now again, in a few seconds, expect chaos to ensue as GodLike Esports are moving in on the enemy's position, and soon enough, you should see them on your kill feed. And speaking of GodLike, they in fact circled around Revanant Esports, and now they are in the circle. Look how the tables turn. Again, the same position. They went out and they decided to come back in because, again, too many enemies lying in wait for them.
Oh yeah, they need to first make sure that they can at least take them out, because otherwise they're going to get stabbed in the back, rotating away from this place. Clutch God going to be moving his one kill out just a little bit. In fact, he's going to be making sure that it goes behind cover. It's a little bit safe from all those nades that could be lobbed in, and at this distance, I don't think any nade is going to touch him. So good play coming in there from him. In the meantime, Neo is trying to find some other angles of attack over here, as he knows that his TSG at his back. He knows that there is also another team in his front, and towards their flank they also see a couple of smokes, so they know a third team could be in the mix. As GodLike, once again, they're trying to play King of the Hill, but there are way too many people coming for the King, and they're not gonna miss.
Now, as far as Team Xbox are concerned, you have a look, they are split in twos, right? Now, two of their members are going to be on the hill as Scout and Ultron are going to make sure that no one comes in from the right flank. As far as TSM is concerned, with speaking of teams coming towards them, the Revenants, oh boy, that is a bold move. Jonathan is going to let him a few shots, but it is going to be Scout from TX who gets the better of Paradox, and now Crazy is going to be let him loose as well. Paradox is going to be taken down by Neo. GodLike are on a rampage once again. 7 finishes for themselves, but now this work is still cut out for them. Yes, their backs are secure for this moment, but now TX, oh boy, these boys want to make sure that GodLike are put on the ground, call it personal liberty, call it whatever. They are going to make sure they blockade the boys from GodLike, but now GodLike Esports, they know what's to be done. In fact, they might just lob a few smoke grenades to obscure the vision of TX, and then might make a move for their position itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, TX, they have to be a little bit careful, because once those smokes come pouring in, they're not going to know where GodLike are going to be coming from. In fact, Neo's going to hit straight in and try and play on the edges of that smoke, but from the other side, looks like TSM will be taking out Ultron. Ultron has to be a little bit careful with this position. Aquanox spotting him out with the M4. He is going to be cleaned up, and now Team X are getting sandwiched by TSM and GodLike.
So what happened was TX was going to take the fight to GodLike Esports again. They shouldn't have done that, because remember, Ultron was back there to provide cover for TSM exactly. The flank was left loose, and well, TSM Aquanox is going to be capitalizing on that. Jonathan's clutch guard, I beg your pardon, GodLike's clutch guard is going to be spotted out. Gil is going to be the one who takes him down, but looks like it is going to be Aquanox. No, it still is Gil who gets the final say in that finish. Elsewhere, Old Esports out, and now Gil with a little bit of a grenade barrage trying to keep GodLike at bay.
Oh my god, Team Xbox, they've just got the side of TSM as well as GodLike tipping their hats to them as they do all of the work, but the finish is being stolen away by both of these members, and now Gil and Mavi wondering why they worked all that much. I mean, why they spend those long hours, those long days at the training range trying to make sure they get their aim right, only to have GodLike as well as TSM steal those knocks away. On the other side, though, it does seem that Recknoning Esports are in a little bit of trouble, but we will continue focusing over here. Mavi, oh my god, goes out in the open for just a second, gets shot in the back, but GodLike are still fighting. They will take Gil out, and Mavi, he is going to be able to heal himself back up, but it's a 1v4 situation. He's trying to be the hero. He's trying his best, but no, Z-God will put him 6 feet under.
Oh
as
my
GodLike
goodness!
confirmed them by Nade exploded, took out all members from Recknoning Esports, and that was Skylightz Gaming doing that on purpose to make sure Recknoning Esports are unable to get those finishes.
Well, as they are unable to get the finishes, Spray God is definitely going to get the finishes on the Supari gang. It looks like the Supari gang are going to be exiting in the 10th position with just that one finish to their name. Now, GodLike, they did get the better of Team Xbox, but have a look look at TSM. Only one man has moved forward as far as Shadow is concerned to get a little bit of a semblance of cover in the form of that shack. However, oh boy, they are waiting for the godlike demigods themselves to head in their direction, and we might see a few fights break out between the top 4 teams. Elsewhere, Skylightz Gaming, they have a good position as well, and it seems like they are not going to be contested just yet, as Canary does get the better of Dave, and with that, UDog India have balked their loss. They are going to be out in this game, the 9th position, with a decent 7 finishes for themselves. Now, the only thing that TSM have made a mistake, in my opinion, they've let godlike come in. Yes, they have given up the upper ground. Now, this is where Shadow is going to be pivotal, because from that distance, he could provide some cover, he could provide some information. There you have it. In fact, it was Shadow who is going to make sure that Neo is kept at bay.
But Neo's brain is so big. I mean, he sort of in his mind has some sort of idea of what kind of formation TSM are going to be running. As soon as a single shot is fired, he tucked tail and ran away. Jonathan, however, did not get the memo. Those nades could be big, but Jonathan survives by the skin of his teeth as that grenade only scrapes a few chunks of his flesh off. And seems that Jonathan will be able to regroup with the rest of godlike, heal himself back up, and there you go, that first aid kit being tossed over by his teammate so that Neo can toss it over to his teammate, and maybe they can heal themselves back up.
Now, if the circles shift to the west, which I do anticipate, it just might, TSM could be in trouble, because from the distance, Reckoning Esports, the Wolves could be hitting them, but no! The BGMI gods are going to be favorable, but now, if Shadow's position is compromised there, Floki, it could be problematic. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming, Gumma Boy, of course, your leaders on the leaderboard, they are going to be battling off all those shots. Our esports are going to come under fire, but again, for now, their position is secure. One good grenade, again, we keep seeing this time in and time out, could be devastating, but iQOO, left all by his lonesome, needs to deal with the godlike threat that is coming, and now godlike's Z-God is going to have just a little bit of cover and that flat ground to work with. And let me just tell you one thing, this is reminding me of my first tournament, because this is exactly where we were wiped out. But for now, again, those grenades are going to make sure that Z-God has to be on the back foot. Keep an eye out on Shadow once again. I'm telling you, his position is pivotal, but Reckoning Esports, well, they could be a thorn in the side for TSM.
Oh yeah, godlike esports as well. Gonna be a little bit careful with how they approach this, because once again they extend a bit too much. They might be taken out, but XO off beating that bait right now as I speak. It seems that they're trying to hold on to their position, but 7C as well as our esports both are converging on their position, making life a lot harder for the members of Team EXO. And now PunkQ is going to get inside his car, pick up Immortal on the way, and try and rotate out. There was the final 2 members surviving over here, but looks like TSM will be able to take out godlike. In the meantime, Skylightz Gaming could be in a world of trouble. Reckoning Esports can also stand it on the inside. Rexy! Oh my god, is he going to clutch it out? Yes, he is! He wins the 1v1. 3 finishes going to be going to his name, as it doesn't seem like Somra's going to be able to do much.
Although the knocks came in from our esports, looks like Wexy is going to capitalize on that last man standing for our esports. He is going to make sure he steals those finishes for himself. And ladies and gentlemen, Skylightz Gaming eliminated in the 7th position with just that 1 finish. This means TSM still has a good day. Godlike Esports still have a good day. This could go either way, but now there you have it. I told you, the Wolves are going to come knocking. Are they going to huff? Are they going to puff? Are they going to blow everything away? Well, the little piggies are going to be hiding inside. Grenades are going to go off, and now the position comes under fire. Now this is where godlike can rack up a few more finishes, because let me tell you one thing, there you have it, 1 good grenade coming in from Mr. Spray as he sprays shrapnel all inside that little shack. And now the push could be coming in elsewhere. Godlike coming under fire. Spray God moving on the position. Jonathan's been taken down, but Z-God is going to reciprocate in time. He shoots, he connects, while over here Mr. Spray is going to make quick work of the ninja himself against Grills. They have to be careful. There's another teammate right next to them, an opponent, I beg your pardon, but Wexy could be in a position to be hurting them from the back.
Yeah, Wexy has got a very good angle over here, but it's going to be a little bit hard for him to capitalize on it, given the fact that he's all by himself. He's going to hold on to his cards, but now Skrill's going to go forward. He needs to take out Shadow. Will he be successful? No. He cleans up the other plate. Then Skrills is going to be knocked down and turned as the nade comes in from, I believe, one of the TSM or RG members themselves. Oh no, Shadow knocks himself out. That's what that was all about. And now iQOO, he's got his work cut out for him, as on one side there's Reckoning Esports, on the other side the other members from 7C and godlike have been eliminated once again in 6th place.
Still 1 man.
They have
still 1 man.
Oh no, they still have 1 man.
Still
one man.
And that 1 man is going to make sure that he does everything. It is the man from the Matrix itself. He is going to get the better of 7C Esports. 3 of the members are going to be down. Correction. 2 of them are going to be down. 1 is going to be a bit too close. But what he's going to do is make sure he capitalizes on the finish. Is he going to hit the deck? No, he isn't, because, well, he is going to be put 6 feet under, sent straight to the depths of hell. But for now, godlike Esports, a decent 5th position finish with 13 finishes for themselves. They might just rack up a few more points, but TSM's iQOO still keeping the hopes afloat for his team. Now, 7C Esports, let me tell you one thing. They played spoil sport. They were the thorn in the side. And speaking of thorn in the side, Sarang, he's got to be careful, because I don't think he knows that iQOO is here, but iQOO just got that sound cue.
Oh, iQOO knows now that there is someone towards his left flank, but he will continue holding on because he knows Recknoning Esports have an idea of where he is positioned. He will instead wait for the fight to break out from between Spray God as well as Wexy. And once that fight breaks out, I think he's going to wait to see where the side of the
Beautiful volley.
hands. Great volley coming in. It's going to be forcing him out over here. In fact, Sanhok is going to take the fight towards Recknoning Esports, and TSM might still be in this fight. UDog get eliminated over here. And oh my god, I think Sanhok saw iQOO. He saw iQOO. He's spraying. He will connect. And 70 Esports on the final day will get a chicken dinner to their name.
Well, they mastered the 7 seas of this world. Now they have made land, and looks like they are going to make sure that they walk away with a chicken dinner here in Erangel. But what a game coming in. Again, the right time to pounce on GodLike's position, wiping them out. iQOO at one end with his grenade, Spray God at the other with his grenade. And when you have 2 grenades coming in, it's like, all right, I'm going to move to the right. Then another grenade comes, all right, I'm going to move to the left. Question is, who do you give your finish to?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was just a choice between a Hell and a hand. I mean, between, you know, Hell on one side and Hell freezing over on the other. You know, not a lot of good options there. You either die by burning up or you die by freezing to death. None of those options are really, really good. But let's now look into the highlights and see what the highlights have in store for us, as I do believe there's a lot of action on this map of Erangel.
Well, of course, we do have some more options in case you did miss any of the action, and action was aplenty right from the beginning. UDog India over here just punishing OH for being, well, oh so far away from one another.
Oh yeah, I mean, Old Hood were once again a bit too spread out over here. Just like on Miramar, unable to hold on to the position, they get cleaned up. Well, this was interesting. 7C just taking the fight to Tactical, punishing Kid for being out in the open, and then Tactical were not long for this world as they went in, and there is the drive-by I was talking about. Oh boy, Clutch just got ran over like a poor homeless dog.
He did indeed, but over here we have some really accurate shots coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. We did see Carry open things up with the AK, however, even though they had 2 members down, UDog in there, oh boy, they put up one heck of a fight, and this grenade delivered right to Carry's face. Now, of course, he was zoned in, he had his scope open, he had no idea someone was in his periphery, although Ace Black, gotta give it to him, amazing reaction coming over here, and if he did have that M16, maybe, just maybe, he could have got the better of Fearless. Look at this reaction coming in over here. He almost gets wiped out, but with that Oompa Loompa, the UMP as I like calling it, he made sure he made quick work of his opposition. Now Hyderabad Hydras, again, not a good game for them, but you know what, it is in the past. We're going to move on because OR Esports, well, they gave Tactical Esports a run for the money and, well, made them exit the game pretty early as well.
I mean, OR, they stayed in the fight very, very long, right? I mean, they were able to survive despite only having 1 member. Wexy was there in the end, you know, just playing around the edges of the circle. Sure, he got spotted, sure, he got taken out, but once again, those extra placement points, they start adding up very, very quickly. And while the bleeding was stemmed, it did seem that it wasn't enough. 7C Esports, though, credit to them, they were in a 2v4 situation if you count for everyone else, and they had so many different angles to watch, but they had an idea where everyone was.
If you thought 13 finishes by GodLike was phenomenal, 7C Esports, ladies and gentlemen, finished with 15, which means, well, we have the first 30 bomb of the day coming our way. Look at this. I mean, they just controlled the position well. A lot of teams did try and take them over. Team XO at one end, then, you know, we did have TX trying to tangle with them. TSM as well, unfortunately for them, they all fell prey to those pirates. But GodLike over here, they knew they had to take the fight to TX, and in fact, TX were made quick work of. Again, iQOO's positioning was pivotal for making sure that TSM ended up in that 2nd position, and looks like GodLike, had they dealt with them sooner rather than later, they might have actually been able to take on 7C.
I mean, GodLike, they were just caught between a rock and a hard place, right? On one side, they had 7C, on the other side, they had TSM. Well, when you've got 2 bad options to pick from, you would rather not pick at all. I mean, you just let the fight throughout, maybe just play the zone. But once again, in that spot, they had to make a choice. This was a very, very interesting moment. I believe a nade was hurled in here. And, well, there was another Recknoning Esports member in there that also got knocked down. They sort of thought about it and came to the conclusion that it's not going to be enough damage to kill their own teammates. Well, GodLike, this is the moment where they took out the members from X-Spark, as X-Spark got eliminated as well fairly early on. Not a lot of placement points to work with for them either. And yeah, the members of 7C finally coming in strong and taking that chicken dinner.
They did get that chicken dinner, and in style as well, like you said. They came in strong, and there you have it. At one end, they were getting pummeled by Team EXO, but as soon as Team EXO started shooting in our Esports' direction, that is when they took advantage, and in fact, they moved in on their location and snuffed their lives out. Amazing gameplay coming in. Wexy over here, keep an eye on the kill feed. It was in fact Jabu who did get these knocks, but Wexy comes in with that big bad gun, the M249, and well, secures 3 finishes for himself. And well, when you have some free goodies delivered to your shack, all you gotta do is accept it, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, Vexy just single-handedly being so pivotal there in those final moments. My god, this nade from Mr. Spray was so big, taking out 2 members from TSM. I think if it wasn't for this particular movement, TSM would have had a completely different game. They had Aquanox out in the front scouting things out, and Recknoning Esports, with that nade, they just put all their plans to dust.
But have a look at, during all that commotion, 7C Esports, they were like, you know what, those boys are busy down there. This is our move. This is our moment to make a little bit of a move over here. And well, they did get the better of GodLike Esports. I'm sure we are going to see that happening on our screens. Now, keep in mind, Neo does get a couple of their members. Aladdin comes in with a few grenades. Aquanox, in fact, flung a few grenades that did bring down Jonathan, but all credit went 7C Esports' way. Now, Neo did try and go for the finish. However, there was still one man lurking from 7C Esports, and well, Sarang made sure that that was all she wrote as far as GodLike Esports is concerned.
Oh yeah, GodLike Esports, they were hoping to have another great performance, but unfortunately, you know, it wasn't as good as they would have liked. Not bad by any means, but given the fact that a couple of these teams got eliminated early on, I am talking about TSM, I am talking about EXO, they will still feel the impact of their performance. They will edge a little bit ahead and finally start closing that gap that eludes them.
Well, the gap is going to be dwindling, it is going to be diminishing, and in fact, we might just see a bit of a topple coming in, but before that, of course, we are going to bring you the point standing from this game. Now, we already know who won the chicken dinner. We already know it is going to be a 30 bomb because, correct me if I'm wrong, 15 plus 15 equals 30, right?
Yes, it does.
Thank goodness. I guess the education system is going to be in my side, but of course, 7C Esports finally getting a chicken dinner in the grand finals. I'm sure all their fans are going to be elated. However, it might have just come a bit too late. But for now, we do have the points coming up on our screen, and well, where is your favorite team going to be? Because at the tippity top, like we said, 7C Esports with 30 to their name.
Oh yeah, 30 bomber coming in from 7C, the first one for the day like you said earlier, but GodLike not that far behind with 19 points of their own, 13 finish points to their name, and that is despite them being eliminated in that 5th place spot overall, only getting themselves, I believe, 6 placement points. TSM with 16, OR with 13, Recknoning with 12, and that is the end of the double digits. We move on towards our Esports, who did have a slightly better performance, but I don't think it is going to be enough to sort of move them up a notch, you know, give them a higher placement, as it will take a chicken dinner or two to fix that problem that they have down at the bottom.
You know, now that we have kind of hit the midway mark on the last day, I do have a couple of points, but before that, once again, let's see which one man was head and shoulders above everyone else, because quite a few of them finished with the same number of finishes. But of course, we are going to have a look at the damage as the iQOO MVP is coming up, and it is going to be the Matrix himself, Neo from GodLike Esports.
How does this man always manage to find his way on the top? I mean, did he just get MVP 2 times in a row? I think he did. I mean, on the last map, he did, on Miramar as well, it was Neo who got the MVP. This man just racking up those finishes. Look at that damage number, 937, but well, you have other 4 players in his wake.
You did say at the beginning of this game, are we really in the Matrix? Looks like we are, because Neo is going to be taking things away. While joining him, his teammate Jonathan is going to be in the 5th position with 4 finishes for himself. 2, 3, 4 go 7C Esports' way, with SprayGuard with 5, Sarang with 5, and the Prince of Darkness himself with 4.
Oh yeah, everyone have a lot of finishes to their name, but at the end of the day, Neo just edges them out, man. 937 damage. This man, yeah, he is a little bit aggressive, you could say that. But there are a couple of other players in the mix too, and kudos to them for making their way here. However, the more interesting stats are about to pop up on our screen right now.
Well, here they are, and of course 91 grenades were used in this game, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them were smokes as well, because only 5 ended up snuffing out the lives of their enemies. A total healing of 6,638. Not too much for Erangel, because, well, we've seen a lot more in the past. Now, the thing is, you know, as soon as, although we have 38 rescues over here, the majority of the knocks pretty much ended up in finishes in the blink of an eye.
Oh yeah, I mean, all the members who got knocked down were cleaned up fairly quickly. But another interesting start coming up, XP. What is it?
It is going to be the finish to damage performance graph, and we just like giving all our viewers a little bit of a visual aid as well. And looks like a lot of teams got a taste for blood, but of course 7C Esports with that massive 15 finishes are going to be at the tippity top with 2275 points of damage.
Oh yeah, 7C Esports, an unusual sight for them to be on top of the number of finishes as well as damage done for a particular game. I don't think they were anticipating to get the chicken dinner in this one, but man, they were hungry for it, and I don't know if they were thinking about it, but yeah, they certainly put their entire grit and determination into it, and they walk away 30 points richer. Once again though, I don't know if this is going to fix their situation. It is tough there, life at the bottom can be a little bit hard. So maybe 7C might have to put up a repeat performance of sorts, maybe get themselves that second or third place finish in the next couple of games, and then they can see a real difference.
Well, it is a hard knock life after all, and there is some light at the end of the tunnel. And the thing is, if they do climb up higher on those position points, it means a lot more money for them. So I guess for now, that is what is going to be driving them, that driving factor as far as 7C Esports is concerned. Now, of course, as is tradition, we're going to pit two players up against one another, and let me tell you one thing. One is really good at spraying lead, and well, the other, we know him as Jonathan.
Oh yeah, Jonathan once again considered to be one of the best players in the world here, with 4 finishes to his name and 449 damage done. Going up against Spray God with the slightly higher numbers, but GodLike have done rather well for themselves, I mean, they were able to get themselves 13 finish points to work with, so it doesn't matter that they finished in 5th.
Well, there you have it, 13 finish points, and well, if I'm not wrong, 7C Esports had 15, so let's do one thing. Let's pit both these teams together, the big hitters, the big fraggers, as the squad face-off is coming up between GodLike Esports and 7C Esports.
Oh yeah, GodLike Esports, they might be in number 5, but boy, did they give 7C a run for their money with 13 finishes to their name and 1,800 points of damage done. Just one extra headshot for the members of GodLike, but on the other hand, 7C, they have 2,275 damage done. Great number of finishes too, and yeah, 7C of course getting the chicken dinner, so they do have the highest survival time. But can they repeat this performance? Because it's not about how many chicken dinners you get. It's not about, how many placements you can get or how many points you can collect. It's about the consistency with which you do the same.
I'll be honest about one thing. I kind of noticed something in the last game. Now, when GodLike were on the cliff sides, we did see them. They did rack up quite a few finishes. And the thing is, all these teams are going to be keeping an eye out on the kill feed. Now, we did mention, TX... Gil and Marvi were up on that little hill. They were basically keeping an eye out for GodLike Esports, right? Now, at that time, I do believe Scout and Ultron were still in the houses. Now, their job was to make sure that their right flank is secure. Now, the thing is, the right flank had TSM, but they were like, you know what? Forget TSM. They knew GodLike is over here. They wanted to come in and make sure, well, we are talking about these comeback, that, wait a second, it doesn't really matter if we go out fighting. These boys better not get past us. And speaking of Clutch God, looks like Gil definitely did get the better of him. But again, this is all speculation, but I'm pretty sure we do have a couple of stories coming out. And we love our masala, and of course we love our controversies.
Absolutely. I mean, watching GodLike be sandwiched between those two teams, it must have been perplexing for them as to how they found themselves in this situation. It's like the opening scene from Deadpool, where he is asking his audience, you must be wondering how I got myself into this situation. They have to go all the way back and see what GodLike were up to previously to figure out how they ended up there. But even then, even though they were in a bad position, they still racked up those finishes.
They did indeed, and now let's have a look at how the teams are going to be doing, because, well, once again, the points are going to be coming up, and let's see where your favorite team is, because we are going to be starting off at the bottom, as is usual on the last day of the Grand Finals. Our Esports did get a few points, however, they are still going to hold on to the 16th spot. Now, speaking of 7C Esports, your winners of the last game, their first chicken dinner in the Grand Finals, as we did mention, 158 for themselves.
Oh yeah, that is a lot of points for 7C Esports. They move up a notch, bring down Revanant to that 10th place. UDog India also going to be knocked out. Thanks to 7C performances, thanks to 7C's performance, 30 points is a lot, and it seems like it is enough to sort of push them ahead into that 9th spot. But if they continue this performance, they might even make their way towards top 8 and dethrone, the teams who are over there. Speaking of which, let's have a look at who they are.
Speaking of the top 8, well, we still have Skylightz Gaming at the tippity top with 252 points. Team EXO in second with 234. TSM are going to be in the third position with 230, just 4 points behind EXO. And well, GodLike, they are creeping in with 222 points to their names.
Oh yeah, you've also got OR Esports following in their wake with 175 points. And once again, the top 5 stage score hasn't changed. It's still Skylightz Gaming at the top. It is still EXO in second place. It is still TSM in third. And well, Hyderabad, Hydras and Enigma are in that 7 to 8 spot with 161 and 158 points. I think Enigma and 7C might be tied.
Now let's talk about the top 4, right? GodLike Esports and Skylightz Gaming, 30 points separate the two. We just saw 7C Esports in the last game run away with 30 points. Now GodLike, they have been hitting hard, and boy, have they been packing quite a punch. If they do this in the next 3 games, and if Skylightz Gaming even get a little bit of hesitancy, if they even feel a little bit of sweat on their brow, buddy, let me tell you one thing, all that tension is going to come in, then the nerves are going to be shaking, the adrenaline is going to be coursing, the hands just might shake a bit, and then, well, that is where even the giants have toppled in the past. But again, it's all speculation, ifs and buts, could have, would have, should have. Now, it's all down to the next 3 games, but the thing is, the next game is this little tropical island we all know as Sanhok, and if GodLike are doing what they do now, oh boy, they just might run away with the show.
They most certainly could, but I do think we need to talk about someone else, someone who's been making this entire thing possible. Of course, I'm talking about the beautiful devices in the hands and the behemoth of a company behind it, the iQOO Series 9 itself in my hands right now. Of course, it is jam-packed with features in case you do not know, so I will let you know that it does have the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Gen 1 processor, top of the line, Gen 1, the first one from the 8 series over here, and it does pack quite a punch. I mean,
it does, and you know, of course, I have the 9 Pro in my hands with the beautiful BMW M Sport Racing lines. He's got the one in matte black, but if you want to stand a chance to win one for yourselves, all you have to do is search iQOO 9 on the internet, hit up the website and click this one massive button that says notify me, and if the gods of, well, BGMI and iQOO are going to be on your side, you might just be the proud owner of an iQOO 9 series yourself. So what are you waiting for? Go and do that right now. But before you do head away, let's do something else here, Floki. Let's give back to the community. Thank you all for watching, and remember, keep hitting that like button because we have the giveaway winners popping up on our screens, and I'm going to let you do the honors.
well, congratulations to Sanket, Manoj, Toshif Akhtar, Priyam Santoki and Rohit for winning away this brand new BGMI merch, and in fact I think there could be a couple more winners as well, and if you want even more, there need to be more likes on that stream. That is the criteria.
Remember, 10,000 likes means 10 of you are going to walk away with some more merch, but for now it is going to be William Churchill
back from the grave for this tournament.
Back from the grave. There you have it. Varun, Sanskar, Lucky Star, Shangdiyar, interesting name, and of course Satyajit Ingley. Congratulations once again, you are going to be walking away with some nice little teas, and well, summer is approaching, so you got to keep yourselves hydrated with those bottles. But now let's do one better. Let's give away it to 5 more lucky people, and if you see your names, well, again, we are jealous, and we want that shirt too.
Oh yeah, we do, but we're gonna have a way about it. Congratulations to Vishnu Patel, Dev, Siddhartha J, Lalchand Meena and Shubham both as well. The giving never stops. Christmas came a little bit early this year, and looks like you are quite excited.
I'm happy. It's always a pleasure, you know, giving things away, but now it's going to be Mohit Gaikwad, Jeet Patel, Vivek Kumar Meena, Prince Kumar and Himanshu Maurya. Congratulations, because you are walking away with a few more shirts and, well, a couple of bottles to boot. Now, I wonder if we're going to do some more. Let's do one thing.
Okay.
Let's take a step back.
Bit of a breather.
I mean, because everyone is going to be scrambling and jumping up and down with joy, but what we're going to do is, in about a few seconds, we are going to have something pop up on our screens. But again, none of this would have been possible without the iQOO 9 series giving this pedestal for all these players to shine on. So once again, let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. Well, of course, like we said, that is the iQOO 9 series for you. And if you want to unleash your inner gaming monster, all you have to do is get yourself one of these bad boys. And speaking of bad boys, we do have Sparrow in the room right now. And I guess I'll take the good guy mantle over here. My name is Angad, the Experiment Jehel. And of course, this is Piyush joining me. If you do want to follow us on Instagram, you did see our handles. I go by XPcast. He goes by Sparrowcast. Looks like we are in the right business right now, aren't we?
Well, but I'm a good boy. I'm not a bad boy, XP, but that is okay. Yeah, that is complete fine. I can understand. I can be the bad boy today. But meanwhile, talking about the teams, these teams are turning out to be something else. What kind of matches are we having today, XP?
I mean, we talked about comebacks. We were like, can they do this? Can they not? Can they do this? Nah, I think it's a bit too late. But GodLike Esports, oh boy, buddy. Now the difference is a measly 30 points.
Well, they're not ready to give up today. They're not ready to give in. They are fighting with everything they got.
I mean, of course, when you are bestowed with all those special powers, if you are in favor of the gods above, when you are demigods, it is going to be a bit easy for you running around and, well, smacking all these mere mortals away like flies. But again, it is easier said than done, and it goes to show their gaming prowess. It goes to show that, even though there is so much pressure on that one team, they are still keeping their heads calm and cool while everyone else around them is losing theirs. But now, in a few moments, forget calm, forget cool, because we are going to be jumping into the tropical island of Sanhok. And buddy, I think we are going to see some action right off the bat.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it is going to be unpredictable. It is Sanhok, of course, and we are going to see some weird circles once again. But talking about the top teams, I feel Team EXO. What just happened to them, XP?
I'm going to use a word, and then I'm going to give it back to you.
Okay.
Targeting.
Well, Team EXO, I mean, it was a wonderful tournament. All 3 days, they were consistent. But today is the first day when I see Team EXO not delivering, not getting those points. It is for the first time. Are their hands shaking? Yes, their hands are shaking. Yes, they are feeling the pressure. Who knows? But they need to figure out their stuff. They need to relax, take a deep breath, just like my friend XP, because they still have 3 more games to go.
They still have 3 more games, and the fate of one of these teams is going to be decided in the next 3 games, because you know where all these teams are going to be heading off to. Well, not all these teams. One of these teams is going to be heading off to after this. They might just take a plane ride to, well, on the global stage. But before we get to that, again, anything can happen. It is going to be Sanhok. I was talking about targeting. Let's just not talk about Team EXO. Right? I want to talk about the top 4 teams. We've got Skylightz Gaming, we've got Team EXO, we have TSM, and of course we have GodLike Esports. Now, for now, GodLike Esports, they seem to be on a bit of a tear. They seem to be on a bit of a rampage. But you were noticing as well, that last little skirmish when they were pushing in, TX, they abandoned TSM altogether. And then they're like, all right, boys, we have some business over here to deal with. Let's do that right now. That is what they did. And they did lose that one member. Maybe that is one of the reasons why they finally succumbed to all that pressure.
Look, these kind of things are going to happen now. Every single team knows that if they are going to beat GodLike, if they're going to beat Skylightz, if they're going to beat TSM or Team EXO, they're going to be superstars, right? I mean, who doesn't want to shine in the glory?
Of course, and speaking of glory and speaking of shine, looks like we are going to be in the spotlight as well. For now, I should not look at the light directly because all I see is patches in front of my eyes, but I think I'm going to be good for now. Now, again, if this is pressure for me, if I'm feeling nervous for them, again, I don't know what is going on through the player's mind, but that is what defines champions from the rest of, well, like I love saying, us mere mortals.
Well, from the shadows a fire shall be woken, from the ashes a phoenix shall rise, and I would love to see if the phoenix is going to rise today or not, because, under pressure, we can see some diamonds today.
We can see some diamonds, and well, I'm glad that one of the diamonds have walked out because Hope is back in the studio.
Lots of positivity today.
Lots of positivity all around, and in fact, if you are feeling good, remember, hit that like button. You might just walk away with some more merch. Now, up until this point, I'm sure you already know who your favorite players are, but let's have a look and see which players are going to be at the tippity top of the iceberg, because the top 4 players are popping up on our screens now, and I'm pretty sure we all know one man is still going to be leading the charge, and it looks like that lead is increasing because Neo from GodLike Esports is close to hitting that 50-point mark.
What a player he's turning out to be for Team GodLike. The way they are playing, they're not giving in, they are not giving up, and Neo is making sure he's racking up those finishes. Number 2, we got Skylightz Gaming. Somraj, the captain himself, is doing what he does best, getting those precious points for his teammates and for his team. Meanwhile, look at the damage they are coming in from Somraj Gaming. 8,210, and boy, oh boy, he is racking some heat. But look at number 4. I mean, it is going to be GodLike Jonathan. The damage, I'm looking at the damage and I'm saying, wow, how is this guy even human?
I'll tell you one thing, because like I said earlier, these guys are out on a rampage, and it is kind of clear just a little bit to see who is going to be walking away with those special prizes that we have, because looks like Jonathan, oh boy, he definitely is a rampage freak, while his teammate Neo, he just might be the most valuable player in this tournament.
Well, now we can't forget about number 3. We can't forget about it. UDog, India's Fearless. Oh boy, this guy from last 4 days, he is just ripping things apart. But with 34 finishes to his name, still 3 matches to go. Let's see if he can wreak some more havoc on the next games.
Well, the next game is going to be Sanhok, and speaking of wreaking havoc, we do expect something like that, but you know, I was talking about targeting just moments ago. We could see something like that happen. Now, Painan, if I was at the bottom of the table and if I wanted to just disrupt things, I would rather head to Exo's drop spot, or I would head to Skylightz Gaming's drop spot, or I would head to TSM's drop spot, or I would head to GodLike's drop spot. Now, let me tell you one thing. One of two things will happen. Either I am going to be in all that glory by wiping them out, or I might just give my finishes to them. But now, before that, let's have a little bit of a squad face-off coming in, because at one point we are going to have the top teams face it off against one another. Skylightz Gaming on one end and Team XO on the other.
Well, clearly Skylightz Gaming, they managed to deal a lot of damage there, but with 98 finishes, they must be feeling comfortable on top of the table. Meanwhile, Team XO, who performed really well in the last couple of days, but today is not their day. So far, they managed to deal a lot of damage, but they have, I think, 99 finishes to their name. Just one short of that beautiful century. If you talk about assists, the Skylightz Gaming, again, as a team, they're playing really well with 76 assists to their name. And yes, the average survival time of Skylightz Gaming is also better.
It is going to be better, but again, it's just a few seconds. But again, even the second in this game makes all the difference. Now, Skylightz Gaming are going to be on a high. Team XO are going to be coming in a little too close for their comfort. But again, remember, we still have 2 more juggernauts still in the race, and those boys are the gentlemen from TSM and, well, GodLike Esports. But now, as we do have a look at a few more stats on our screens, man, the damage, oh my god, it just speaks for itself. 22,326 is just crazy. And now let's do one thing in the reverse order, right? What we normally do is we keep the players first. Now we're going to take 3 members away. We are going to put 2 players up against one another as the player face-off is coming in, and from one side there is someone who's lurking in the shadows. No, it's not Shadow. It is going to be the ninjutsu master himself, Ninja, but I do believe I am going to have to wait for just a few more seconds, because again, we just want to have a look at this and appreciate the finishes that both these teams have accumulated for themselves.
Well, incredible. Certainly they deserve to be on top of the table, and they are just there. Meanwhile, they still have 3 more games to go. I wonder, XP, how many more finishes they are going to rack up in those 3 games.
I mean, we just might see a lot more, but before that, again, just to let you boys know, I mean, we do apologize to you boys and girls and ladies and gentlemen out there. We do apologize for slight delays. Again, remember, this is a crucial day for all our teams, right? And we want to make sure everybody is playing on a level playing field, and, sometimes or the other, again, like I said, all over the country right now, we do have a little bit of a rainy season going on, so sometimes the connectivity can be an issue. But for now, we are going to have the squad performance for Skylightz Gaming pop up on our screens, and this, of course, is the last 6 matches.
It's as clear as daylight. I mean, they have been consistent. Look at the finishes, and out of these 6, 4 of them were really good. I mean, even in match number 21, they managed to rack up a lot of damage. They were not able to convert the damage into finishes, but consistency, again, is key, XP.
It is key, and speaking of consistency, you can never forget the balance, as you did mention, finishes and of course your position points as well. For now, as far as performance go, we are only going to be talking about, well, their fighting prowess. Now, we've had a look at Skylightz Gaming. Let's have a look at the team that is in the 2nd position. I'm of course talking about Team XO, and well, quite a different contrast as to what we saw moments ago.
Well, absolutely. I mean, today was not their day. Out of all these matches, they were not able to rack up a lot of finishes. The damage was not there up to the mark as well. I think it's all about form, right? It's all about consistency. They are going through a decent form, but the problem is the momentum is not in their favor. They need one good game, and I think Team XO can make a really good comeback.
They could make a comeback, and well, I guess since we've had a look at one, we've had a look at two. Let's have a look at the team that is in the third position, because now the squad performance spotlight is going to be shining on TSM. And well, although they racked up a tremendous amount of damage in the last game, only 4 finishes to show for it.
Well, absolutely, TSM. I mean, this is going to be so important for them. I think last game should have been their game, XP, but that single nade coming in from Mr. Spray was proven to be too much for themselves. Meanwhile, talking about their squad performance in the last few games, I think they rack up decent number of damages, but not too much finishes for that to happen.
Of course, not many finishes, but again, just to let you guys know, there were some connectivity issues, but it looks like the lobby is going to be re-hosted one last time, as a few of our players have a couple of issues joining in. Now again, you've got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, we normally do give punctuality preference, however, we've got to make sure everything is tickety-boo and everybody is on the same playing field. Now, speaking of positions, we had a look at 1, we had a look at 2. Now let's have a look at number 4, GodLike Esports, and boy oh boy, do those damage numbers speak for themselves.
Last 3 games, 33 finishes by this team. Are you kidding me? I mean, this is inhuman. This is what I call consistency, and again, they are stubborn.
It is inhuman because they are godlike, innit? They are the demigods running around on all these maps here, Sparrow.
Well, yes, I agree with you on that. I mean, inside this beautiful game of BGMI, they are indeed gods among mortals. Meanwhile, 33 finishes still, it's a big thing, right? I mean, they were desperate, but they are stubborn. They're not giving in.
I like that game, though, Gods Amongst Men. It brings back so many memories from my childhood. Of course, all of you watching at home, let me know if you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. But for now, we are going to be concentrating on the battlegrounds in BGMI. And, well, hello. We are going to be back once again. I know that was quite a long break. We had a lot of stats and figures coming up, and you must have been wondering, wait a second, where are those gentlemen that we met earlier? Now, of course, just to remind you all who, well, we are. This guy is what I call as humanity's last hope. Again, Sparrow, the Latin word means hope, right?
Yes, you're right, XP.
We all thought it was Sparrow from, well, a game that we all love as well, but I go by Experiment and, well, hello. But anyway, we're making sure everything is in the right order, making sure all the players are going to be joining in because, again, even one man short makes all the difference for their team. But now, Sparrow, it is going to be Sanhok. Now, let's just calm down once again. We did see a couple of distinct Sanhoks in the last few days. Of course, we did see the normal Sanhok where all hell lets loose right at the beginning. And, before people could even touch ground, they were brought down mid-air. And then we've also seen Sanhoks where nothing happened for 10 minutes.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I still remember a Sanhok where nothing happened for 15 minutes and we were casting that game. But talking about Sanhok, today might be different. Today, there's going to be chaos. Today, there's going to be a lot of blood, sweat and tears running around in Sanhok because these teams are desperate now.
Well, every single team is going to be desperate. But again, it's not the desperation per se. It is going to be the fact that, they have a lot on the line, right? I mean, the first team is going to be flying off to distant shores sooner or later. And also, like we said, there is a lot of money at stake over here, so all that pressure is going to be weighing them down just a little bit. But forget pressure for now. Let's come to the good points. Let's focus again on the top 4 teams because of course there are many stories breaking out, but only one is going to be crowned the champions of India. Again, 30 points is nothing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, when I was on break, you and Floki were casting, I was in the community, I was talking with people, and every single one of the guys in community, they're talking about GodLike. They're talking about how are they doing it, how they're making a comeback. Because if they do it, XP, I'm telling you once again, if they do it, if they become champions today, I'm going to lose my mind.
I kind of already have because, like you said, 33 finishes in the last 3 games. Let's see what they are going to be doing up in Sanhok because casters stop talk. We are going to do that. The match is going to begin. Perfect timing as once again, before we soar over the jungles of Sanhok, we visit the warehouse of champions.
Sanhok is a beautiful jungle. It's a rainforest where we are going to find some ruins, we're going to find some paradise, we're going to find some boot camps, but at the same time there's going to be 16 amazing teams, the best teams in India, who are going to fight it out for glory, for everything that they have worked hard for. It's been a crazy month. I mean, we have witnessed some great gameplays coming in from all these teams, but right now, if you're listening to me, if anybody is listening to me,
I'm pretty sure a few number of people are listening to us. Hopefully, wait, just check your phone real quick. Check that iQOO 9.
Well, absolutely. I mean, almost a million people were watching us, but at this point of time, I would like to say, just hold your breath, put your snacks in, get yourself ready, because this is going to be chaotic.
Well, if you were waiting, I'm pretty sure your popcorn is done by now, so you might want to just run over to the kitchen real quick and get it out before you do burn it to a crisp, because in about 80 seconds the game is going to be underway. And I wonder how if anybody's wondering, how do you know it's 80 seconds? Let's see how many of them are avid BGMI players in the chat here, Spero.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a wonderful, wonderful situation for a lot of teams. I mean, even though, I mean, imagine about the teams. Imagine about the teams, imagine about the bottom teams who are right now not feeling that great, but at the same time, XP, I believe that still they have this amazing audience who are watching them. If they can come, if they can do some amazing clutches, or if they can get some back-to-back chicken dinners, they are going to be immortalized.
Alright, so you were, talking to the community moments ago, and of course, knowing you, I'm pretty sure you were in the chat section as well. So what's happening in the chat section? Who are we rooting for?
Well, they are rooting for GodLike.
Oh, everybody wants that little Cinderella story. Everybody wants the pauper to finally become the prince. Let's see if that is going to be the case for GodLike Esports, because, well, speaking of prince, he was instrumental in their destruction in the last game in Erangel.
Well, absolutely. I mean, 7C, they managed to find their mojo. Maybe it is a little late, but again, a lot of people are watching, a lot of eyes are on this game, and they can, if they can get back-to-back chicken dinners, that would be just amazing. But Sanhok, again, the strategy of Skylightz Gaming, I would like to point out that.
Well, now from the seas, what we're going to do is we are going to soar high above the jungles of Sanhok, as the big bird is going to be in the sky, and sooner or later, everybody is going to be jumping down to their potential deaths sooner rather than later. Again, it is going to be an interesting playing path. Cutting Sanhok pretty much in half. We've never seen this before over here, because again, it doesn't really matter because everything is going to be in jumping distance. But what I am expecting here, Spero, is clashes taking place right at the beginning.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I would love to see some action early on in this game, but at the same time, I want to see how TSM, how Team EXO, how Skylightz Gaming, and how GodLike Esports they're going to perform. Because right now, if you see on the left of your screen, they are in top 4. If you talk about top 5 players in Sanhok, we have EXO Fierce with 12 finishes, and boy oh boy, I still remember that game in Sanhok where Team EXO, they landed in Camp Charlie. They rotated towards the ocean area from the western shore there, and they somehow managed to land at Hathin, and they found the chicken dinner.
Well, looks like the gods above are going to be generous, because the circle is going to be pretty much basic. It's going to cover all parts of all 3 islands, and everyone is going to be still in their favorite drop spots. Now, GodLike, they are going to be hitting Painan as expected, but I do see one of the members a bit too close for comfort. In fact, Prince once again wants to be a thorn in their side.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look at 7C Prince, and if you talk about 7C, I don't think they have anything to lose. They can easily go in and attack if they want to. Meanwhile, Team Recknoning versus Enigma, if this battle is going to pan out, this is going to be one legendary battle, because Maxiop, I still remember after day number 2, Maxiop was the top fragger.
He was the top fragger, but the thing is, Sanhok is such an anomaly of a map, because unless action doesn't break out right at the beginning, I'm afraid it is going to be quite a few minutes before something finally does happen. But for now, Recknoning Esports, the Wolves, they are going to be howling, but the question is for how much longer, because one of them is going to be away from his pack, and well, Enigma Gaming, they might just come in for some killing and finishes of their own. Avi just jumping in, making sure all the buildings are secure before he finally goes in and collects some loot for himself. Sooner or later, shots are going to be fired, and well, either Enigma or Maxi from Recknoning Esports is going to go down, because have a look at his teammates. Abrar is going to be a bit in the distance, but looks like he does get the memo. And I do believe Enigma Gaming are going to be a little wary over here. They do have an idea that, wait a second, I did see a couple of doors open. Someone is lurking nearby, as Maxi is going to make sure he's on the back foot. Now shots are going to be fired. Lucky for him, the wall is going to be whole over here. And now through the gap, the enemy jumps. The enemy takes a few shots, and Maxi is going to take him down. Unfortunately, Sagi is going to be on point to make sure he is down on his knees as well. Now this is when Abrar with his QBZ is going to come in. Avi has been knocked down. Sagi is going to come under fire. Eggy is still inside the building. And in fact, wait a second, Sagi is going to make sure that Abrar is taken down, which means now it all comes down to Squirrels. Does he have the skills? No, he does not. Not at this particular moment, because, well, that is all she wrote from Mr. Spray in the distance. He is still coming in. Can he do something from that distance?
Well, it is going to be a 1v2 altercation right now for Mr. Spray, the IGL, the leader of Team Recknoning, trying to get as many points as possible. But would he be able to do something? That is the big question at this point of time. 2 players for Enigma. They're down on their knees, and they need to figure out a way to survive. Enigma still holding on. He's waiting for his chance to come in, taking the advantage play behind the tree. Would he be able to take a clutch down, a big opportunity? And I don't think they have that kind of a loot as well at this point of time.
Well, they don't have the loot, but what Enigma Gaming definitely has in their favor is all that beautiful, well, it's not concrete this time, it is going to be wood, but they do have some sort of fortifications for themselves. And looks like Enigma Sagi is going to make sure that Mr. Spray is going to lose his teammates one by one. Now for Mr. Spray, he doesn't have any smokes on him. If Sagi goes a bit to the left of your screens right now, it could be problematic for the gentleman right in the center. Elsewhere, Avi is going to be picked up, and well, fair the Enigma has to say. They are going to be fared over here, as there you have it. Recknoning Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be the first ones to bite the dust out in the 16th position without a finish to their name. Elsewhere, GodLike is going to be jumping in, as Nickel from PSG is going to be brought down, and now Clutch God is going to assert his attention and his dominance over another member. But for now, he's going to make sure he covers as much ground and, well, keep the enemy guessing.
Well, the god of clutches here got to be sure, because he is right now alone in this vicinity. His cavalry would be coming in, he would have called them out, but at this point of time, I would love to see if they're going to attack. Team GodLike early on in the game, I mean, they have a level 1 helmet. Clutch God got a level 1 helmet and a vest as well. But it's going to be so important for Clutch God to survive, and the flank is coming in.
The flank is going to be coming in, and of course, you know, the aim of the game is to make sure you keep your enemies guessing, because what TSG are going to do is move to the north of that bridge or the left on this point of the screen over here, because if they do move to the left from Clutch God's point of view, well, he might just be in prime position to lay down some lead in their backs. But for now, Jonathan, he's already crossed over. He's got to be careful, because there is someone who might want to ask the question, who's your daddy? And well, let's see if he can do something devastating over here. Now he is going to be spotted out. Well, his position has been given away, because in case you didn't know this, every single movement, every single scrunch up against the wood down below you is going to give away a little bit of a sound cue. Now that grenade could be primed to perfection. In fact, it is going to go off, but wait a second, Neo is going to be taken down on the other side.
Well, the good thing for Neo is that he has some cover, he has some teammates who can revive him, but meanwhile Jonathan is alone here. He got to be careful.
Wait a
He
second.
just got knocked as well. Clutch got big responsibility on his shoulder. Now Team GodLike, they are making a comeback story, but for that to happen, they need to survive.
Oh,
They
that's a
need to
good
make-
one!
That's a good nade.
Beautiful!
What a massive nade this could be for Team GodLike.
I saw that trajectory. Now, I'm like, wait a second, Clutch God, you better not burn yourself up, mate. We were just talking laurels about you, but looks like he is going to be safe for now. And, well, for now is exactly what he was safe for, because he is going to be shot at, but he zigs and zags, bobs and weaves his way out of harm. And now Z-God is going to be picked up, and there you have it. At this point, Jonathan needs to make some noise on the other side. And speaking of Jonathan, there we have it. Perfect timing coming in over here as well. The moment somebody moves out, he just might take a few shots.
The problem with Jonathan right now is that he won't be able to, you know, do too much at this point of time. If he gets knocked there, that's all over for Team GodLike Jonathan. Meanwhile, Neo is still knocked there, and I don't think he can reach Neo. Yes, the table topper, the top fragger, the MVP for now of this tournament is down and dusted and out of the server.
Well, as far as the demigods are concerned, at least he did bring Z-God back up on his feet, and now they are going to make a move elsewhere. Looks like Team Xbox coming to fire, but for now, let's see if this grenade is going to be devastating. It's a bit too much to the right, but D-Sing might have just moved directly in it. Unfortunately, it is going to get the better of Nickel. Z-God with a massive grenade. Now, this is when Jonathan needs to make some noise. However, the superhero we all needed, Krish, is going to make sure that he is kept at bay. Z-God, you might want to divert your attention a bit to the left, because Daddy is going to be shooting at him. Jonathan, again, playing the patience game. Question is it going to cost him later on? Because if his teammates are going to be falling down one by one, that is all she wrote for GodLike Esports.
Well, Jonathan is playing a very monumental role in this team. He needs to go and he needs to take out Daddy. Daddy is providing a very informative cover for Team PSG, but Team GodLike Clutch God, he got no idea where his opponents are at this point of time.
Well, he doesn't have an idea, and again, looks like the tables have definitely been turned, because this time the Supari gang are keeping the demigods themselves guessing. Now, Nickel is going to move a bit to the right. He does have that bush to work with. He is going to be flat on the ground, prone, in fact, as D-Sync does exactly the same. Now, they don't really need any smokes over here, because it is going to be Sanhok. Now, GodLike's Jonathan definitely has a massive chunk of his HP taken out, and I am kind of surprised. You know, this team is known for their untold aggression, but for now, they are playing the passive game. I wouldn't really blame them, but Jonathan needs to patch himself up, which I'm sure should be happening any second now. Daddy has been doing his work again. The Supari gang are not the top contenders over here, but boy, oh boy, are they giving the top dogs a run for their money.
You know what's the problem is with GodLike? They can't rush in. They can't rush in blindly because they know if they get eliminated in this one, maybe they might not be the champions of BGIS, so they need to be careful.
Let me tell you another problem for GodLike. Have a look at our Esports. They heard all the commotion, and sooner or later, Jonathan's position could be overwhelmed by our Esports, and then we have the shots are going to be fired. Question is it going to be Daddy who goes down first, or GodLike's Jonathan? Because now Daddy is making a move. He is in fact changing his position. GodLike's Jonathan, I wonder if he's heard all the sound cues, and well, if he did, he's going to be in prime position. But now Daddy, I like what he's doing, right? He's going to make sure he is the first in the line of offense as far as his team is concerned. But right now, in case you missed any of the action, there we have it. It looks like TX were swimming out in open waters, and Sarang did spot them, and well, that is how Marvi went a mortuary grave. In fact, looks like he went straight to Davy Jones' locker.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Davy Jones would be proud to have Murphy with his as his teammate, but at this point of time, our Esports Canary. I mean, we have seen Canary doing some amazing stuff in semi-finals, but right now in the grand finals, we are yet to see the magical Canary singing his beautiful song. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, they're still holding on, they're still holding back, they're not going all in because they know if they go all in and if they go all out, they might get eliminated at 15th position.
Well, at least the Mosquitoes are going to be kept at bay, but for now, TSG are going to make sure they are still holding their ground. Now, Daddy is going to be on the left side over there. Jonathan still hasn't budged, and you know what? I know why. He just has that one bandage to work with, and well, that one energy drink. Elsewhere, Hitman is going to be brought down as UDog India are making the move, and Mystic, well, nothing mystical about him. I do beg your pardon over there. There seems to be something stuck in my throat. Sparrow, while I clear that, why don't you take over?
Well, absolutely. I mean, talking about UDog India, I feel they are fearless because they have players like Fearless, Mystic, Dark and Dave who are rushing in at this point of time. Team Tactical, who's known for their beautiful defending, they are looking to just hold on to it, and Sanhok is a beautiful place if you want to defend. Meanwhile, Ari Sports, they lost a player, and one of their players are knocked down, and I would love to see what the GodLike is going to do. They're still holding on their own XP.
Oh, they're still going to hold on to their position, but looks like 7C Esports, boy oh boy, they still have boot camp all for themselves, and the BGMI gods are going to be gifting them a little bit for drop. Now, Skylightz Gaming, I'm sure a lot of you quick-eyed people out there, you notice something. They are still out in the blue. In fact, I do believe Destro is going to be given the charge for making sure he has all the first aids that Sanhok has to offer, and well, the heal battle might be coming off sooner rather than later. Now, Tactical Clutch is going to be on one side, Kid is going to be on the other. In fact, the grenade almost knocking him off his feet, but looks like the bullets are going to be talking Fearless from one end, and in fact, Fearless moves in and finishes what he started. Now, Tactical Wild is going to be taken down as well, or is he? Because he does hit cover in the nick of time, but now they are going to be moving in from the right flank. We do have UDog Dave. He does have the AK. Is he going to make it sing? But first, he's going to make sure the ground is lava. And well, Clutch, you better watch out where you stand. But now Clutch comes down. Clutch shoots. Clutch is taken down instead because, well, he does get the better of Fearless. Unfortunately for him, Dave had that AK, and well, even though Clutch had that Tommy gun, he couldn't go gangster all over UDog India. Now, the last man standing for Tactical Esports is going to be Wild69. Question is, does he have it in him to be Wild, or is Wild going to be tamed over here by, well, the UDog Indian team that is charging at his location? He does get one, but a grenade thrown in from Mystic is going to make sure that, well, Tactical Esports are going to be eliminated with quite a bang in the 15th position without any finishes.
Now, I have to say, this is a jungle, and Wild69 was looking to go wild with a beautiful battle spray there, but that nade was enough to capture the beast, and here you go, Team Tactical. They are out of the contention in Sanhok. Meanwhile, talking about the GodLike, Jonathan is still there. He's not moving. He's not moving a single inch. He's just holding on. He's waiting for his chance to come in.
Oh, he's not going to move a muscle. He is not going to bat an eyelid because he needs to make sure if anything comes his way, well, he's going to deal with it. And for now, it's even possible that Daddy from TSG was like, you know what, wait a second. I haven't heard anything for the last 5, maybe 10 minutes. Maybe he's not here, so he's going to wait for the enemy to make a mistake. Again, like you mentioned earlier, this is an important game for GodLike Esports, and now this could be problematic because in comes EXO, and well, his teammates are going to be pretty far away. GodLike's Jonathan knows what's at stake. He knows that, you know, he does have to go up against all of them.
What have you done?
He let a shot, and you can see on the POV, he did just kind of react to that as well, but now EXO's coming in. GodLike, is he going to shoot? Yes, he is, and wait a second, what's happening over here? Looks like he was coming in without his gun. He does finish one over here, and now the second one is going to come out. GodLike is going to be in a bit of trouble. Jonathan, he's going to keep the enemies at bay. Now from the other side, someone is going to come in, but wait a second, the floor is on fire. Lucky for him, he has a little bit of a corner where the flames aren't going to touch him. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have any healing on him. Sensei comes in, Sensei shoots, Sensei gets Jonathan, and with with that, we are going to bid him adieu, as Punk is going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under, which now means GodLike, although they do have one finish to their names, they are now a team 2-man squad elsewhere. OR Esports hoping to defend their position against these onslaught coming in from UDog, and UDog, buddy, they are looking good.
Well, UDog is looking good and they are looking fearless. They are looking to rush in now. Their next target is OR Esports with nades, getting cooked. Mystic with a beautiful flank, and I would love to see how Mystic is going to deal with this one. He spotted Aditya. I think he should knock him right now. He's waiting for his chance to come in. Knock him! Yes, he will do! Mystic with a beautiful spray, and now it's a clear invitation for UDog India to rush in.
Well, OR Esports have lost one man down, and now UDog India, they might just be pushing in. The grenade is going to be cooked. Evo is going to be the intended target. In fact, the grenade goes boom. However, the shrapnel is not going to be finding its intended target. Now, they is going to move out. He does shoot. Unfortunately, that is a snowman over there. The grenade goes boom, and well, Evo is going to be brought down courtesy of that M4, as Rexy is going to be taken down as well. Now, the IGL from OR Esports is the last man standing, and well, he is a bit too far away to do anything for his team. Now, OR Esports reduced to a one-man squad, and well, speaking of being reduced to one-man squads, looks like TX and GodLike Esports, like we said earlier, are going to be two-man rosters. Question is, can they go till the very end? Because for now, 7C's position finally comes under fire. Does Jadu have enough magic in his fingers? Yes, he does, because Spray God was taken down, and in the blink of an eye, well, he is going to be sent to the depths of hell.
Well, our Esports Jadu did a beautiful 1v1 there, even though his SP was low. 7C player, I think 7C, they lost a player there. Meanwhile, it's now going to be a 3v3 altercation where our Esports, I think it's a nice split. Two of their players are in the warehouse, but we might be witnessing a boot camp zone.
Oh, we might just be witnessing a boot camp zone over here, because at one end to the south, high atop those mountains that seems to be there, we have Hyderabad Hydras, and coming in from the north, we have TSM, and well, looks like the Revanants are going to be coming and knocking on their doors as well. Unfortunately for them, well, actually, you know what the best thing is? Today is Sunday. Question is, are they going to take all these other teams to church, or are they going to practice what they preach? We're going to have to wait and find out, because looks like GodLike's Clutch Guard is going to open up on Nickel once again. The fight that we saw break out at the beginning is still continuing, but for now, Hero from our Esports trying to get as much information as he can on the gentleman from 7C Esports. And speaking of TSG, looks like Chris is going to be taken down as well. In fact, it is going to be Z-God laying down lead from this. Daddy comes in the kill streak as well. In fact, that kill zone is going to be open at both ends, because keep one thing in mind, they do have a little bit of an angle, but looks like he makes it by a whisker.
Well, he makes it in the time, and he would revive his player. Meanwhile, GodLike, they are just pushing, they're putting everything on the line there. It is now going to be a 2v3 altercation, and their position is going to be really important. Both of them are using the first aid at the same time. That was good.
I mean, if this was realistic, and suppose I was hiding behind that tree, boy oh boy, I would be seen on both sides. I'm just a bit too big, but for now, Enigma Rex is going to fall to his own demise. Let's see if that is going to be something he is going to be sorry for. But right now, Krish, he does move a bit further up on that mountain. Of course, you want to make sure you have as many angles as possible, but GodLike, oh boy, they aren't in the best of positions. However, they still can keep TSG at bay. Elsewhere, Skylightz Gaming, they are taking a massive rotation. Wait a second, beautiful sprays coming in. And of course, when you have these iQOO 9s in your hands, well, the spray control is going to be easy with that amazing gyroscope that every single one seems to be using in today's day and age. Now, GodLike Esports, again, remember, ladies and gentlemen, they are just a two-man squad, but unfortunately, you don't get any points for damage. But what it does do is make sure that they can move away, move to greener pastures, keep the enemy guessing, and, well, take the fight a bit later on, because now TSG, they're going to be wary, and they are going to be losing some valuable time out in the blue.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Team GodLike, they're also flanking. Clutch God is off to find a new location for his teammates, and he's dropping a trail of 5.56 ammo there, and he's marking every single one of them. So that's a good move. I mean, Z-God would love to have some ammo from his team's IGL, Clutch God. Meanwhile, talking about bootcamp, finally, I'm hoping actually, XP, I want to see a bootcamp zone, and here you go, bootcamp is still there.
Well, bootcamp is still going to be in play, but it looks like there is only one king of the hill for now. It is Hyderabad Hydras, but GodLike, the demigods themselves, are going to be challenging them for that position. For now, we do have a big bad gun. It is the AWM. Sarang almost got knocked out. However, that 300 Magnum caliber round did not find its mark, and well, I am going to be just a little bit disappointed. But again, I love the games breaking out right now, as Sarang is going to make sure he does pump himself up full of adrenaline coursing through his veins, and well, he is definitely going to be whipping out that BFG once again. Elsewhere, we do have the last man standing for OR Esports. It's the captain himself, Jelly. Question is he going to be in prime position? Because what he's expecting is the enemies might just jump in on his location. However, the thing is, they don't know that it is just one man. They might actually expect the entire team to be there. And speaking of entire teams, UDog India are going to come under fire as the Revenants are coming in. RE are coming in, but for now, it is going to be a hero who gets the better of him. Elsewhere, wait a second, I do think we have a team elimination. No, we had a knockdown taken out as Gil is going to be taken out of his misery, which means, well, Scout, I do believe, is the last man standing for Team Xbox.
Yes, sir. Scout is still surviving, but meanwhile, I would love to see the zone at this point of time. There's still a lot of teams who are struggling outside the zone, and heal battle is on the cards. Meanwhile, UDog India Mystic with 3 finishes to his name and a total of 7 finishes with his team. I think UDog, they've been really aggressive in Sanhok.
They have been aggressive, and looks like, speaking of aggressive, TX haven't got that memo over here, as they are going to be out in the 14th position without any finishes for themselves. Now the Revenants in the distance were spotted out from boot camp itself. That could be problematic for them because, well, another problem is going to be coming up on their plate right now. Enigma Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be contesting them for their position. There you have it. Shots are going to be fired, but for now, it is going to be your table toppers. Skylightz Gaming going up against Team XO, and looks like Destro is going to be there. Pokar is going to be on point. Samraj is joining them as well with one of the teammates on the right flank, making sure everything is good. And speaking of right flanks, Destro is going to go to the left, and he gets the better of Ayush from Old Hood Esports.
Now the position of XO Sensei is going to be so important, but meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras striker just took out Sensei. Now Team XO, they are under a lot of pressure and they need to survive. Meanwhile, Skylightz Gaming, if they push in at this point of time, Team XO could be eliminated. But meanwhile, I think they're just waiting for the first knock to come in because they have no idea that it's Team XO who's in front of them.
Well, speaking of Team XO, looks like Sensei, the IGL, he has no idea where the bullets are coming from. Of course, he expected maybe it's Skylightz Gaming shooting at him, but from the high top, from that little eagle's nest, it is Striker who struck first and, well, took the finish for himself. Now, OH are going to be just one man strong over there, crazy in the distance, but Skylightz Gaming, oh boy, this is a bit dicey for them because a lot of teams are going to be waiting for them. Elsewhere, we still have Enigma out in the blue. Looks like Avi is going to be the little insurance policy of sorts, as he might be patching himself up right about now. But the Revenants, they need to make a move. The circle has shifted away. It is going to be an open land. However, we still have a couple of buildings in the boot camp still in play.
Well, I feel it is going to be so difficult for GodLike to enter the zone. I mean, GodLike, they have to face Team Hyderabad Hydras, they have to face Team TSC if they want to enter the zone. Meanwhile, TSM Ninja, he took out Old Hood Close, who was trying to cross the river, which was not going to happen in this one. Team Enigma, with 4 finishers to their name, with 3 players still surviving, they're still stuck outside the zone.
Well, they are stuck outside the zone, and speaking of TSG and GodLike, looks like that story is still going to continue because D-Sync is going to be at one end and Krish at the other. But for now, Avi, he does have 21 first aid, ladies and gentlemen, which means the heal off has already begun. And if you know Skylightz Gaming, they might be doing the same. And speaking of TSG, D-Sync was caught out of sync as HH is, well, his IGL Ace Black is going to make sure that he is sent packing, and, well, he's going to meet his maker. For now, Clutch Guard from GodLike Esports, they know that Hyderabad Hydras are going to be atop their favorite position over here because, you know, normally from Painan, that is the hill that they mostly take over. Elsewhere, Jelly, against all odds, one man in all this commotion in and around boot camp is going to be up. It looks like Eggy is going to be taken down, and the play zone comes in as well. And wait a second, is that another one that bites the dust? Because Enigma Gaming, well, they might just be survived by one last man. And for now, Austin Bodex is going to use his first, well, it is just bandages, and, well, the play zone is going to claim his life for his own. Top Dog goes down as well. Oh my goodness, what is happening to the Revenants? It's only Encore and Paradox that are left standing right now, and as the last first aid is going to come in, for now, he does have some moment of respite, but as he moves in, he could be taken out from the distance. A grenade is going to be thrown. GodLike is the intended target. There you have it. Clutch Guard goes down. Carry making sure he holds him off. Now he goes up against Z-God, gets a few shots, and that is all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, GodLike Esports out in the 12th position with just 3 finishes for themselves, while we avert our attention back to the boot camp as our esports are giving UDog hell. In fact, looks like one bullet could do them in, but no, it is going to be the man who has no fear, Fearless himself, who snuffs the magic out of our esports as they exit in the 11th position, and, well, grenades are going to be raining everywhere.
Now the thing is, Team XO is still surviving, Team Skylightz Gaming is still there, Team TSM is still there and still fighting. Meanwhile, Team GodLike got eliminated. So it's a big blow coming in from Team GodLike. And talking about TSM, they have all 4 of their players still fighting out.
Well, UDog India went out on a high over here, boys and girls, because they do have 10 finishes, but one grenade coming in from Aladdin is going to make sure that is all she wrote. And, well, Destro goes down now. Pagari is
boy.
going to be their little heel battle of man over there because they are going to come under fire. That grenade looks good. Immortal did not go back because the grenade is going to hit you right in the back. There you have it. He suddenly realizes it. And well, now their position is going to be bombarded. Sonmaz goes down, but no. His teammate Gamla Boy is going to be on hand. EXO being eliminated, but the remaining members of SG coming under heavy fire. Death from above. And it looks like they only have one man standing. And well, Pagar, he is going to make sure that he uses all those first aids to his advantage. Enigma, on the other hand, we did see him with 20. Now he's just down to 4 after this one.
Absolutely. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, they still have one player who's doing the heal battle, and that is going to be super important. Team Enigma, Avi is also doing the heal battle. How many first aid he got? I think my eyesight is not that good, but yes, 5 first aids to his name.
Well, Picard doesn't have the tremendous amount that we did think. I do believe Destro was the man in charge of that. Unfortunately, they are going to come into fire. Hyderabad Hydras look poised to get a little bit of domination up here in Sanhok, but Shadow lurking in the shadows. In fact, he does have a couple of bushes to work with as well. We've seen him do wonders in the past, but now Mandy does spot him out. Mandy does shoot. Mandy instead is going to be taken down, and oh my goodness, this man is nigh unstoppable. Now, we have seen his teammate Ninja do something spectacular in the past, but Shadow, can he do something? He does. He knows the enemies are going to be a bit low. He knows the blue is damaging him. He knows they are taking cover behind that little house over there, and in fact, he does get a visual on Striker, but his moment of, his moment was lost, and he is going to back off, and that is what good gameplay is all about. Elsewhere, your leaders so far, Skylightz Gaming, out in the 4th position.
Meanwhile, TSM is still fighting on, and they can get that magical, mystical chicken dinner. Meanwhile, all to Esports, it's crazy. The last man standing, I think he can do some dance moves. Meanwhile, he's jumping and punching the air, but that is not going to get him any more points.
However, he does go out like a Superman with the Superman punches. Elsewhere, Hyderabad Hydras are going to be going up against TSM, a 4-man TSM up against 2 members. Well, make that one. Striker is out. Carry is the last man standing. He does spot Shadow. He does shoot, but Shadow hits the deck. Shadow retaliates with his M4, and well, we have TSM walking away the winners here in Sanhok. Let me tell you one thing, 8 finishes is nothing to scoff about. What amazing teamwork coming in from the boys.
You know, I love the POV there. I mean, after getting that last finish, he was down. That was a beautiful prawn shadow, and after that, he did, yeah!
I mean, of course, when you do win, you are going to, have those fist bumps coming in, and when you do lose, well, we do see all the sorrow in their faces. That is why I love these POVs, right? You can see all the emotions on all your favorite players' faces, but again, TSM take a bow, making sure, they were dominating Erangel thus far, but looks like they can add Sanhok to the kitty as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, let's address the elephant in the house. Team EXO is not feeling it today. Back-to-back 4 games, back-to-back 4 games, not a performance that we expect from Team EXO.
I mean, maybe the pressure is coming down on them because, they were the table toppers up until yesterday. And again, yes, it is day 4. The pressure is going to weigh you down. But in case you missed any of the action, I'm sure you didn't. Let's relive them because the highlights are going to be popping up on her screen. And, well, we were kind of happy that action did break out early and continued evenly throughout the game.
Well, Recknoning Esports, they took an early gunfight against Team Enigma. The problem was that Maxi was stuck and he called in the cavalry. The cavalry came in to support Maxi, but one by one, Team Recknoning, they were taken out by Team Enigma.
They were taken out by Team Enigma, and of course, Enigma did well over here with Mr. Spray, the last man, and well, he only had the 1 tree trunk between them. Now, GodLike Esports, I'll say it, I've said it before, I'll say it again. They are not a team that are going to be good defensively, right? I mean, yes, they can still wipe out your average players here and there, but when a team that is going to be used to rushing in on enemy positions comes in, they are going to be shot in the back, as we saw just now. Now, Jonathan, of course, did spend a lot of time, giving Daddy enough time to breathe, and maybe those were a couple of reasons that they were sent home packing early.
Well, absolutely. But talking about Team Xbox, they were hoping the zone would go in their favor. It was not in their favor, and then they had to jump in the river. It was not going to happen because Team 7C was just ready for them. Meanwhile, Team UDog India, they managed to get up 10 finishes if I'm not wrong, and boy, they attacked together.
Oh, they did attack as a full unit over here. Of course, Clench Fist is going to be stronger than 5 Loose Fingers, and over here, well, we just have 4 teammates doing all of the damage. Now, Tactical, they were taken out one by one, and I do believe you have something to say.
Well, I just have to say, maybe they are a good pack.
That grenade! Oof!
maybe they are a good pack. I just wanted to add that.
Oh, of course they are a good pack. Of course, we do have dogs, descendants of the wolves, and pack mentality is something to go for. Now, right over here, Jonathan is going to get the better of one, and before he does anything else, he makes sure he gets his team that one crucial finish point. But again, I do believe he wasted maybe a bit too much time and was hoping that the zone would come on himself. But you got to keep one thing in mind: all the teams are going to be heading your way. You got to have some contingencies in place.
Look, to be honest, both teams made the mistake, right? Why would iQOO send a single player when they heard some commotion from there in that compound? Why would they send just one guy? They should have used a nade first.
They could have used an ace, but I do believe they weren't really sure whether the sound came from within the shack or from behind.
I mean, you have to be careful.
You have to be careful, but again, normally what happens is when you do charge a compound, right? Before you even make it to the compound walls, before you even make it to one of the buildings, chances are someone is going to be rattling off shots at you. So that didn't happen, so they assumed that, that particular compound is going to be all theirs for the taking. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and they did lose one man in the process. Now, over here, look at Rockstar. He knows the enemy is low, Fearless on a sliver of face. He gets that first aid, whips out his weapon, and well, that is all she wrote. Oh, let's just have it in slow motion. In fact, forget it. He cancels it at the last second, or maybe he did get it because that was just too cool, but Fearless, unfortunately, well, when you are Fearless, you are going to have to go out fighting, and that is exactly what he did. Went out with a bang.
Well, to be honest, if you talk about bang just happened there. Team iQOO, they faced a lot of nades there, and the nades got the better of them. Meanwhile, they managed to take out a couple of members from Team Skylightz Gaming, and in the end, the Team Hyderabad Hydras, who stole a lot of finishes.
They did steal quite a few finishes, but unfortunately, Hyderabad Hydras, they did have all 4 members alive up until, 3 or 4 teams were left standing, but it was TSM with their 4 members who took the better of them as soon as Striker went down. Well, Shadow was like, you know what, guys, just stay back. I got this. Carry does spot him. Carry gets up. Carry shoots. But Shadow, again, he hits the deck, lays down some lead, and that is all she wrote for Hyderabad Hydras. The Hydras coming so close to winning their first chicken in Sanhok.
Well, now we have seen TSM playing well. We have seen Team GodLike playing well. We have seen Team Skylightz getting a chicken dinner. Where is Team iQOO? Maybe next game.
Maybe the next game. Now for Team iQOO, and in fact for all these 4 teams in the run for that, for the crown that is going to be given at the end, and for that beautiful trophy that we will see, oh boy, the pressure is going to be mounting, because this means after Sanhok, now we only have 2 more maps left, and of course we are going to have Miramar, then we have Erangel, so anything is still possible. If GodLike, once again, I know I'm beating around the same bush, if they get a 30 bomb, a 40 bomb, whatever bombs over here, they could topple the leaders. If, again, a lot of ifs coming in, if the top dogs, they fall early, they have a chance.
The thing is, they need bombers now. I mean, a normal gameplay won't be able to make them the champions. They need bombers, and let's see.
Well, we're going to find out, because for now, TSM are going to be your winners in match 22. 23 points for them, 8 of which came out of finishes. And speaking of finishes, looks like Hyderabad Hydras share the same number.
Absolutely. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras played really well. They managed to get 20 total points, and as we were talking about overall point standing, every single point counts. Number 3, we have Altitude Esports with 12 total points, and I was talking with Floki about Altitude Esports. I mean, I was telling him that this team, even though they were not able to get as many finishes as might be some other teams are getting, but still they are consistent.
They have been consistent, and well, consistency only gets you somewhere, because you do need to make sure you have a lot of finishes and position points as well. But now, as we have a look at the fourth position team, it is going to be Enigma Gaming. Nothing mysterious about them this time. Now, what is a mystery is who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP from this game. It is going to be Equinox, and well, he is from the winning team, TSM.
Well, 4 finishes and 540 damage. He played incredibly well. Now, I would love to tell you a fact about Equinox here, TSM Equinox. He plays with 4 fingers without any thumbs.
Well, of course, that is quite extraordinary. But let's see if any of his teammates are going to be joining him. Not for now, because except Aladdin from 7C, everyone is going to be from the package, like calling it UDog, making an appearance on this screen. Now, Aladdin does have 4 finishes for himself. Mystic with 3, Fearless with 3, and Dave with 3 as well. And keep keeping up with tradition. We show you so many facts, so many figures. Let's get the match summary in again, and looks like 78 grenades were used, 1 airdrop was looted, and we all know which weapon was inside.
Absolutely, it was Arctic Warfare Magnum, but I love the fact that 78 nades were used in Sanhok. I mean, the number is going up. But look at the longest finish distance, 216 meters coming in from TSM Aquanox. Total healing again, 9,345, which is good for Sanhok.
Now, of course, we've had a look at all these numbers. Let's give you a visual depiction once again, because, well, the finish to damage performance graph is coming up, and I see one team high above everyone else. Woof woof, it is UDog India.
Well, absolutely. I mean, they managed to get 10 finishes. Even though they got out early, they still got some decent points. And as we were saying, every point matters. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they managed to make a comeback with a beautiful second position. Meanwhile, Team TSM with brilliant performance to their name. But look at GodLike, 1,128 damage just for 3 finishes.
Again, you know, they were doing all that damage. They were dishing out damage left, right, and center. Maybe they could have pushed in on TSG's position a bit quicker. Maybe they could have wiped them out, got a few more finishes, and maybe they would have had all 4 members alive till the end, because numbers definitely count. However, that was not the case, and well, they could only do so much with 2 of their demigods running around. And boy, oh boy, you know, of course, GodLike didn't have the best game, but TSM, oh boy, you know, they didn't have the best game in the last 2 rounds, and looks like we might just, are we going to see a topple over here?
Well, we can, but you know what, I wanted to make a point. When I was watching a Team GodLike, a couple of players were still surviving there. And I have to say, they could have done the heal battle. I mean, I was thinking about it, but you know what? GodLike never does a heal battle.
You know, that's the thing. That is always going to be a mystery to us. And speaking of mystery, let's get the player face-off coming up, because on one side we have Mystic himself as he goes up against the Prince of Arabia, and I'm talking about Aladdin.
Well, Mystic versus Aladdin, this could have been better than this. Meanwhile, Mystic getting 3 finishes with the devil number as the damage 666.
Well, speaking of devil, it only reminds me of Lucifer, and you know what? The fact that I'm all in black, I see a few similarities. Of course, you did say that earlier. I wish you had said this out right now, because it seems like I am tooting my own horn. But now, of course, we've had a look at the player face-off. Let's get a few squads in, because, well, on one side, we are going to have your winners here in Sanhok. It is TSM going up against UDog India.
Well, UDog played really well, but the problem is they got out too early. Meanwhile, TSM, they managed to get the chicken dinner, the coveted, the glory of TSM continues with 8 finishes and the total damage of 1,184. Now coming back to our conversation, XP. Yes, you're looking like Lucifer, but you know what I was thinking? I mean, if I call you Lucifer, if we call Floki the god of mischief, I'm going to be the only good guy here.
Oh, you're not the good guy over here, buddy. Again, let's just get that out of the picture right now. Like I said, you know, of course you are good. We all are decent people over here. But again, you know, it's all about the players. And although some of them are good, you can't be really good in this game. You've got to be bad to your opponents. You've got to make sure you put them in the ground before, well, they do the same, because that is the aim. That is the name of this game. But again, congratulations to TSM for getting that victory. Question is, have they moved up on the points table as far as the overall rankings are concerned, or are they going to be happy with their 3rd position? Well, position as of now. We are going to find that out in a few seconds, because I'm sure that is all that you guys are waiting for in the chat. But it was hectic, and you know what we're going to do? We might actually have this coming up later, because for now, Sparrow and I, we are going to take a quick little breather, which means there is going to be an ad, and as we know, it is going to be 5 minutes. It's going to be quick. We'll see you on the other side of this. Don't go anywhere.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the iQOO 9 itself. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one's going to be Spiro. Spiro, we have had a very wonderful map of Sanhok so far. Very interesting things. Couple of blunders, couple of mistakes here and there, but at the end of the day, the nerves, they really start racking up when you are in the grand finals.
Well, now things are getting heated up, Floki, and we are near the end game. A couple of games to go, and we are going to find our iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series champion.
Oh yeah, and now we're going to jump into the overall standings and show you guys what the storyline has been thus far and what is going to be at stake for all these teams. Starting from the bottom page, as it seems that 17 Esports have been knocked down a peg, back towards that 9th spot. Didn't really have a great game last time around. UDog India, on the other hand, will be moving up a notch. And, well, once again, UDog India might just end up taking away 7C Esports' spot. Now, you have to remember, every position you move up, you're going to get more money. So there is a lot at line here for all of these players. However, Team Xpark and Tactical Esports, they finally put up a good show.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Team Tactical Esports, they are racking up pole position quite slowly and steadily. But I would love to see Team Xpark if they can make some really, really good gameplays they are in the next couple of games, because those games are going to be super important. But right now, it's the moment of truth. Which team is number one? And that is still going to be Team Skylightz Gaming. But oh boy, TSM is wrecking a lot of points.
Oh yeah, 9 points behind the top dog Skylightz Gaming. If they mess up over here, if they make one silly mistake, get caught out in the open, and do not keep those points flowing, well, TSM will overtake them. And Miramar is a map where you can end up making a little bit of, a couple of mistakes if you're not too careful with where you step foot. Of course, lots of hilly terrain to watch over those long roads. But in the meantime, EXO and GodLike moving down a peg back towards their original positions. Hyderabad Hydras also in 5th place. OR back down to 6th. You got Recknoning and Enigma in 7 and 8. But once again, Recknoning and Hyderabad Hydras, this is considered to be one of their strongest maps. So maybe, just maybe, they can actually move up a notch here.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I would love to see how they're going to cope up with the pressure. With GodLike going down, Team EXO going down, they need to do something. Of course, it's all about top 4 teams at this point of time. If you consider the championship title, the trophy is going to be everything for these teams.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I would love to see, Floki, which team is going to shine the brightest.
Well, I can tell you this much. Hyderabad Hydras are going to have a very tough time taking the glory away from GodLike, because GodLike have built such a large moat of points. I think they've got around 40 or 47 points more on top of Hyderabad Hydras. So there's no chance that Hyderabad Hydras will be closing that gap and putting GodLike down to the 5th place. But once again, GodLike Esports, if they get a little bit too hungry, if they get taken out twice in a row, and Hyderabad Hydras perform, who knows, their spot might be relinquished. They will no longer be in that top 4 spot.
You know what I'm remembering right now? I'm remembering round number 3 where TSM, they managed to get 31 finishes in that game.
Oh yeah.
I'm remembering that because GodLike, if they want to win this tournament, they need to do something like that. They need to stop respecting teams and they need to push them.
Oh yeah, I mean, TSM, they just went guns blazing in that first third round. I mean, I say first third round, but there was only one round 3. There were no 2 round 3s. There was just one series of 3 maps being played, if I remember correctly. It was Erangel, Miramar, Erangel.
It was 2 maps, I think.
Was it 2 maps?
For a group.
Oh yeah, it might have been. It might have been. Well, my memory fails to serve me as Spiro's as well, so that's okay. Never mind. We've still got that on stream. You can check it out by clicking the button down there, right below the like button. There'll be another button. You click on that, you can be able to watch the stream and know what we're talking about. Anyway, I do want to talk a little bit more about the side of TSM, because they are the ones about to close on Skylightz Gaming. And TSM, I mean, I'm not sure if Miramar is the strongest map.
But they are doing it in style, right? At the form, the momentum, confidence, everything is in the favor of Team TSM. And boy, oh boy, you just need these 3 things. If you have these 3 things, and if you have your team, and if you have the courage to do it on the greatest of them all stages, you can do it.
You most certainly can, but I actually think that TSM might have a harder time over here. Now, Skylightz Gaming have a very definite path set in Miramar, right? They like dropping it towards El Pozo. They probably take up a fight against the side of TSG if it does favor them. And from there on out, they rotate to wherever the circle is. If the circle is on top of them, they just make sure they establish a very, very strong foothold inside that El Pozo area. Because once again, all of those rotations will be available to you. But TSM, on the other hand, they might have a slightly tough time, because I do believe that their drop spots, they can change up depending on how the flight path takes them. Speaking of which, I believe we might be jumping into the map any moment now.
Well, absolutely. I mean, talking about the map, Miramar is going to be a, different map as compared to Sanhok and Erangel. But at the same time, we are talking about TSM, we are talking about Skylightz Gaming. What happened to EXO? That is the question in my mind.
I have no way to answer that. And you know what? EXO's probably going to be dropping into Los Leones, so I am not even going to care about what they have to say. GodLike Esports, on the other hand, well, I know for a fact that they're going to do so well. They will be the best team that there is out there. They're going to beat everyone in their path. But once again, a man can hope, a man can dream, and when you praise a team, you do end up cursing them as a caster. So maybe I am playing a bit of an Uno reverse card.
Well, Floki, I believe you're playing a lot of cards at this point of time, but
yeah,
but the time being, it's time for these teams.
I place my bets on multiple horses, so that way I always win something.
Oh boy, you're using a lot of dialogues today. But meanwhile, talking about these teams, I still feel there's something gonna happen. I mean, something is going to give in GodLike is too stubborn to give up. They're not giving up. They're going all in.
GodLike's gonna go all in, and that might just actually end up being the demise, because they are a team who doesn't respect other teams, right? Like you mentioned. But over here, do you think these other teams are gonna respect GodLike?
You know what? I'll come back to on that, but I need to add a point.
Go ahead.
They did respect TSG in the last game. That is why they lost.
Oh yeah, they respected TSG last time
They
around.
should not.
GodLike, they didn't believe in their own strength. And they were like, you know what, TSG, you can have that area. We are not going to try and take it away from you. And, well, sometimes you respect a team a bit too much and it can come back to haunt you. As that is what went down in that game. But Spiro, you do seem like you have something to say.
Maybe they respected TSG and they respected Sanhok as well, because in Sanhok it is already really hard to spot your enemies, and that is the reason why they were not able to rush in. Jonathan, he was in a 1v1 situation, and usually Jonathan, even if it is a 1v2, he would rush in. But right now the pressure is on. They knew that if Jonathan got, if he gets big there, that was all over for GodLike. But anyway, it was all over for GodLike. They need to be aggressive once again.
Oh yeah, GodLike need to make sure that they stick to their A game, because once again, they are the team that goes for those finish points. They're not someone who can switch up their playstyle at, well, a moment's notice. That was a snap. I'm quite sure you did not hear that, but that was a puny and pathetic little attempt at me snapping my fingers. But in the meantime, I was talking about GodLike. I do think that once again, they are, going to be probably not respecting their opponents after what happened, and maybe, just maybe, this is where the punishes start coming in, because you have to remember, TSM and Team XO, they're out there on the top, they are above GodLike at this moment. It's going to be all about keeping them down and making sure GodLike don't rack up the points to steal their spot away.
Anyways, Floki, I mean, this is a wonderful time to have to be a BGMI fan. Top 4 teams of India, they're fighting it out for the glory, for the championship. And Miramar, the second last game of this great grand finale, is upon us.
Oh yeah, we are gonna be starting over the city of El Pozo, making our way towards El Zahar, as the flight path is gonna be on your screens now. Well, Los Leones, it's gonna be easy to access. Well, I am a little bit disappointed. I was hoping that maybe, just maybe, the flight path, it does screw with EXO a little bit. They do have to go to the secondary drop spot, but no such luck today. A lot of these teams gonna be dropping in early, trying to make their way towards these places. Now, I do remember the side of, I believe, Recknoning Esports making their way towards Trailer Park when the flight path didn't favor them. Correct me if I'm wrong, Spiro. Was it Recknoning who made their way towards Trailer Park, or was it some other team?
Yes, they did. I mean, they have a lot of drops in Miramar, and that is why maybe they are so successful in Miramar, because they have multiple drops. They know how to play in different areas of Miramar. But again, the question is where they are looking to go, and they are looking to go near Valle del Mar, it seems, today.
Oh yeah, Valle del Mar is gonna be their spot, but the question is, are OR also gonna make their way there? Because it does seem that I'd see a little light blue color on in front of me, and yes, indeed, it is gonna be Recknoning Esports and OR both trying to make their way towards Valle del Mar, which means Puerto Paraiso going to be completely empty. Los Leones is probably going to be traversed eventually when EXO do get their hands on some vehicles, as they're still in the air at the moment. And well, right now we're going to turn our attention towards this little car chase that is going to happen between the members of Recknoning and OR. Exy might be run over here. They're going to get out of the car and beat him to a pulp. They might just try doing that, as one of the members does exit. And the other one is going to be having a look. Well, never mind. They're going to be... Oh, yeah, they're going to get inside the car instead. Oh, no, wait a second.
What are you doing?
No, they're not able to get him. Jelly is going to end up knocking down a Brar in the meantime. And my God, what is going on over here? We have got some Carmageddon, as OR Esports trying to take out the members of Recknoning. But Recknoning, with their own car, will keep him alive for now. In fact, they put him on top of that pickup truck. Aditya, though, realizing that the damage is done, will take this team towards Valle del Mar. And I think Recknoning Esports might just have to cut their losses short and try and make their way towards Chumacera instead, because, well, that place is out of question right now. There's no way on earth they beat OR Esports in the race towards Valle del Mar.
Well, absolutely, but right now the cavalry just came in. Maxi with that Uzi, that is going to be a very important weapon in his favor. But he should be careful about Evo, because Evo managed to find a decent compound, and if you find a compound, you can find some weapons as well.
Oh yeah, in those compounds there was the Uzi, like you mentioned earlier, and that Uzi could be the difference maker, because it is keeping the members of OR at bay. And Recknoning Esports aren't too sure in which direction they want to go to. For the meantime, they will pick up their friend, Mr. Spray, take him towards the other compound, get some loot in there. But Recknoning Esports, it seems that they're running around like a headless chicken. no idea of where they're supposed to be going. And in fact, I believe if they continue this, they might just run into the members of Revanant who are waiting on the other side. But speaking of the other side, well, seems like some action could break out over here between UDog and Esports.
Well, Picado is a beautiful city. I mean, there are two kinds of fights that happens in Picado. First, you take your time, you take your loot, and then you are going to have a fight. Second, oh, it's going to be boom bam. But at this point of time, UDog India, they are looking to rush in Esports as well. They know they are out of contention, they can't be the champion, and they are number 16. So why not just go and bamboozle some opponents?
Oh yeah, well, that bamboozling place could come in clutch over here, but it's going to take a little bit more patience because at this point, UDog is not really looking to push in just yet. They are instead focusing on getting the perfect angles and preventing them from moving out. In the meantime, let's see what happened over here. Or are we going to be having a look at the Carmageddon action? Yep, it is going to be the Carmageddon action. Oh, there you go. Those are the OR members trying to run over Abrar. As Abrar, well, he tried punching them, but he instead ran into their car. I mean, what just happened?
I don't understand what Abrar was trying to do.
He ran into their car.
Yeah, Abrar was trying to punch them. Abrar was trying to punch them. You can't punch a vehicle, Abrar.
Okay, well, I guess he learned that the hard way today. Abrar is going to carry that knowledge for generations to come. If he does have offspring and if they do also play BGMI. But in the meantime, we're going to keep our attention steady towards our Esports, who have lost one member. Hero has bit the dust here, and I'm not too sure if our Esports feel too comfortable taking this fight, because UDog could go in for the wraparound. For the meantime, though, they're just looting up, so no threat of aggression just yet.
Well, absolutely. I mean, these buildings are really hard to rush in, so UDog India, they have to be careful, even though they managed to get the first finish in. These buildings are really scary. You need some nades, you need some smokes, you need the teamwork, because TPP advantage and crossfire advantage is a thing in those buildings.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you do manage to get yourself a decent spot, maybe inside a building, on top high, you could try and spectate them and see where they're moving, but you are correct. I mean, when you're out in the open against players like this is exactly what's going to happen. That third-person perspective will be abused. You will be spotted and taken out. Fortunately, there is his teammates to pick him back up, so he's going to be A-okay for now. Well, the zone is going to shift and, form, because this is the first circle, and it was over Los Leones, so why don't you take over, Spira, because I'm going to have to take a breather.
Well, it is your favorite circle, Floki. I mean, yes,
I love it.
The beautiful city of Los Leones is going to be there, but let's have a quick instant replay. Let's see how these things are going on. TSD desync with he was in sync with the enemy.
Okay, it does look like the desync managed to take down Pucar in El Pozo. And all this action was breaking out here, and it will prompt Skylightz Gaming to move out of there. But we'll see if Skylightz Gaming can survive and make their way towards the circle, because to be fairly honest, there are lots of teams on the western front here. The rotation in is not going to be that easy. They're going to have to wait for the blue to close in, and instead, you better have those first aids ready. In the meantime, UDog trying to eye up the members of our Esports, the few remaining survivors on that team, as the underdogs still not sure what to do, because they currently are in the zone, but they can't really move out to other places because they have all been occupied by the other teams coming in. And Dark has also spotted out where Jadu is. He has an idea, and Jadu can't really move a muscle without being shot in the head here. In the meantime, 7C, they will get a knock on Austinbot, and it looks like Revanant are in no spot to revive him. They are probably going to be taken out themselves if they try and go in for the res. And 7C, they've got a very good line of sight towards Austinbot. That vehicle should be popping. Austinbot is going to be revealed, and most certainly will be cleaned up over here. Just trying to delay the inevitable, but eventually the boom will come through, and Austinbot will be put 6 feet under. Another pick comes through on Miramar. Just 6 minutes in, we have already seen a lot of action as 3 players get taken out, potentially a 4th, as UDog have lost one of theirs.
What a beautiful pick coming in from 7C Esports. I mean, that's the beauty of Miramar. You can take your opponents from long ranges and you can get the finishes as well. Meanwhile, UDog India, they're still reviving Mystic, and our Esports, I wonder what they are planning right now. Jadu with that Uzi and level 3 helmet, level 2 vest. I think he would require some first aids, but for now, he got some bandages.
Oh yeah, he's got a couple of bandages to work with, and by couple I mean 10. That is a big number, but once again, you do need the luxury of time, a very precious resource in this game to heal yourself back up to full. The question is he even going to get the opportunity to do so? Because if he peeks out, UDog, well, their card is up, and they're going to know that Jadu is going to be vulnerable once he's knocked, so they will most certainly not let him get away with those peeks, as Jadu knows that as well. He's going to be crawling a little bit forward trying to scout things out, once again using that TPP perspective, but UDog have already made their way in here. Look at that, Rockstar's going to be knocked down, the now the Uzi comes through, and Rockstar is going to be on his knees as our Esports starting to bleed over here. They need to put a couple of bandages on their wounds and, well, start taking the fight to UDog India, because otherwise they're just going to get cleaned up left, right, and center, just like this happened. In the meantime, Scout OP, did he knock down Gil with his own grenade? Okay, that happened. Elsewhere on the map, in the meantime, UDog continue to create problems for the members of our Esports. Jadoo up on the roof is going to have to be careful. From the other side, Dave could actually get shot if Jadoo gets a good vantage point, but he is still in cover for now. Well, look at everyone else. Oh, in the meantime, Dave, he might not spot Jadoo, but he does see Canary, and that Canary will sing no longer as it has been knocked down. Dave will confirm the finish as well, and I think he might have spotted Jadoo moving along those rooftops, and that information will be relayed over to his team as well.
Well, now Jadoo gotta be the actual Jadoo, because he needs to take all the power from the sun if he wants to win this fight. Now, again, this is going to be a 1v4 clutch if he can do that, and I always be, I always say positive lines, right? He can do a clutch. That's going to make him a superstar. Let's see, Jadoo is going to be a superstar.
Oh.
Meanwhile, he got a Uzi, and that was a petrol can that was blasted by Team UDog India.
Oh yeah, it looked almost like a mini red zone explosion there, but in the meantime, it does seem like Jadoo is still going to try and go out swinging, instead using the holes to jump down. I do believe they hear him doing this, so they have an idea of where he is at the moment, but the question is, are they going to go in for the finish? Because once again, you can't really step down here without lining yourself up. They're going to have to do it together. Well, the first knock will come through. He will switch on to a different weapon, and three members from UDog are just a bit too much to handle, as UDog will put our Esports 6 feet under. Bye-bye. Your time in Miramar is up.
Well, UDog India, that was incredible, right? 4 people jumping in state. I mean, Uzi does not have that kind of a clip. It has a low amount of ammo in one single clip, so he had to change the weapon, and that was just it for Team R Esports Jadoo. Meanwhile, the zone is forming, and as you were saying, it just went towards the northern region of Los Leones and Team X. So I would love to see how they're going to cope up with it, because there's going to be a lot of mountains near Minas Generalis.
Oh yeah, lots of mountains near there, and the zone is also once again going to shift a little bit towards the north. So all of these teams near Minas Generalis and San Martin in particular will have a very good vantage point to work with. Unfortunately, rotating towards the edges does entail that when the blue closes in, well, you might have to move a lot. Speaking of which, I did see a car knock over Krish, but has he been finished off? That's the question, as they have one member down, but we're about to find out in just a bit. Jumping into the instant replay, there we go. Okay, this was the action breaking up between 7C and Tactical. Seems like clutch wasn't long for this role. There were a couple of shots returned by Hitman from Tactical, but I'm not too sure if they were converted into finishes. Oh wait, looks like they were. Prince got taken out, and 7C were like, alright, sayonara.
Well, Team Tactical, again, their defense is just majestic, and Team 7C just got taken out by Team Tactical one by one, and now they have only a couple of players still remaining. Meanwhile, Team Recknoning and Team TSG, as the blue color suggests, they are just outside the zone, and they need to make their way inside this safer area. Team X-Park just holding the higher ground. I would love to see how long they can hold that beautiful position.
Team X-Park are in a wonderful spot in La Bendita right now. No one can really contest them. And well, as long as there's no backstab coming in, they're going to have nothing to worry about. However, the zone could play tricks with everyone, as the zone does not discriminate. It hates everyone equally, does not care where you are, unless, well, of course, you've made a couple of offerings, to the BGMI gods before you came here. I certainly did not, which is why every single time I praise a team, the curse does come through, and right away the team is knocked out off the map. But for now, I'm going to bait my tongue. I am going to make sure that I don't speak a bit too much, because otherwise I might end up cursing a team, and well, they might be eliminated a little bit earlier than they should, Spiro.
Look, which team you are supporting, by the way?
GodLike. Oh. Absolutely, I am supporting GodLike. They're in a wonderful spot over here, and they should be doing just fine.
Oh, the curse is going to kick in, it seems. Meanwhile, Team GodLike just holding on. They're not giving up, and that's their best quality, I have to say. The comeback is real, and the story is printing as we speak. GodLike Z-God with attempt to 4-9, level 3 helmet, level 2 vest, level 3 bag. He has some decent amount of loot. Oh, scout
okay.
I mean, I have to mention it. I've mentioned it before. No, not yet. I mean, he's the only player who uses these kinds of DMR. He's using SLR. He can use SKS as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, not weapons you see very, very often. Usually the Mini 14 takes precedence over every other weapon. But for now, Team X-Park, you better thank the gods, because boy, oh boy, is that circle shift gonna be wonderful for them. Right on top of La Bendita, a little bit of Minas Generalis in there as well. And all of these teams from the west are gonna be in for a big, messy brawl as everyone tries to make their way towards the hills. well, you have to be a little bit careful because around the hills there's also TSM and the Hyderabad Hydras, so it could be a little bit troublesome trying to make your way there. But speaking of trouble, Gil is out on a mission to find it, as he is going out there on the bike, exposing himself, being quite vulnerable to the elements and the other players.
Absolutely. I mean, meanwhile, TSM, who played really well in the last couple of games, they are looking to be your champions. But for that to happen, these two games, they need to get a lot of points. Talking about the home ground advantage comes into play because this is Miramar and they are the emperors of...
Oh my god, the MT49 could create so much trouble over here. It's got 150 bullets in that magazine. And boy, oh boy, do Hyderabad Hydras do not want to be on the receiving end of it. This is their map. This is home turf. If the Hydras do end up losing it, it could be troublesome. But Aquanox, with his crab grip in the meantime, is going to be scouting things out for his team. Always wonderful to watch these players come up with new ways to sort of control their characters and all whatnot. Because I could never do the crab grip, even if I tried.
Well, I mean, it will take some practice, Floki, but I think you can do whatever you want to do. You are such a talented person. But talking about Team EXO, they lost their IGL, they lost Sensei, and now they're only with 3 players still remaining.
Oh yeah, in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at Eggy with the sniper rifle. But for now, we're going to be having a look at the replay. That is Sensei, the master himself, being schooled early on by Team X-Park as they take out, well, the IGL of Team EXO, leaving them somewhat crippled, but maybe then he's still going to be able to provide them with that valuable insight.
Well, I just have to say, what a day to have a bad day for Team EXO. It is the great grand finals and they're not feeling it. They're not feeling it today, but still a couple of games remaining in this Miramar. They have 3 players. Be positive, Speedo. Be positive. Let's see what they can do.
Unfortunately for you, my blood group is O positive, so I can't concur with you on that. But yeah, silly jokes aside, Hyderabad Hydra still under a lot of trouble. On one side, they've got Enigma. On the other, there is X-Park. And well, to their left, there is also TSM. So once again, I mean, wherever they go, they're going to get shot at. In the meantime, TSG seem to be sharing a similar fate, but they're dishing the punishment back out towards Tactical. Clutch has been knocked down. Gate and Wild 69. Johnson going forward and winning the fight, but looks like Nikhil might be the best over here. He is taking a lot of damage. In fact, he's going to go in and expose himself. Wild 69 now going in for the throat shot, but will not succeed. In fact, the dog will come through in trade from Kid instead. And now, I believe a 1v1 could be on the cards here. No, never mind. Kid and Hitman are still standing. They still have got the man advantage. In fact, they're going to go back in for the res as Hitman goes for to try and convert those knocks into finishes. Do not give them a chance to get back up on their feet. Take away the means to wage war, as that is what you do when the enemy insists on war. Of course, I am talking about the art of war, but that is a separate book that we're going to get into some other time. In the meantime, look at Krish coming in from the flank. This could be problematic. Now, if he goes forward, a nade could finish them both. And looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. Krish, save your body syndrome at its finest. He will be taken out, and so will Nikhil.
That's a 1+1 offer they got. I mean, they knocked one player and the other player came in. Yes, that was a 1+1.
It was a 1+1 offer. Pretty much for free.
Well, D-Sync is still there, and let's see if D-Sync can do some magic there. That was a light peek coming in from D-Sync. He lost some HP there. Wild 69 coming in with that M249, and D-Sync gonna be taken out by Team Tactical. Again, the defensive prowess of Team Tactical showing their class.
There is something about Team Tactical and the starting and ending days of each phase. It seems like semi-finals as well. First day, they get 2 chicken dinners. Now during the grand finals, like, sorry for, you just woke us up. I forgot that we're in the grand finals of a tournament. Guys, I guess it's time to put on the game face and bring the boom, but for the meantime, we will be focusing on the members of EXO. As without Sensei, they might be a little bit lost, but his teachings are going to live on through their actions. We'll see if EXO can still continue to pile those points on, as they certainly need to, because GodLike is quite close to them and might just inch away and take that top spot too in a matter of time. But the circle has shifted, and that is where you should be keeping your eyes on, because all these teams from the west are going to have to go low ground and meet the wrath of X-Park.
No, this is going to be so hard for GodLike to make sure they enter the zone. Team X-Park is going to keep them. Team TSM is going to sandwich them. They have to be careful. Meanwhile, Revanant and Core, he gotta be careful because UDog India, you know, they play in the... play as a team, always attacking together, and that is their USP.
Oh, Mystic, he's burning. He is burning. His body is on fire. He can't stop, drop, and roll for now, but eventually the fire will be extinguished, and those managers should be able to heal himself back up. Oh no, TSM, they sense weakness over here.
Oh,
Jonathan is going to be spotted, and
GodLike.
Neo's trying to revive his teammate. Zegon will be back up on his feet, but TSM might just clean up GodLike over here. This is the fight of the tournament, as Neo, the only member still standing, trying to clutch it out. He will get one, but can he find second? No, he cannot. Neo will also be knocked down, leaving GodLike with just one member standing. Clutch God will have to stay true to his name and live up to the expectations of his teammates, because GodLike's only hope of getting to the top spot might have been vanquished.
This is it. This is done. Team GodLike. Now, to be the champions, they have to do a miracle. They have to pull off a legendary miracle, but it is going to be so hard. Clutch God being the last man standing. Miramar is not a really good map for individual players, but we'll see what Clutch God can do. TSM, now they have to enter the zone. And talking about the zone, Team X-Park is in the zone, and they are fighting really hard.
Oh yeah, Team X-Spark, well, they're going to be hiding behind the burning wreckage of what once was a very good Jeep, but, sorry, very good pickup truck. But in the meantime, they are going to have their work cut out for them, because once again, they are caught in the middle of no man's land. Everybody else watching them. Thanks to Scout's position, though, they will have a lot of information to work with. TSM, well, once again, looks like they are trying to recall what they did in round 3. They will go forward, put Tactical 6 feet under, as well as they start piling up those finish points. TSM, they are hungry for that top spot. And look at those nades come pouring in, trying to provide with them with some cover. UDog in the meantime also going to be spotted. Dog going to be taken out. 2 of the members gone. It's all down to Dave. Can he clutch it out? No, he cannot. The Hydras will clean him up as well. All these teams being taken out as 11 now remain in the mix, but for how long? I am not too sure, Spiro, because it looks like Hyderabad Hydras might also be cleaned up.
That is going to be a very important question, Floki. I mean, the Skylightz Gaming still in the play. GodLike Esports, if you talk about them, one player is still in play, but meanwhile, Team TSM, they are just ripping things apart today. Team EXO, they're in the zone, they have the advantage, but they don't have the numbers.
Oh yeah, Team EXO, without the numbers, it can be sort of hard to take these fights, but they will try and duck and cover, make sure they don't get spotted, keep their heads low. Well, who knows, they might just walk away with a couple of extra placement points, as in the meantime, the Hyderabad Hydras have spotted out a couple of members from Enigma. No once again has shifted, but yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, while they have spotted out the members from Enigma, there's another squad coming in as well that they're going to have to keep their eye for. Elsewhere on the map, looks like EXO have finally been discovered. Immortal has been cleaned up. In fact, Monkey was also going down. In fact, the entirety of EXO have been eliminated by Or, but in the meantime, Hyderabad Hydras, they will eye up Enigma. One of the members is going to go down. There's another member right next to the bus who will also be cleaned up. Arby heals himself.
What is he doing?
Can he get the clutch? Oh, he might. He's going to get 2 picks on the side of the Hyderabad Hydras. They do not anticipate this coming. The M249 going off, cleaning them up, and the Hyderabad Hydras might just have been eliminated. No, they haven't. There is still one player standing, Ace Black, but still, Enigma bite off more than they can chew, and they get away with it. Eventually, they will be cleaned up because Ace Black found Avi, but boy, oh boy, he made it expensive.
What just happened there? I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, they have 4 players still surviving. One guy with that M249, he's in the smoke. They knew he was there. Why are they healing themselves?
I am not too sure because, well, at the end of the day, GodLike, well, they have, one person still in the race, and I'm going to focus on them because, well, if the Hyderabad Hydras didn't do what they did, they could have been cleaned up. And, well, soon enough, GodLike might share that same fate. I'm not too sure where that segue came in from. A little bit awkward, but getting their heads back into the game, OR Esports. They're also around the edge of the circle. On one side, there is 7C. On the other side, there is TSM. And, well, wherever they step foot, there is going to be danger because everyone has a line of sight towards them. Ultron, in the meantime, spotting out Somraj from Skylightz Gaming, as I do think he has found the knock, and looks like, well, never mind. Skylightz Gaming, they are still A-okay. The knock was not found, but Somraj can't really get out of this position without some help from his teammates. Speaking of which, he has none because he's the last member standing. It's all going to be down to him to try and carry their legacy forward.
Well, now how the tables have turned. Look at Hyderabad Hydras, only 1 player remaining. Reckoning Esports, 1 player remaining. GodLike Esports, 1 player remaining. Skylightz Gaming, 1 player remaining. TSM, 1 player remaining.
Oh my god, all of these teams and their one-man rosters trying to carry their dreams forward. TSM have got 6 finish points, but they will get the res up.
Wow.
So it looks like TSM will be 2-man strong for now. But still, there is X-Bark with 4 members and OR as well. This is looking like it could be their game. Even Old Hood have got 3 members still standing, and they can certainly clench the chicken dinner as well as Aquanox eats a nade. Not what he wanted to have for dinner at this point, but that is gonna be the thing that is served to him on a hot platter. And Gil, in the meantime, going to turn his attention towards Shadow, who's hiding behind Haybiel, but iQOO will be the first one to be knocked. Maui will clean him up, put iQOO 6 feet under, and DSM have been eliminated in 9th place. They only get 1 placement point for all their trouble, and now it's going to be Old Hood's turn as they've lost one of their players. Crazy has been knocked down. Elsewhere on the map, Clutch God gets taken out. GodLike will also be eliminated in the end. Skylightz Gaming have also been taken out by Old Hood. So many teams biting the dust as now 4 remain. It's going to be a 4-way tussle between OR, Xpark, 7C and Old Hood.
Well, all the top teams got taken out one by one. But meanwhile, Team Xpark now with 4 players still surviving, they are having the advantage in the zone. But look at this. So this is weird zone, Floki. This is open. And I don't know how you are going to survive in this open area.
Oh my god, you better have smokes, you better take cover behind those hay-bales. Oh, but Old Hood Esports, they venture out into the open to see what's out there. Unfortunately, their heads might be blown clean off their shoulders. A 7C as well, they found Aura. That could be in a world of trouble. He is still trying to stay alive as he has been knocked, but that nade should finish him off over here. Sarang just gonna pop it, not even gonna bother cooking because he sees Rexy in the distance. Will fire off a couple of shots, and Aditya, he does take a little bit of damage, but he's still surviving for now. In fact, he's moving forward, and I don't think Sarang actually sees this coming, so Aditya will keep himself alive for now, at least to act like a set of eyes for his team. Tell him what's going to be happening on the other side, as now he will be spotted and probably cleaned up. Sarang sees him out, but Rexy and Evo are covering Aditya for the time being, making sure that at least a trade could come through. 7Cs with only 2 members have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this.
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's no point in going to revive Aditya. You're only going to lose players. But at this point of time, Team OR, they are not going for the revival. They're just waiting for the chance to come in with Rexy. He got knocked there by OH Crazy, and he instantly got finished as well. Team Xpark now with the numbers game advantage in their favor, they can do get earn a lot of points. But Old Hood Esports, I think they could really put Team Xpark under pressure because of the open area.
Oh yeah, I mean Team Xpark, well, they have to be a little bit careful because once again, you saw that Scout, he stuck his head out a bit too much, decided to stand tall, and well, a bullet in his shoulder told him to sit the hell back down. As Team Xpark, Mavi, tasked with keeping 7C at bay, is finding a hard time doing so, but Xpark are in the best position to take the chicken dinner over here, as all the teams 7C, Old Hood and OR are, well, struggling to stay alive. They don't really have the numbers advantage over here. In fact, the only team that comes close is going to be Old Hood, but even then, it is going to be a little bit difficult for them to traverse the open terrain. As Sarang is going to see what that airdrop holds for him. He's already found a bunch of loot from it. And well, iQOO, she's also eyeing up a couple of members from 7C. Aladdin, I think he might not be long for this world. Was that a nade being thrown or was that a smoke? Okay, that was a smoke.
They're smoking their way through the zone because 7C, they got the zone and they have the advantage. Meanwhile, Team Xpark, who got the numbers game advantage in their favor, but they have to enter the zone, which eventually is not going to be easy. Sarang coming in, peeking in, wrong timing coming in from Sarang. I mean, he peeked in front of 4 people of Team Xpark.
Oh yeah, he stuck his head out once again and got blown clean off of his shoulders. As Team Xpark, they're gonna make sure that they play this one out carefully. They don't want to step out too, they don't want to step too out of line over here, because if they do, well, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Gil gets cleaned up by iQOO in the meantime, and Old Hood somehow making a 3v3 out front has also been spotted over here. Has to be a little bit careful, as Claus could have fired a few shots, but instead chose to hold his trigger. As Xpark, well, they know where one player is now. The question is, where are the rest? Old Hood have an idea, but once again, they can't go out in the open, as if they do, they are going to be walking to a bit of a meat grinder. Aladdin spots out a couple of members from Old Hood, fires off a few shots, and he has been revealed. Scout, in the meantime, will take advantage of the fact, and he will find 2 headshots on the member of Old Hood, as now the finishers are tempted to be stolen, as Crazy is going to try and hold on to make sure his teammates' dreams come true. Scout out in the open, juking and driving, moving left and right. Well, he will buy his teammates some time, but is that going to be enough? Because Old Hood, they're going to lose Claw soon enough. If Crazy does not go over to help him out, it could be problematic. In the meantime, Aladdin, well, he has also been spotted as Team Xpark. They heard the bullets coming from that direction, and they will make sure that Aladdin pays the price for it. As Claws slowly but surely bleeding out. Where are the smokes? Where is the res? 7Cs, well, they might not be long for this world because Xpark are right behind them, and that might just give it Old Hood enough time to get Claus back up on his feet.
The advantage with Aladdin is that he's in the zone and he can clutch it out. Again, he got a level 3 helmet, a vest that is almost damaged, but here you go. He spotted Old Hood Crazy. Now it's going to be a 1v2 and Xpark, boy, they come in. Aladdin with that UMP, he can deal a lot of damage in close range, but with that UMP, you can see that the hipfire beautifully well. He peeks it, gets one down, but he won't be able to even knock a single player. A beautiful winner with the chicken dinner coming in the favor of Team Xpark. Xbox again. Numbers game and teamwork triumphs all.
Oh yeah, Team X-Pac until the very end held on to their position. The circle blessed them, and boy did they carry that blessing forward. I mean, for X-Pac to have the circle form right on top of them in Lab and Dita, and them having all that vision around them, they had all the information in the world to work with. They knew when to rotate, they knew when to sit back and chill. They had scouts scouting the area out as well. So once again, Team X-Pac, they were given a very, very good situation, served on a platter, and they made the most of it.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Xbox, given the experience of these players, I mean, they had that opportunity and they bounced onto that opportunity that was important for them. Now, I was talking about setting a statement. I know they are not going to be your champions, but they're still entertaining the crowd.
They most certainly are. In fact, they're also making a little few more bucks while they're at it, because once again, the more you move up, the more moolah you're going to get. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards the highlights. Well, where we saw this clown fiesta. Abrar, well, he found out the hard way that you can't really punch vehicles, as he got cleaned up there. A little bit unfortunate, but Reckoning Esports, I mean, they took a big risk, it didn't pay off, and man, did that hurt.
Well, absolutely. I mean, but in this match, we didn't get anything. None of the top teams got any of, any points that they were looking for.
Oh yeah.
It was even Stevens.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think Reckoning Esports were able to move much. They're going to be staying where they are, or even worse, moving down a peg, because well, it did seem like 7C, X-Pac and all the teams that are right behind them did have a decent showing. Tactical as well got cleaned up over here with the members of 7C, and 7C's, well, I'm not sure what happened to them, but it seems that they are turning over a new leaf today, looking to get themselves in the top 8 at the very least, to try and justify their position here in the grand finals. Once again, Spray God walked out into the molly, Hitman cleaned them up, but even then, 7C were able to survive until the second place and get those sweet, sweet placement points.
Absolutely. I mean, Team X-Pac, they managed to win the chicken there. That was a good game, but Floki, now let's address the elephant in the house. One more game. Still, anyone can win.
Oh yeah, anyone could win this. In fact, I feel EXO, TSM, even GodLike, they all stand a chance, because once again, you have to remember, Skylightz did not do very well this game. They got eliminated quite early on. We saw TSG create lots of problems for them, and now that Skylight's throne is in jeopardy, well, TSM, EXO, they could all snatch it up. Unfortunately for all of those teams, they didn't perform that well either. Even EXO and TSM got taken out fairly early on, although TSM had a few more finishes, and they did make GodLike sweat. It seemed like at the end of the day, they were able to snag up just an extra placement point compared to TSM, so GodLike are going to be having the last laugh of sorts. Well, let's see if that is going to end up coming into play over here, because once again, GodLike, they've done a good job so far. They've made sure that they defend their position, and with TSM and EXO not doing all this well, the top spot, it might just be theirs.
Well, I have to say, everyone can win. Anyone can win. It's the matter of last game. Let's see which team is going to play better. The best team may win this tournament.
Oh yeah, they may certainly, but well, in the meantime, Team Hyderabad Hydras, it looks like they weren't able to do much as they got gate kept in the end. Sure, they made some very, very sick plays, but I believe one of the Enigma members created a lot of problems for them as he performed a bit of a 1v2. And well, EXO, that nade just cleaned up shop. Both of their players being taken down by one nade. Skylightz in the end as well. Well, they were exposed a bit too much, and Hyderabad Hydras, as well as all the other teams in the mix, they made sure that Enigma and Co, everyone suffered equally.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they should have won that altercation. Enigma, with the last one standing there, he managed to knock a couple of players. He managed to finish them as well. That is why Team Hyderabad Hydras, they lost a lot of value there. Meanwhile, in the end, it was Altered Esports who played incredibly well. But in the end, it is going to be Team X-Pac with the 12 finishes to their name. If I'm not wrong, they managed to win the winner, chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, once again, they're going to be getting a total of 27 points and moving up the standings a little bit, but not sure if that's going to be enough to put them in the spot where they want to be, as that is a sick headshot coming in from Mavi, just straight to Crazy's dome. Not much he could have done about that. And Claws as well, eating those bullets. Well, lead for breakfast, not the healthiest of options, but sometimes that is what you're given and that is what you have to work with. Altered Esports, they certainly tried despite only having 3 members in the server. They were trying to make sure that they, that they perform their hearts out, but in the end, the fact that they didn't have enough members did come back to haunt them, although a 3rd place finish is not bad at all for them.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Altered Esports played well. First day was great for them. I mean, I still remember after the first day, they were in top 8. but then the second day was not that great, third day was not that great, and fourth day they come in and they get this really good third position finisher.
Oh yeah, I mean, they also had 7 finishes to work with if I'm not wrong, so once again, their standings, I mean, they're going to be looking great, but yeah, I'm not too sure if that's going to be enough to put them in the spot where they want to be once again, as there's still one map remaining, like you said. Erangel's going to be on the card next, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen there, because this is the map that has been played since the very beginning of the tournament.
Well, it's a basic map. It has everything. It has the grasses of Sanhok, it has the mountains of Miramar, it has bridges, it has rivers, it has every single thing you want in a map. But it has some action left in him.
Oh yeah, it does have a lot of action, but what I do want to find out is where these teams are, you know, in terms of, well, the standings for the last map. I do know who's at the tippity top, but I want to see who's in that second place, see who's in that third place, see who's in that fourth place, for which we're going to have to wait a little bit because the points table is still being prepped up at the moment, but I do know for a fact that it is going to be Team Xbox topping it, and man, their fans are going to be super happy about that.
Well, their fans would be happy, and they're making a statement, right? They're entertaining the crowd. That's why we are here. We want to see some entertainment. Even though they are not able to be the champions, Team Xbox, they played their heart out in Miramar.
Oh yeah, they most certainly did. Let's see exactly how many points they got, as it was a total of 27 to their name. And in second place is actually Altered, not 7C, not OR, not anyone else. It is the boys from the Old Hood itself, who despite only having 3 members got 17 points to their name.
Absolutely maniac. Number 3, we have Team 7C Esports with 4 finishes to their name. They got a total of 16 points. Number 4, we have OR with 12. 5, we have Hyderabad Hydras with 11. Now, Recknoning Esports got only 7. TSM got 7. UDog India 6. Tactical 6. Skylightz Gaming 4. Enigma Gaming 3. And GodLike with 2.
Oh yeah, GodLike not having a very solid performance, but let's single out one player and see who it's gonna be. For the iQOO MVP, it is the man himself, the man who is OP, Mr. Scout, with 5 finishes and 987 damage to his name. Man, did he do some heavy lifting for his team.
Well, he's an all-rounder for his team. He can do. He's like water. He can fill into any shape, any role. I mean, he can be your scout, he can be your medic, he can be your sniper, and he can certainly be your DMR specialist.
Oh yeah, he can be everything that you need him to be, and that is what makes him such a great player. But now it's time to see who are the other players following him in his wake. It's going to be a couple of members from X-Park and well, members from Old Hood, UDog, and Hyderabad Hydras. We've got Crazy in second place, we've got Marby in third, Mystic in fourth, and Man TOP in fifth. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they were doing quite well up until that one skirmish they had with an Enigma Spear. What went wrong?
Well, that was a blunder. I think because of that smoke, they were not able to see Enigma, but I didn't understand. They already knew that someone was there. They just had to go and finish him. And what they decided is that both of the players were low on HP. They decided that they would heal themselves first. They should have waited for the cavalry to come in before popping the first hit, or they should have attacked together. They should have done something.
Yeah, they most certainly should have. I mean, they got cleaned up by one player, and well, they paid the price for it. As we now jump into the match summary, 64 grenades were used, and the longest finish distance award does go to Scout with 283 meters and 2 grenade finishes in total. And it does look like we've had a fair amount of action, Spirit, because those numbers on healing and knocks looking pretty good.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look at the number of knocks there. 71 got knocked, 59 were finished. Total healing was 8,483, which is actually decent for Miramar.
It most certainly is, and well, this is the final Miramar of the day, so if you did skimp out, if you did make a few mistakes, this is it. End of the road for you. Now we're going to jump into Erangel, but before we do, let's have a look at the finish to damage chart. Oh, baby! 2,775 points of damage done by X-Park and 3 squad wipes coming in from them. Man, oh man, are they looking good over here.
Now that's how you make a comeback, right, Floki?
Oh yeah, that is exactly how you make a comeback. Might have been too little, might have been too late, but at least they're going out with a bang and making sure that everyone remembers who X-Park is. And well, you know, they might not win the trophy, but they can certainly win our hearts.
Well, they are winning a lot of hearts, but one more game to go. Now, who is going to be your champions is going to be decided by that game. Who would have thought? Like, we had 24 games. 23 games are done and dusted. One more game to go, and we still don't know who is going to be our champions.
We don't. We're going to have to wait and find out, because all these teams are in a very, very close race, especially the teams at the top. But for first, before we move on to that, before we jump into that storyline, we've still got a couple of more interesting stats coming up on our screens, namely the player face-off over here. I do want to see one member of X-Park. It's probably going to be Mavi, and well, on the other side, you've got yourself Crazy from Old Hood Esports.
Well, they both played really well, but look at Old Hood Crazy with 5 finishes to his name, the damage of 837. Boy, that guy played well.
Oh yeah, I mean 5 finishes, 837 damage done. Crazy has been instrumental for his team. And well, if it weren't for his performance, then they would not have made it to that 3rd spot. But right now we have compared, Team X-Park and Holo Esports in the player face-off. Let's also do the same for the squad face-off and see how they hold up as 2 teams. As, well, X-Park clearly, they were the ones who won the race with the 1st place finish. 12 finishes for the name, 2,775 points of damage done. But Old Hood put up a great fight.
Well, Old Hood did put up a great fight, but it was X-Park who managed to get the chicken dinner. But at the same time, I would love to see if X-Park is going to continue the rhythm in the next Erangel, because, boy, Erangels are the best, I think, maps. I have to say. I mean, the zones are crazy.
Who doesn't know Erangel?
Well, the way the zones are forming. I mean, the last Erangel, I was just sitting outside. I was just looking at you guys casting, doing wonderfully. And there was a zone, military-based zone, the first one.
Oh, yeah.
And the moment I saw that, I was like, this is going back to the top mid-island.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, that is quite a prediction, Spear, and it didn't come true, so...
It came true.
It did. It went towards the main island there, and, well, looks like you certainly do your homework at night, and also offer something to the BGMI gods, because every single time I pray to them, my wishes never go answered. Well, the flight path was very interesting that time around, as we did see that same flight path for every single map on, I believe, the 1st or 2nd day of the grand final. So do make sure you check that out, because it was as unbelievable as I made it sound there. But hopefully this time around in Erangel, things can be different. In fact, I want to see a very, very even flight path, something that's going to bisect the map in half and give all of these teams a fair shot, because that is when you know which team truly is the strongest of them all.
Well, certainly you are, I mean, you're not the god of mischief anymore. You want a simple plain path, you want a simple circle, but...
I've changed my ways.
At the same time, there are some winners here. I mean, we don't know about the champions, but we do have our giveaway winners coming on our screen.
Oh yeah, congratulations to these people, the merchandise giveaway winners. We are going to be announcing your names: Aarti Meena, Anish Kumar, Zain Saifi, Amitabh Patel, and Durga. Congratulations to you guys for getting, well, this merchandise. And well, Spiro, I think we're going to do 5 more.
Well, let's do 5 more then.
Okay.
I mean, let's have a look at them. That is going to be Shahmeet, Santosh Goswami, Nitin Soni, Sushant Gupta, and Ravi Kumar Sahani. Congratulations to all of you. You managed to win a lot of amazing goodies.
Oh yeah, and if you want to see your name there, then, well, you got to sign up by clicking the link down in the description below. But we're feeling generous. This is the last day of the grand finals. Let's do 5 more. And we are going to have Aditya Yadav, Sanjeet Rai, Ajay, Varun, and Aman Mondal taking away the sweet, sweet merchandise at hand. But, oh boy, the giving never stops, Spiro, as we are going to be jumping into another 5 winners. Take it away.
Well, I'm waiting for them. That is going to be Basif Mushtaq, Ishan Verma, Siddhant Singh, Pinak Ghosh, and Nandan Chaudhary. But you know what, Floki? We're not stopping today.
'Tis the season of giving. Ho, 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 ho. I shall don on my red suit because I feel like Santa Claus right now. And we're going to do 5 more winners once again. It is going to be Udit Rawat, it's going to be Salman Siddiq, Vikas Yadav, Rohan, and Gandhari. And man, we've still got more winners coming in. Spiro, take it away. We have got 5 more winners for this awesome BGMI merch.
On what a day to be alive. It is New Year and we have Akshat Gupta, Vishal Goyal, Tanish Ban, Rachit Nandwana, and Siddharth. Congratulations. Every single one of you is a winner.
Oh yeah, and well, this was all the BGMI merch we have to give away. There might be some more towards the end, so stay tuned. There might be a couple more winners, but I do want to say this much. Now, there is a bad boy in both of our hands. It is called the iQOO 9, and you can also stand a chance to hold this bad boy in your hands forever, because guess what? They are going to be giving this phone away to one lucky winner is going to be getting his hands on the iQOO 9. All you have to do is make your way to the website, click on that notify me button, and well, you could stand a chance to win this phone in my hands. In fact, Spiro, why don't we tell them more about this phone?
Well, this one is just amazing because it has Snapdragon 8 Generation 1, which is India's fastest processor. But alongside that, do you know about the charging speed here?
Enlighten me.
it takes 18 minutes. You know how much charge it can get in 18 minutes? It
70%?
can go up to 100%.
No way. I mean, that is a long time. Now, I'm just joking. That is like 18 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen that in a phone. This is a brilliant phone, but we can yap about it as much as we want. We are, just going to let the mantle pass over to the members of iQOO themselves and hear it from their mouths. From their mouths.
Well, this is what it all comes down to. The final game is going to decide the fate of a few teams and, well, who is going to be crowned the winners of the iQOO BGIS 2021. My name is Angad the Experiment Jehel. Joining me is the devil himself. It is Floki. But before we talk about anything else, we were talking about winners, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we do have these bad boys in our hands. And let's see one thing. The iQOO 7 giveaway winners are going to be popping up on our screens right about now. And, well, congratulations to @Andy_Bits. That is BITTS. Congratulations, my dear friend. You are walking away with a bad boy for yourselves. The question is, when you have a monster inside,
you can unleash it.
boom.
Well, there you go. It's just mental plane. I mean, it is telepathic, the communication over here. But I do want to say that, you can also stand a chance to win one more of these phones. Like I said earlier, the iQOO 9 website, all you got to do is click a simple button, notify me. That's it. And you might stand a chance to win this.
Also, you don't have to wait for the notification to pop up, or you don't have to wait for the graphic to pop up on your screens. Why don't you go and do that right now? But make sure you still keep this window open because, hey, we're still here for you guys now. Oh boy, Floki. Team Xbox coming in hard, coming in strong, and, well, they saw the conquered Miramar. However, maybe it was a bit too late, but they did put up one heck of a show. Now, it all boils down to the final game of Erangel. We do have the top 4 teams, and let me tell you one thing. We had a look at the standings. Oh boy, the competition is razor thin, and anyone can still walk away the winners of the iQOO BGIS 2021.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the points difference is closing in and in and in. I mean, so many teams are in contest for that top spot, but who's it gonna be? We don't know because the map of Erangel is still remaining. And I do want to say something, EXP. Now, I was a little mischievous devil, but I have learnt my ways.
You seem to have calmed down.
Yes, I think I am going to take the path of the wiser man and, kneel before the BGMI God. So please, for the love of all that is holy, I beg you, I beseech you, please, just give us a nice flight path. Just give us something straight down the middle. Do not listen to that man. That's a little finger wiggling because I beg you, just listen to me once.
You know what I want? I want another plane path. And I'll tell you why. Because, a lot of the big dogs, a lot of the top teams, they do love dropping up to us in the north. I'm talking about Georgia Paul. I'm talking Yasnaya. I'm talking Pachinki, which, well, is pretty much central in this map over here. But again, anything can happen. And in a few short moments, oh boy, this is going to be a little tough to say. The Big Bird is going to take to the skies for one last time in the entirety of this tournament. But what a journey it has been. I mean, we've been here for quite a long time. And, it only seems like yesterday that Floki and I started our first cast. And we had more than 1,000 teams take part. And through the rounds, through the quarterfinals, through the semifinals, 16 teams did make it to the grand finals. And once again, you are all champions. But after the final game of Erangel, only one shall be crowned the champions of India.
Oh man, that is a little bit heartbreaking for all these teams we have seen so far.
I'm not even making this up. I feel a little bit emotional right now. If a tear starts trickling down, well, I hope we have some tissues on hand.
I do believe we've got a couple of tissues in the corner. Don't worry, we're going to take care of ourselves. But you are right. It has been a very emotional journey 24 days of BGMI action. You know, we saw a lot of teams make their way from the open qualifiers, a lot of stories being ended, perhaps a little bit early. We felt bad about the teams that went, we felt good about the teams that made it, but from here on out, it's every team for themselves. It is every man for himself too, because we've got those individual rewards as well, and boy oh boy, I know some players are eyeing those up.
Well, some players are going to be eyeing them up, but again, you know, it's all about the attachment as well, because we have been, well, screaming our lungs out about certain players, and you do feel a bit of attachment towards them, and when you do see them go, it is disappointing. But again, even for these top 16 teams right now, I mean, we can call out all the names on the tip of our fingers. That is how close and that is how much they have meant to us. But now, oh boy, in about a few minutes, it all comes down to the final 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it does get a bit quicker over here, but again, you know, we're just going to make sure everything is going to be crystal clear. Everything is tickety-boo, as I like saying it. And in a few short moments, the final carnage is going to take place on the map of Erangel.
Yeah, not the final countdown. We are not in Europe yet. We're still in Asia. It is going to be the final carnage because once again, all of these teams are going to be hungry. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see what is going to be happening with iQOO, TSM, GodLike, and Skylightz Gaming because we don't know who is going to be the winner. Everyone is so close. I mean, everyone is so close to the edge over here that, well, at this point, my heart might explode.
Let me try and paint you a picture. Now, I'm going to rattle off a few drop spots over here. We have Melta. You know who goes there. We have Pachinki. You know who goes there. We have Yasnaya. And we have, well, Southern Georgia, Paul, the containers and the city. Imagine if we see a few more colors dropping down when the map is going to open up, because now, without further ado, we are going to say goodbye to you from the studio for now. We'll be back because it looks like the game is going to be underway in about another minute or so. But before that, once again, you know, all that hot blood is going to be dripping down on all the luscious green grass of Erangel, we're going to take another look and remind you where your favorite teams drop. But before that, once again, one last look at the warehouse of champions.
Oh boy, all of these teams, they have had a long and arduous journey. Everyone is going to be out of stamina at this point. It has been a marathon, not a sprint. And although the qualifying rounds, they did require these teams to run fast, now is the time to pace yourself and be a little bit slower, because once again, a single mistake could mean the end of your run and could mean that you have to satiate yourself with the position you're going to find yourself in at the end of this map, because once again, once you're out, you can't affect the standings yourself.
You know, speaking of satiating things, I think a lot of teams are going to satiate their thirst for all that blood, because teams like Team X-Park finally have that little jolt, that little volt coming in towards the end. They could play spoil sports to a lot of these teams, and well, speaking of the teams, there you have it, one of the big boys, TSM, up on our screens, and just north of them, we are going to have the Wolves howl for one last time. But now, without further ado, I do see from the corner of my eye that everyone is going to be on the spawn island. The island itself is going to be hustling and bustling with life. But the thing is, once they start dropping down, only 4 are going to go forth and get that chicken dinner. But is it going to be the teams that we expect? Because again, Floki, you got to remind everyone watching, the competition is just too close to call.
Oh yeah, I mean, all of these teams in contest for that first place spot. You have to remember, anyone could clinch the trophy here. But once again, in order to do that, you're going to have to be a little bit careful. If you're the team that decides to contest someone at this point without a plan and you get taken out, that is the end of the road for you. But at the end of the day, that might just be the risk you need to take, because without risk, there can't be reward. And if there is, everyone would be lapping it up. Although, for now, we're still gonna take a few moments and let these players breathe. This is their final match. They need to be ready for this match, and they need to make sure that they are in the mental state to play this one out properly. And just in a few moments, like you like to say, that big bird is going to take to the skies, and it's going to show us where it is going to take us.
Speaking of mental state, buddy, are you ready? Because I don't know about me, my heart is palpitating right now. I can feel all that adrenaline course through my veins, because this is going to be it. In about 30 seconds, we are taking to the skies once more. And you know what, let's take it easy. Forget wherever the plane path is. Forget where the first circle is going to form, because you know, this is going to be the end of a journey that not only the players, but you know, you and I and Sparrow have been through for, like you said, the last 24 days. And it is going to come to an end, and sooner or later, I do believe a couple of tears might just trickle down, but I'm going to hold my emotions in. I'm going to rein them in, because I do believe the game is about to be underway really shortly.
1 last ride, one last flight path, one last battle for these teams to determine who the victor is going to be. Man, I butchered that moment.
Well, now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Big Bird is in the sky for one last time in the iQOO BGIS 2021, and looks like your wish is the God's command, because the plane path is going to be coming down in the southwestern direction, splitting the map in half, which means now all the teams have, well, equal opportunities. More than one team can drop down at the Asnaya. Question is, are we going to see something that I hopefully am speculating right now? I want to see some drop clashes here, Floki.
Oh yeah, it does seem like a lot of teams are dropping in early, taking advantage of that northeast to southwest flight path, making their way towards Kameshki and Stolba. And it looks like it's not just going to be Revanant who has that idea. It is also going to be our Esports trying to make their way towards Stolba, as well as Severny. And well, Stolba is not the place I imagine early action to break out, but that just might be the case if our Esports continue on that trajectory. Never mind, they will switch things up. Enigma are actually going to make their way towards Lipovka, and we'll see if Skylightz Gaming keep the drop consistent or if they change things up.
Well, speaking of changing things up, our esports are going to be heading towards Severny. I do believe a couple of the members are going to realize, wait a second, Stolba is not theirs for the taking like it was in the previous Erangel, because the Revanants are going to be calling it their home. But my eyes are all down in the center right now. I do see our esports. I do see quite a few teams near them. TSM, in fact, are going to be switching things around by the look of things. And well, the circle, oh baby, has a mind of its own. And looks like Recknoning Esports' members over here, they are going to chase down HH for a little bit now. It is going to be a race for the finish line, but there you have it. Skrills was in fact taking them in a position over there so that he could let his Uzi do all the talking, but now the range is going to be just a bit too much. Looks like we might just have a little bit of a chase going down. Recknoning Esports trying to hunt down Hyderabad Hydras. Now, of course, Hyderabad Hydras are switching things up around as well. Shots are going to be fired at either end, and well, looks like a little bit of my prayers were answered as well. I wanted to see some early action, but now Skrills back in the game. There you have it. Shots are going to be fired. We are going to be living the Wild West over here. Drive-bys are aplenty, but the thing is, Skrills has run out of ammunition. Only 10 bullets remain in his magazine, but now Ace Black looks like the IGL is being picked up, because TSM are going to be driving past them as well.
My god, how many teams have dropped in towards the north? I have no idea whatsoever.
TSM definitely switched things up. They were like, you know what, we are not going to be taking a chance with Georgie. They're in fact heading to Severny.
Oh yeah, and that is actually such a paradox, because Georgopol right now is completely empty. Not a single team has made their way there. As the map comes up on our screens, there you go, gentlemen. There's only TSM and Severny. Hyderabad Hydras can maybe make their way towards shooting range, but everyone's going to think that Georgopol is occupied, when in fact it's completely empty. No one's over there. Who's going to get there first though? Recknoning Esports as well as the Hydras, both cruising in towards that same direction, and that circle once again is going to favor the teams in Georgopol.
It is going to favor them, but both the teams that you did mention right now, well, they like being north of that little creek that comes in from that massive ocean that seems to surround Erangel, and I guess RGE, well, just as I say that, they might even in fact head for southern Georgopol. Elsewhere, I still see Skylightz Gaming with Pachinki all to themselves, but I have a little bit of an inkling that Team X-Pac just might come knocking on their doors sooner rather than later. Elsewhere, Team XO again with Milta all to themselves. Are the boys from 7C Esports going to put up a fight for them, or are they going to get in this zone without a scratch?
Well, that is the question, because 7C once again have very important decisions to make. On either side, there is resistance, so resistance will be there no matter where they decide to go. The question is, would they rather get in the zone instead, or maybe try and go for some extra goodies by taking those fights early on and improve the chances in the late game? Well, in the meantime, we are going to put that question on a halt, because we're having a look at Skylightz Gaming for the moment, who once again have not really been contested in Pachinki. Having a good time looting all by themselves, while all the other teams, they try and make their way around. Now, Team X-Pac, I do want to point something out early on. I saw them trying to drop in towards the Water City, and then they moved towards Ruins instead, so they're getting 2 drops at once, and they actually stifled and prevented someone like Hydras or Recknoning from moving into that area.
Well, of course, that did happen in the past. Let's see if it's going to happen again, because for now, Skylightz Gaming again, they have the city to themselves. Somraj to the north over here, he does have the church under control, and I do want to see some drama heading Pachinki's way sooner rather than later. But speaking of drama, I do see a few teams on the move. Looks like 7C could in fact be moving in on Tactical Esports' position, which means, well, shots might be fired, bodies might hit the floor. However, the question is anyone going to get up?
Oh yeah, because if anyone does get up, well, their heads are going to be shot. And once again, you have to be a little bit careful if you are godlike, because, well, your heads are going to be targeted the most. You're the team that made the most noise, got the most finishes, and are now looking for those placements as well. How far are you going to go? That's the question, as everyone from godlike going to be waiting around the corner, waiting for some action to brew out, as I'm not sure if godlike will continue to stick to their strats. Yastia Poliana has been quite kind to them though. No one has really contested them in the entirety of this tournament. And well, they will say farewell to that drop spot one last time as they now try and make their way towards the circle. 7C doing the same. In fact, they are already in, passing by Pachinki. Skylightz Gaming might have taken note of the fact that there is a team rotating right from next to them. And in fact, Tactical are also doing the same. I think it's a race to get towards Gutka, because once again, that is about as central as it gets. Quarry is a close second. But then again, both of these teams, they have to be a little bit careful, because if they get into the center too early, they could be surrounded on all sides. Well, let's see if that is going to be the case or not, because it does seem that Recknoning and the Hydras are both going to delay their rotations for a bit. They're not going to move in towards the main area just yet, but Hospital has still been relatively empty, so it could be a lot of good loot awaiting them there. As the western part of the map, also a kaleidoscope of colors, borrowing some words from my good old friend and co-caster XP, as, well, there you have it. All of these teams finally making their way in. I think we might see some action breaking out soon enough.
Well, we might see some action breaking out, but it looks like all the teams coming in from the northeast, as you mentioned, they aren't really going to pick a fight just yet, because again, we've seen this in the past, we'll see it again, and you know, just looking at all them running around like that is actually getting me a little bit out of breath. So Floki, why don't you take over while I catch my breath over here?
Go for it. I mean,
it's exciting.
I do want to say something, right? So the teams in sorry, not the teams in Sosnovka military base, but the teams in Ferry Pier, that is UDog, have the option of going towards Sosnovka. Now, right now, it is still a part of the circle, and the bridge area is relatively open. No other teams are trying to contest them. If they find some vision, some information about that bridge area, the rotation towards Sosnovka could really pay off, because the circle might just shift towards the south.
What I would want them to do is, instead of actually, you know, putting all their eggs in one basket and actually moving down to the military base, I wonder if they could actually, you know, take a boat from Primorsk, hide it somewhere behind those cliffs over there, and, you know, have a little bit of an insurance policy. Or option B is just stack up on the bridge. Make sure you have the high ground on either side, and you know, you have options, because if it does shift down south as you are anticipating, well, we could have some drama. And speaking of drama, DSM's position is going to come under fire. Blaze is going to be under fire, but Blaze opens up, and Encore is going to be just a little bit quicker. Of course, similar weapons were being fired at that point, but Encore did manage to connect his bullets, and with that, the first pick comes in. TSM, they look like they could be in a little bit of trouble over here. However, they've only lost one member and still can do massive amounts of damage with 3 men standing. Now, speaking of the remainder of TSM, they are going to be close by. However, they are going to give precedence to the zone instead. And, well, speaking of the circle, most of the teams are going to be on the move, as Austin is going to jump out. And, well, there you have it, the men we just mentioned up on your screens, and have a look at that. We are going to have a scramble for the center, which this time is going to be around Gutka. But again, no one daring, Floki, to head towards Pachinki.
I mean, Pachinki is going to be Skylight's strong goal as they continue to stay over there. Once again, they are in a fairly decent spot. The only time they might get slightly in trouble is if the circle shifts a bit more towards the west, which would be an amazing finish. The only time I remember seeing a quarry finish throughout the tournament was, I think, in one of the earlier rounds. And, well, another quarry finish on the cards would make things very, very interesting.
It could make it interesting, but as the circle is getting ready to implode in on itself. We are going to have to wait and see where it goes.
Oh,
it is
it
going to be
does!
a Western shift. We might just see some action break down at the quarry later on. And for now, if you have a look, Altered Esports, they are by themselves, and the drop is going to be falling down towards Primorsk. Now, GodLike Esports are going to be coming down south. Scenic views for them as Mr. Spray gets down. He gets his weapon ready, but he realizes, you know what, wait a second. The distance is just a little bit too much. And for now, if I do let loose a few shots, my position will be given away.
Oh yeah, TSM, Reckoning Esports, our Esports, so many teams, including the Hydras as well, are all making their way from Georgiapol towards Hospital. And once again, it is good that they are taking up all that action in Hospital, because there's going to be a fair amount of healing available there to get themselves back up on their feet. Elsewhere on the map, though, our Esports will lose one of their members as Hero gets cleaned up by the side of Reckoning Esports. I'm not even sure where those shots came from.
I do believe it was somewhere in northern Georgia, because the remainder of our esports is still all the way up in Zarki. And of course, if you keep an eye out on the right of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, all the teams that are highlighted in blue, well, they are going to be out in the blue. And speaking of the blue, if we do pan the camera just a bit up, well, we might just see our esports still in that city, which very few people visit. And well, it's quite a nice place. You have picnic tables all over the place. You have these autumn leaves and everything. But right now, looks like TSM, they're going to pass themselves up.
Everyone right now is very, very afraid of making mistakes. That is what seems to be the name of the game. And fortune favors the bold, which is what GodLike are. Well, looks like not only do they have the gods on their side, they also have Lady Luck, as Jelly will ducktail and run, leave his teammate for dead. As Jonathan on the other side, he might be going in for the flank. Can he find that one more pick? Well, he sees the ties. He's trying to pop them out. Wexy zigging, zagging, moving left and right. Will make sure that he chases Jonathan away, or in fact shakes him off his tail, and GodLike will only get that one finish to work with, but Neo is not going to let them go so easy. He has OR in their sights, and he will drink their blood if he has to, but he will take them down with him.
He might just take them down, but now Jonathan and the boys are going to make their move. GodLike are going to be a bit more aggressive, just the way we expected, and looks like TSM are still going to be out in the blue. But for now, we are going to keep our attention on this little fight that might just break out. Jonathan making sure he has enough energy drinks in him. You need that extra little burst of energy for now, because Neo is already taking the attack right to the enemy. Grenades are going to be lobbed as Evo is going to hold on, but wait a second, he jumps out. Clutch guard caught off guard. In fact, he did not hear that coming out. John at the back, he finishes him. Evo hits the deck. Unfortunately for Evo, he is going to be taken down as Neo was on point, almost losing his life as well. Now, Team GodLike reduced to a 3-man squad. Evo is going to be taken down as well, which means things are still even Stevens as far as these two teams are concerned.
Oh yeah, but GodLike once again have to be careful. This is the early game. You do not want mutually assured destruction. You want to stay alive until the very end and make sure you put yourself in a spot where you can take up a lot of points. Early fights are not the way to go, but looks like Reckoning Esports will punish the mistakes of OR at the very least. If they get free picks, they will take down. Oh yeah, they're going forward.
They are going to make sure that the last man standing from OR Esports is going to find a similar fate as his teammates did. And now Mr. Spray on the left flank overhead. The moment he gets a little clear sight of vision, he's going to alight from his vehicle and he's going to let his bullets do all the talking. But looks like the Tesla is just a wee bit faster than the vehicle ahead of him, because he is going to catch up and the circle is going to implode in on itself. The quarry, you're going to be happy about this.
Oh yeah,
it's still in play on the majority of the planes of Gotka. Now Mr. Recknoning, I see what you're doing, Mr. Spray, but the thing is, other teams could be nearby. They are hungry. They want to make sure that OR Esports are made an example of, as 7C now have to run for their life, because well, the teams are going to be driving past. Unfortunately, they didn't have those clear line of sights. Wait a second, Wexy, I get it, this man is just too sexy, but the way he is making sure that he gets out of harm's way is phenomenal. He's taking them on a wild chaser.
Oh yeah, OR Rexy just taking the members of Reckoning on a joyride around the map over here. As the priority right now is to take out Rexy, but Rexy will get out first. Can he actually get the goal? He will at least get down. Scrubby, he's trying to finish them off. He will succeed in doing so, and he's going to try to get back in the bucket. No, he's taking the fight. He comes so close. But in the end, Rexy gets cleaned up over here. Reckoning Esports are going to be able to get the credit for that, but now 7C's hot on their tail from the flank. Have to be careful. They don't want to give up more than what they already have, because Skrills has been taken down.
I almost thought that Maxi was going to be taken down as well. In fact, if you saw me, I'm sorry to distract you. I was literally jumping out of my seat just yet, because now things are getting heated up. We have the tabletoppers go up against one another. Team XO are going to be taking the fight right to Skylightz Gaming. Now have a look on the top left, top right, I beg your pardon, off your maps right now. You are going to see Sensei let loose a few shots. There you have it. Take your name and he shall appear, because now now his position is given away, and looks like Skylightz Gaming are going to do some return firing of their own, but looks like it's going to be 7C Esports who are going to be doing all the firing, and if he's not careful, the Prince might be lurking in the darkness, and now the position is going to be given away. The sound cues are given out. Sensei moving in for the finish. He has the vehicles drive past him, but he's got to be careful. Again, this is a massive game from Exo. They cannot be isolated the way they are playing right now. They need to make sure they are a tight-knit unit. Speaking of tight-knit units, Striker is going to get the better of Jonathan, and Cabby is going to make sure he is sent down to the depths of hell.
Oh yeah, GodLike losing another limb as they're down to a two-man roster. 7C Esports gonna look to mete out the same treatment to the members of EXO, but EXO, they're gonna be careful with where they step their foot, because once again, they don't want to be caught out in the open like you mentioned. You step a bit too far forward as individuals, you could get cleaned up, and the whole team comes tumbling down alongside you. But EXO, they can be wise to the ways of the world and make sure they stick together, rotate as a unit, and well, get some real estate to work with.
I'll tell you one thing here, Floki. If one of the big dogs, if one of the table droppers fall early, it could open the competition up for anyone who might be above or below them. Because again, like I said, just a reminder for all of you watching right now, the competition is just a bit too close to call, and it looks like 7C Esports, they want to take the fight to the enemy. Elsewhere, GodLike's Neo is going to be falling down as well, and it is going to be TSM who are doing all the damage. Talk about the Goliaths knocking horns. It is going to be GodLike Esports who are going to be reduced to a one-man squad, but now Prince, he's going to turn his attention back to his teammates, because looks like Enigma Gaming are taking the fight to them. Keep an eye out on the center of your screens. Have a look at Z-God. Wait a second. That is it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all she wrote. GodLike Esports out in the 15th with just 2 finishes to their name. This is going to hurt.
Oh my god, GodLike Esports getting taken out so early was not something that they could afford, because 2 of the biggest contenders are still in this race and they are still 4-man strong. EXO and TSM still kicking things. And man, soon enough, they're going to be kicking a few teams out of this map as well as they start to eye up the zone. 7C Aladdin going to be scouting things out for TSM, but in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the Hyderabad Hydras, who are eyeing up Skylightz Gaming, trying to make a rotation out of this place, but man, TOP firing off a few shots is going to make it a little bit harder. Gamla Boy now knows alongside Pokar that he does need to be a little bit careful with where he steps foot, because out in the open, Manti OP could be creating some trouble.
He could be creating trouble, but the thing is, now the table toppers, the last time at least when we saw them, they are going to come under fire, and Hyderabad Hydras, the moment, Floki, they connect, things could change. But for now, speaking of connections, looks like Sensei is going to be down on his knees, and now his teammates are going to be coming in. Amazing smoke deployed over there, but there is a burning buggy over there. It is a bit too close for comfort, and well, luckily no shots are coming their way as of right now. If you have a look at Immortal, looks like, speaking of shots coming their way, something did hit Immortal. In fact, a bullet just grazed his helmet. Elsewhere, RTE are going to be bombarding TSM with everything that they have, because TSM, they've still just lost 1 member. Make that 2, because Abrar with a beautiful grenade is going to make sure the buggy goes boom, and well, with that, Ninja is going to be brought down to his knees. From the other side, Mr. Spray with a massive grenade as well. They could actually just engulf them. Grenades are going to be the name of the game right now. But the question is, are they going to move in? No, they can't, because Mr. Spray was taken down by Yush, and forget that his teammate abroad with another grenade is going to get Aquanox, is going to get Ninja, and now Shadow. Oh my goodness, he doesn't have any shadows to lurk in. However, he does have some smoke. Question is, are they going to move in? Well, the short answer is yes. Abrar knows he's done a lot of damage. He might just run them over, and that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. No, Shadow is still alive. How does this man keep doing this?
I am not sure. Shadow still juking left and right. He wants to keep his team in the game. He clutched things out for them before, but can he do it again? A much taller order this time. 14 teams still in the mix, 47 players alive, and he has got no vehicles to work with. Just 1 buggy out ahead that's probably going to have its tires popped soon enough. Elsewhere on the map though, are Esports coming under fire from both sides. The Hydras and Skylightz Gaming both engulf them from all sides. And Skylightz Gaming looking to make their mark on this game will take the fight to the Hydras as well, as the Hydras now circling around, as Skylightz Gaming also have to be a little bit careful, because on their flank there are a couple of other teams closing in. However, they can isolate these fights, drop a couple of smokes, and then turn their attention towards the matters at the backstab. But that grenade comes in. Our Esports losing their members one after the other. They've only got 2 members still standing strong, and they might not be standing for much longer.
Skylightz Gaming are too close for comfort right now. Gamla Boy needs to make make sure the right flank is secure. There you have it. Grenades come in from all Esports, and carry is going to be brought down every single place. There's going to be death and destruction spewing, and all that shrapnel is flying in the air. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they were pushing up on Skylightz Gaming's position, but unbeknownst to them, our Esports just helped this team out. Picard with a little bit of fire. He knows someone's in the smoke. He's going to go with his M4. He whips it out, but elsewhere, he is going to shoot. He connects, and with that, there you have it. As soon as the hit markers come on, the position of the enemies is given away, and with that, Skylightz Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, on a high. All 4 members still alive. They do have a squad wipe to the name. However, can they get a couple of more? Because Manti is going to be pushed on. In fact, all 4 of them are going on. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's a massive fight breaking out between EXO and Team Xbox. Sensei letting loose with his bullet. Skill comes down. Marvi already down on his knees, and now Immortal is going to be staying behind just to make sure no one comes in from that flank.
Oh, EXO, they still managed to pull this off with 3 members alive as Xbox have been taken out in 12th place as well. 10 teams now remaining in the mix. Looks like Team EXO will keep themselves in this race, but Skylightz Gaming, once again, also another team to look out for. They're going to be dropping a couple of smokes, getting their hands on some more loot, because once again, they expended a lot of utility trying to clean up the Hydras as well as the other team. But for now, the circle's going to shift right towards the centers. Revanant are still a 4-man squad, and they haven't made any noise yet.
And in the midst of all this commotion, right in the center, we have someone lurking in the shadows, as I love saying. TSM still keeping their hopes afloat with that one man. A lot of pressure is going to be on him, but now one of your table toppers, Skylightz Gaming, they are going to be making their move. In fact, they might just whiz past the enemy. The only thing that does kind of scare me is that they're rolling one vehicle, and there you have it. Oh, it's crazy. He's going to open up, but retaliation comes in quick succession in the form of Destro, making sure he destroys his enemy. No one's going to be touching their IGL over here, buddy. And now Ayush, he's going to be giving his position away as well. Destro already has an idea. In fact, he is going to lob a couple of grenades, making sure the enemy is kept at bay. Now,
the bounces.
Ayush is a bit too far off for those grenades to do anything, but what it does do is give Skylightz Gaming enough time to pick up Somraj, to patch themselves up, and now they are going to take the fight. Keep in mind, the vehicle is going to distract them. That is where Destro is going to come in handy. In fact, he is just going in. This man is a little bit cray-cray, and now finally he realizes his HP, patches himself up with a few bandages.
Oh yeah, this is a 2-pronged attack coming in from the side of Skylightz. One from the flank, one straight from the center. And although they can't afford to split their attention, EXO!
Boom! That is it!
God! TSG will eliminate them. All of the 3 top teams have been taken out of the picture. No GodLike, no TSM. Well, there's 1 member from TSM, no EXO, and well, no Skylightz Gaming either.
We still have Skylightz Gaming. It was the Skylightz Gaming. There we have it, but they are going to come into fire right now.
No,
taken down. Ayush, you have got the Caster's Curse. Ayush gets up. He was almost going to get the better of Somraj, but now he's going to hit the deck once again as Destro is going to be on point, making sure his teammates are still in this game. Now the Goliaths are falling. Are we going to see the 4th top team fall down as well? Because now a couple of boys have come to fire. Somraj's been taken care of. Wait a second. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 4 teams, barring one, are out. Skylightz Gaming out of this game, and GodLike Esports out of this game. Only TSM are keeping their hopes afloat. Is it going to be position points that is going to make them the victors? Because for now, SprayGod's position is coming to fire. He goes to the left, he moves to the right. SprayGod finally getting caught out by those bullets coming in from Scarrel.
Oh yeah, Prince is the only member surviving now. An old herd, they've got 2 members, but they still got a lot of grit. They're not going to go down, and if they go down, they'll go down swinging. Couple of haymakers being thrown as Claus turns his attention towards Prince. He's got the first aid, he's got the bandages as well, but for now, they're both taking a bit of time to just relax and try and see if there's anything to offer in their surroundings. They're trying to see if there's anyone else closing from the distance. Prince has to be careful. He will go prone, but it does seem like the zone has shifted.
Keep an eye out on the top right, boys and girls. Have a look at that yellow dot still inside the circle, because that is TSM's shadow. Now he is going to get some vital position points. Question is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough for them to topple over the leaders? Because for now, even we have no idea who's on top. But we do know one thing: Mr. Spray goes down, and with that, Reckoning Esports, well, they are going to be bidding us to elsewhere. Reckoning Esports don't still have 1 man. Outbrow was still alive, but looks like the UDog Indian team is going to push up with full force and take him out. Elsewhere, Dave is now going to assert his attention and his dominance towards a lone member from Enigma Esports, and that member is Avi. Avi's position is in a bit of a predicament. He is out in the open. He has all that marshland to work with, but still, he is laying down lead in their direction. Fearless almost getting knocked out now. This is going to be a crucial moment. Shadow's position has still not been given away, but you know what might just give it away? All those burning buggies around him.
Oh yeah, Revanant, they kind of have, well, try to see if they can sniff him out. I mean, those two burning buggies do attract a lot of attention. They see one intact, and well, their spidey senses are tingling. Shadow knows he could be in a world of trouble as he hears the footsteps coming in. Smoke's being deployed. Shadow, you are gonna have to play out of your mind in this one if you want to try and clutch this out as Smoke comes through. But Revanant, well, they're too busy with the members of Old Hood. They're actually gonna turn their tail around and leave Shadow alone. Oh, Top Dog, they might not see it coming. In fact, 7C Prince might end up going down as a result, but Shadow with the nade.
Now they might think that 7C is going to be deploying all these smokes, and right now Shadow does throw a grenade, but it's going to be Encore who gets the better of Claws, and now he is going to be spotted out, and with that, that is all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, TSM out in the 4th position. They do have some vital position points. Oh my goodness, Floki, who is going to be crowned the champions of India? Because again, this is just a bit too close to call, but now Top Dog from Revanant Esports, 12 finishes to their names. They are going to be destroying everything in their wake. The Revenants are here. It is a Sunday, and boy, are they taking everyone to church. Now, with this one grenade, they could still add to their tally.
Oh yeah, Fearless has to be careful. He's going to be the first point of contact on the side of UDog. But oh no, they start lining up. Dog Dog's going to find him. Oh, that nade comes through. It's going to knock down Austin, but Top Dog is also going to have to search for cover. The car is smoking, and if it bursts, well, Top Dog could be not long for this wall. Fearless is going to find him with the AKM. Fearless and Dave still standing strong for UDog. They have to be a bit careful because they are getting shot at from the side. And looks like Encore has found them one after the other. Paradox and him now standing, trying to get their teammates back upon their feet. But Revenant, if they take too long, there could be a 1v2 coming into the picture here, as Dave does know the two members have been knocked down. Those nades come pouring in. Paradox gonna keep them at bay. That might just be it. Dave still somehow surviving. He did get picked up, and looks like Fearless might be going down soon enough. Dave will carry the dreams of his team forward. Fearless trying to do the same, but he will be cleaned up. Revenant with 4 members standing strong against 1.
There we have it.
You're gonna try. He's gonna try. He's not gonna give up just yet. Paradox just circling around, but he will find one. Not Dave looking for the second one as well. Austin Bond will he be knocked down? No, he's not. He's moving to the left. But that is it. The Fat Lady has sung. Revenant Esports will claim the final Erangel of the day as it comes to a close.
I mean, that's what I'm going to do, because they just took everyone in this map to church, and I do believe they do have 16, maybe 17 finishes for themselves. Just phenomenal, and Encore was the man shining under all that holy light. But there you have it, Revanant Esports winning the final game in Erangel, the final game of iQOO BGIS 2021. That is just phenomenal. But let me tell you one thing, I have no idea who's going to be winning. Well, they definitely won the game right now, but I don't know who's going to take everything away. All the top dogs fell before it was their time.
Absolutely, I never thought that UDog India would be taken down so easily, but Top Dog, he really showed them who the toppest of dogs is. No pun intended there. I'm quite sure this was scripted. This was fated from the start. There couldn't have been a more poetic ending to this map. In fact, I am so excited by all the cards that I saw. I want to have a look at it once again. Well,
we are going to have a look at the highlights, and let's see what we all saw just moments ago.
The highlights should be coming up on our screens right now. As we
know the answer of where it was Erangel, but oh my god, the fights, everything came down to those final moments, and GodLike, OR, so many fights happened, and thodi der mein, in a while, we'll be joining up by a different analyst, I would say a co-cast analyst right now, who's just out here for a special segment. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Hanga the Experiment Shell. So, XP, first things first, how was it?
Oh my goodness, all the top dogs were taken out early, and well, looks like we did have the Revenants, and it is Sunday. They took every single team in this game to church.
I love the reference, but man, जो fights यहाँ पर हुई, जिस तरीके से पूरी fights हुई हैं, I believe like I don't know, Skylightz, TSM, they had a very close call. Skylightz, I would say if they win, it would just be because of the reason that they went aggressive in those fights. Our Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, that fight is something that will be the most iconic fight.
Ocean, I kid you not, my heart is still racing. It is still beating. Let me tell you one thing, even though TSM, there we have it, we saw this
survival.
I thought Shadow was done for. However, he stuck to his position, and like a little shadow lurking in the shadow over there, he made sure he got those crucial placement points for his team. But the question is it going to be enough?
That's the question, and this is where Skylightz was taking the fight. अगर Skylightz यहाँ पर pick हो जाती, I believe, you know, उस समय हम लोग बोल सके कि TSM के लिए वो जो shadow बचे थे, That was kind of from an obituary to a rebirth, right? वो एक वरदान मिलता उनको.
कोशिश जारी थी because Hyderabad Hydras they were trying to flank Skylightz Gaming, लेकिन एक वो grenade by our Esports just ended all their plans.
Everything.
And of course, you know, even XO going up against the big dogs over here, but then again, Skylightz Gaming, boy oh boy, what a game they played. And again, Ocean, I have no idea who's going to take it all. The competition is still razor thin.
बिल्कुल कंपटीशन जरूर है और देखते हैं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर ये कंपटीशन अपने अंतिम क्षणों तक जा सकता है. हम लोगों ने बात करी थी, वी गाइस वर टॉकिंग अबाउट इट, कि आज पूरा इंडिया अपने सेट से, आप टीवी स्क्रीन की बात करें, आप अपने डिवाइसेस की बात करें, चिपके हुए होंगे जस्ट टू सी द फर्स्ट एवर iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज 2021 चैंपियन. कुछ मिनटों की देरी है एक्सपे, कुछ मिनटों की देरी है और वो ट्रॉफी जो है.
Mikko, I can understand your trial and tribulation right now. Even I'm feeling that, you know, even my heart is just racing, the adrenaline coursing through my veins as well. But OH over here, making quick work of Skylightz Gaming. All the big dogs, all the top 4 teams fell a bit too early. And then again, as soon as grenades started going off, teams were toppling over like dominoes, one after the other, and suddenly we just had to.
Suddenly we just had to, but TSM यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट हुई. इससे पहले Skylightz एलिमिनेट डेफिनेटली हो चुकी थी, बट इन सब फाइट्स के अंदर आपने देखा एकदम से 12 टीमें जीवित थी. We were down to just 4 teams. उसमें TSM eliminated down to 3 teams. Like all of a sudden.
I mean, it was blink and you miss kind of action. And of course, Top Dog यहाँ पे he was finally taken down. अच्छी कोशिश आई थी इनके साइड से, but again the Revanants, oh boy, making sure they get the job done. Now, I like the fact that it was UDog who they were facing off, and Top Dog was the one who did most of the damage.
Definitely, काफी अच्छा damage यहाँ पर. I'm really sorry. काफी अच्छा damage यहाँ पर.
We both have lost our breath right
हुआ
now.
जरूर. But UDog के players, हाँ, अच्छी fights निकालने की कोशिश थी. But Revanant, well, they just got everything for themselves. And well, ladies and boys and girls, जिस player कह रहा हूँ, I mean, जिस personality की हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, experiment is just out there. Please welcome him, one of the most iconic persons when it comes on to casting analysts as well. And well, right now taking the charge of the stage, हल्का सा stage यहाँ पर बटोरने मेरे साथ आए हैं. So how are you feeling?
First of all, thank you for having me over here, and मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ पे आके. थोड़ी सी हिंदी भी बोल सकता हूँ, so don't worry, we can still communicate well. But again,
चलेगा.
What a final game, Ocean.
What a final game, to be honest. What a final game with a lot of roller coaster of emotions. And to be honest, I'm really happy for the entirety of the tournament. ये tournament को सफल बनाने में अगर हम लोग बात करें, iQOO का बहुत बड़ा हाथ रहा. To be honest, you know, देखिए Battlegrounds Mobile India गेम का तो हाथ रहा है क्योंकि उसी चीज का टूर्नामेंट था, तो काफी ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से टूर्नामेंट मुझे देखने को मिला. बट आई वांट टू नो यू, राइट? वी हैवंट टॉक्ड ऑन द स्टेट्स, सो आई वांट टू टॉक टू यू अबाउट अ थिंग, एंड दैट इज हाउ हैज बीन योर एक्सपीरियंस विद द एंटायरिटी ऑफ द iQOO BGIS.
You know, हम यही बात कर रहे थे on the English side that it has been a journey, and it's almost like we just started this yesterday, and you know, here we are 24 days later, and I'm sure all our viewers watching with us are going to feel the same because it was a journey, and the sad thing is it has finally come to an end.
Well, one ending means a beginning of the other things. और बहुत सारी अच्छी चीजें आने वाली. Ladies and boys and girls, अगर आप लोग अभी तक यहाँ पर हैं तो रियली सॉरी, तो सब्सक्राइब कीजिए चैनल को, लाइक कीजिए, बिकॉज ये जर्नी अगर यहाँ खत्म होती है तो आगे और सारे दरवाजे हमें खुलते हुए नजर आने जरूर वाले हैं. There are going to be a lot of things, a lot of announcements, a lot of things that's coming down your way. Just once you're subscribed to the channel, make sure that you press the bell icon as well, because well, you want to be the first one to be notified, because we're going to be the first one to tell the teams. And
also if you are just joining us, hit that like button, because again, we still have a lot of BGMI merch to give away, and keep in mind 10,000 likes means 10 lucky winners are going to walk away with some cool t-shirts. And well, summer's coming, you need to be hydrated. We have some bottles in store for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, stay hydrated. That's important. That's really important, right? And जैसे आपने summer की बात करी, I believe like you're getting in shape for a summer body as well for yourself. I mean, you were talking about hitting the gym, right?
No, we're not going to talk about that
right now. Not right now. Not right now. Later on.
मेरे को अभी थोड़ा सा जिम जाने की जरूरत है. कोई नहीं, करेंगे. अगली बार देखेंगे. अगली बार we'll have this conversation, all right?
अगली बार मतलब आगे और भी बहुत कुछ आने वाला है. इसका एक छोटा सा हिंट बस यही इस चीज की हम लोग बात करने वाले हैं. लेकिन थोड़ी देर में हम लोगों के साथ यहाँ पर जुड़ने जरूर वाले हैं काफी अच्छे गेस्ट्स, जिनसे कि हम लोग यू नो बातें करने वाले हैं. काफी अच्छी बातें यहाँ पर रहेंगी, काफी अच्छी कॉन्वर्सेशंस यहाँ पर रहेंगी. पर चलिए, लेट्स एक्चुअली वेलकम मिस्टर मिनुली, हेड ऑफ बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, एंड मिस्टर निपुन मारिया, CEO of iQOO. I mean, with a huge, it's not round of applause, but with the hearts in the chat.
India. Well, thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen. I hope you all are doing good. How are you all doing just now?
Hi. Thank you so much for having us here. It's wonderful to be amongst all of you.
Minu sir, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel very good.
Right. So, निपुण सर, मेरा आपके लिए एक सवाल रहेगा और सवाल ये है कि मैं जानना चाहता हूँ iQOO बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज एक बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस बन के उभरा है, बट इस सक्सेस के पीछे एक बहुत बड़ी जर्नी रहती है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें रहती हैं. सो आपका एक्सपीरियंस वॉचिंग ऑल दीज प्लेयर्स, ऑल दीज मैचेस एंड एवरीथिंग, जो भी इमोशंस का रोलर कोस्टर, खैर यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स का रहेगा, बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था iQOO BGIS का.
Okay, so iQOO BGIS, we had absolutely wonderful time. iQOO as a brand, we love esports. We make products which make champions in esports. तो इसलिए जैसे ही हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली कि हम क्राफ्टन के साथ टाई अप कर सकते हैं, and get this first edition of the BGIS tournament to India, we were all very, very excited. And I must tell you, the last few weeks have certainly been a big roller coaster ride. All my team members have enjoyed all the matches, cheered their respective teams. So it's been a great journey for iQOO as well as Crafton.
Mr. Lee, if I may, a question for you. The BGIS 2021 marks the inception of BGMI Esports in the country, and it's a joyous and monumental occasion. Now, how was your feelings as you were watching the competition? How did you feel the whole competition was? Because we have the best teams in India, champions, as you call them. And what lies ahead for esports in India?
Yep, many esports fans have been waiting for the first BGMI esports for a long time. Finally, we are here and we were able to successfully hold BGIS 2021. Starting with the BGIS, Crafton plans to continue investment for the development of BGMI esports and will host more competition. There were many great matches and players show their best. So I'm very happy and honored to be here as a part of the BGIS. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our fans and players and everyone who participated in this great event. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for those words of wisdom. And of course, it's been a pleasure and a privilege having you on our screens right now. But of course, I'm going to shift over to Ocean right now because I think we might have a couple of more questions for our distinguished guests out there.
Definitely. I mean, निपुण सर, मेरा आपसे सवाल रहेगा, जैसे कि आपने बोला कि आप लोग भी अपनी फेवरेट टीम्स को चीयर कर रहे थे. ऐसी काफी सारी चीजें जैसे कि आपने बताया कि हो रही थी. बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि आपकी विजन जो आपके iQOO डिवाइसेस है काफी बेहतरीन है. iQOO 7 लेजेंड, अगर हम लोग बात करें iQOO 9 सीरीज, ओवरऑल बहुत ज्यादा इनोवेटिव डिवाइसेस यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिलते हैं. सो आपकी विजन गेमिंग को लेकर के, जैसे बीजीएमआई जैसे गेम्स हमने देखा, काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन गेम्स है. सो आपकी विजन क्या रहेगी आगे के समय के लिए?
ओके, देखिए, अगर आप iQOO की बात करें, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पिलर्स ऑफ ब्रांड iQOO इज परफॉर्मेंस. क्या हम अपने फोन्स में एब्सोल्युटली कटिंग एज, टॉप ऑफ द लाइन परफॉर्मेंस दे सकते हैं? और वो क्यों है? वो इसलिए है बिकॉज वी अंडरस्टैंड in this large Indian market, there is a segment of consumers, so many of them are watching us all live right now, which is the esports community, the esports lovers, who come what may, they want the best of performance, the best of gaming in their mobile phones. For those passionate people, we have the iQOO devices because kuch marzi ho jaye, we are sure of one thing, which is that if it is an iQOO device, it has to be the best in performance. And by performance, I mean the best in processor, the best in speed, the best in cooling, the best in touch response rate, the best in display, so on and so forth.
I would say that's a really good answer.
I would obviously agree with that because esports is a passion, right? I mean,
definitely,
it's all about the gaming. It is a passion, and when you have the best devices in your hand, when you have these monsters inside, you have to unleash your inner gaming monster as well. And I think iQOO definitely know what they're doing. Again, you got to be, in touch with the community as well.
Definitely. I mean, वो in touch, मैं बोलूँगा वहाँ पर भी touch response अच्छा होना चाहिए. I would just just get onto that. But I mean, if it's just coming down to Mr. Minuli, like I guess like I might have a question for him as well.
All right.
When we talk about it, I want to ask you, Mr. Minuli, how has been your experience watching all these teams play? Because I believe we just witnessed one of the most roller coaster of a final day. So
So I want to know about your experience with the entirety of the tournament. If you would just want to explain what went through your mind, and obviously, I mean, not exactly, but through the management as well. You guys might be having your favorite teams as well, to which you might just be chanting out. Like, how has been your experience with the BGIS overall? That if
Yeah, it was a great experience. So I've never imagined that we can start this big event because we were waiting for a long time. So I'm really happy to be here.
You know, that's what it's all about at the end of the day, right? You got to make sure you're happy. And like you had said in an interview earlier, that, you know, all the 16 teams that have made it to this point are champions in their own rights. But now, of course, the thing is, we are going to have to crown one champion of India, which, again, I don't want to give it away. We will come to in a little bit of time. But I guess, Ocean, do you have anything else on your mind that is just tickling your brain?
I don't know. I believe, you know, we have talked about a good device, to be honest, that iQOO has just given to the players, and I believe जिस तरीके से उन लोगों ने खेला है, परफॉर्मेंस डेफिनेटली दिखाता है, एंड अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ये जो आपको एक विनर बनाती है, सो वो अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस के बेसिस पर ही कोई ना कोई एक विनर हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिलेगा जरूर जी.
So I have a question for Mr. Nipun here now. You know, you did mention that the iQOO, you've done your development, right? You've made sure you've done your research. Did you actually talk to a lot of members of the esports community, or how did that work out?
A lot, actually. You know, without speaking to all these esports, you know, lovers and, you know, professional players, amateurs, you know, one really never can, you know, make a great product. So what we do is, you know, we look at two aspects. Ek aspect hai phone ka, which is, you know, the performance aspect, you know, hardcore performance aspect. The other equally important aspect is the enjoyability. You know, while you are playing, how much are you able to enjoy, right? And, you know, through like the 4D game vibration, ab jaise hum, you know, in the iQOO 9 series, for the first time, you know, we are going to have a dual X-axis linear motor, right, in our device. Again, just to give you that absolutely real feel of playing a game, right? So it's not just about how the phone is performing very well, but it's also about, are you able to enjoy the experience? So, you know, speak to a lot of people, share their passion, push the R&D, and, you know, give a great product for esports to the whole esport fan community.
You know, it does seem like most of the teams here, you definitely have done your homework, and we can't wait to see what you bring out next.
Definitely. And with all those things to the side,
it's time.
It's time, XP.
Oh my goodness. I am nervous right now. All right, Ocean, you take it away right now. Or rather, what we'll do is, Mr. Lee, if you could do the honors right now and declare the winners of the first iQOO BGIS 2021 tournament. We all are waiting with bated breath.
Okay. So, hey everyone. We are here on the final day of the grand finals of iQOO BattleGrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And it has been nothing short of spectacular journey for the community analysts. Without further ado, I would like to present to you the champions of iQOO BattleGrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Skylightz Esports. Congratulations, Skylightz Esports.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Skylightz Esports are your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, definitely they played out of this world when it comes down to the final game especially, and काफी ज़्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से उन्होंने खेला. ये सारे प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर हैं और सब लोग अपने फोन्स को देख जरूर रहे हैं. हर कोई आ जरूर चुका है. मेरी आवाज आई एम प्रीटी श्योर इन लोगों तक पहुंच रही है. अगर पहुंच रही है जरा एक बार थम्स अप कर दीजिए. आई टेस्टो तो ऑलरेडी अपनी मुंडी हिला रहे हैं हल्की सी. एंड यस, दे ऑल कैन हेयर मी. कांग्रेचुलेशंस बॉयज, यू गाइस ब्रॉट इट होम. एंड अब मैं चाहूंगा कि हम लोग ऐसा करते हैं कि हम लोग इनसे डेफिनेटली थोड़ी देर बाद बात करेंगे, बट इन चैंपियन से थोड़ी वार्तालाप करना मैं चाहूंगा कि निपुण सर इनसे थोड़ी सी बातचीत करें एंड जाने इनके बारे में और बाकी सब चीजें भी. निपुण सर, द स्टेज इज ऑल योर्स.
Okay, thank you. Many congratulations, Team Skylight. I think it's a great performance. Months and years of hard work, and finally you were the champions of the first BGIS tournament in India. So great going. I know, you know, there is more to accomplish, but I'm wishing you all the best for that as well.
I'm pretty sure हमारे बॉयज सुन जरूर पा रहे हैं, बट वो भी थोड़ी देर में probably यहाँ पर रिप्लाईज वगैरह देना शुरू करेंगे.
Let's do one thing.
Yeah.
Why don't you play the intermediary? Let's see if we can get the Skylight boys to actually answer back. Awesome question over here.
I mean, definitely awesome question, and I would want to know कि like अपने players अगर यहाँ पर आकर के obviously हल्की फुल्की बातचीत कर सकें, क्योंकि वो खुश जरूर हैं इस समय, but मुझे लगता है वो खुशी ज़्यादा निकल रही है as compared to the words right now. So वही चीज़ है, but well, Nipun sir से definitely बात तो वो करना चाहेंगे.
Well, they will have a talk with Mr. Nipun, but again, Mr. Lee, it has been a pleasure and a privilege having you over here. Thank you so much for joining us in our studio, and again, we can't wait to see what you bring next.
Oh, well, what a roller coaster day, experiment. What a roller coaster day. I mean, आपको experiment बोलना मुझे अजीब लगता है. मैं XP ही बोलूँगा, but हम लोग यहाँ पर बोलने नहीं वाले हैं. हम लोग यहाँ पर बोलने नहीं वाले हैं. मैं कमान संभाल लूँगा. संभालने का यहाँ पर न्योता दूंगा मिस्टर निपुन सर को, and हम लोग चाहेंगे कि आप प्लेयर्स से बातें करें. देखिए, ये खुश हो दुखी हो ऐसे ही दिखाई देते हैं. ये अभी वो चेहरे की मुस्कान पता नहीं कहाँ पर है, but well, I believe अंदर से जरूर खुश है. So निपुन सर, it's all yours.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, my name is Nipun. I take care of iQOO India, and yeah, thank you. Many congratulations first of all.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so मेरे पास कुछ सवाल है आपके लिए, and I think वो गेम खेलने से तो काफी इजी रहेंगे. But still let me ask you and see कि कैसे जवाब रहते हैं आपके. So the first question I have for you is, iQOO 7 Legend पे आप लोगों ने अब ये सारा अपना finals खेले, तो आपका कैसा कौन सा favorite gaming feature था for the iQOO 7 Legend? Was it the intelligent display chip, because of which the display quality was getting enhanced? Was it the touch response, the 300 hertz or the 1000 hertz instant touch response rate? Was it the large vapor cooling chamber, right? Or the in-display monster touch, the large monster touch buttons that you got, or the 4D game vibration? So out of these 5, and you can pick more than one as well. आप ये भी बोल सकते हैं all 5 and I will be the happiest. But फिर भी आपका favorite feature कौन सा था इन 5 में से?
फीचर का तो पता नहीं, पर जैसा एंड्रॉयड में गेम चलता है उससे तो मतलब सबसे अच्छा एंड्रॉयड रहा है ये iQOO. तो
हमारे लिए तो बेस्ट था क्योंकि हमें विनर बनाया.
आपके लिए फास्ट चार्जिंग फीचर था?
हाँ, फास्ट चार्जिंग वाज आल्सो गुड.
ओके, तो आपने फिर गूगली डाली, आपने 6th ऑप्शन दिया वो. ओके, ग्रेट आंसर, ग्रेट. सेकंड क्वेश्चन, आप सब इतनी गेम खेलते हैं, तो आपके अकॉर्डिंग किसी भी स्मार्टफोन में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट फीचर कौन सा होता है? एंड व्हेन वी आर डेवलपिंग आवर प्रोडक्ट, इज इट अबाउट प्रोसेसर, द लिक्विड कूलिंग सिस्टम, द हैप्टिक्स, the response rate, or the RAM, ROM? As per you, which are the most important features we should take care of, while designing phones?
मेरे ख्याल से तो सब कुछ इक्वली होना चाहिए क्योंकि सब मैटर करता है.
I guess response rate is very important.
Okay, response rate. Okay. आपका म्यूट पे है?
पुकार का म्यूट पे है शायद, या पुकार का इस समय म्यूट पे है, I believe.
Okay, great. Next question is about our upcoming phone iQOO 9. iQOO 9 भी आप लोगों ने during the game उसके बारे में थोड़ा बहुत देखा, जाना, तो मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ आपका initial reaction on the iQOO 9 क्या है?
iQOO 7 तो इतना अच्छा है और iQOO 9 और बेटर होगा. iQOO 7 से तो ऑब्वियसली बेटर होगा, तो मुझके लिए एक्साइटेड है कि उसमें खेलने का मौका मिले हमें अगले टूर्नामेंट में, तो और अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस होगा.
ओके, वंडरफुल. तो उसमें कौन सा फीचर है? जैसे स्नैपड्रैगन 8 Gen 1 प्रोसेसर है, 120 वॉट. आप में से किसी ने बोला फास्ट चार्जिंग मुझे पसंद आई, उसमें वी आर टेकिंग इट टू 120 वॉट फास्ट चार्जिंग, राइट? द लिक्विड कूलिंग इज आल्सो गोइंग टू बी एक्सेप्शनल, द डुअल लीनियर मोटर. तो उसमें से iQOO 9 में से भी कौन से फीचर के लिए सबसे ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हैं आप?
I guess मैं तो फास्ट चार्जिंग के लिए रहूंगा, बिकॉज जब अभी 7 इतना फास्ट चार्ज होता है, सो आई विल बी एक्साइटेड. 9 कितने में चार्ज होगा?
Yeah, 120 watt. What we say is 50% charge in 6 minutes. Okay. एक क्वेश्चन है, you know, and this is not about the product. This is about our brand, you know, our thinking. iQOO की full form पता है आपको? It says I quest on and on.
Wow.
iQOO is quest on and on. इसका मतलब है मैं आगे बढ़ता जाऊंगा, मैं रुकूंगा नहीं, मैं आगे बढ़ता जाऊंगा, राइट? ये iQOO का मतलब है। तो और यही आपके लिए मैं समझना चाहता हूँ, आप भी आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, तो आप आगे क्या सोचते हैं, you know, regarding your esports journey?
यहाँ पे है अभी तो और इम्प्रूव करना है और आगे जाना है। फॉर मी तो यही है।
ओके, इम्प्रूवमेंट,
ईयर का स्टार्ट,
परफॉर्मेंस
ईयर का स्टार्ट है, अभी एरा होगा हमारा।
Lovely answer.
साम्राज ने बोला
इंशाल्लाह
जी।
Okay, next question, you know, is for the larger community. You know, बहुत सारे लोग जो हमें अभी सुन रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, you know, which is the gaming community. तो उसके लिए मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, and I think this is an open forum, great forum. iQOO as a brand, हम क्या कर सकते हैं, you know, और ज़्यादा to support the gaming community of India?
अभी आपने जैसे इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट कराया तो बहुत लोगों के लिए मतलब अपॉर्चुनिटी थी, तो आगे भी अगर ऐसे ही होता रहे तो ऑब्वियसली और भी जो अभी नहीं कर पाए उनके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी आएगी।
Okay, more such tournaments, right? Okay, great. एक और क्वेश्चन है, and this, you know, I'm about to, you know, finish my volley of questions to you. ये क्वेश्चन है, you know, regarding, you know, बहुत सारे गेमर्स अभी हमें देख रहे हैं, right? तो उन सब के लिए ये मैसेज मेरे लिए था कि हमें और टूर्नामेंट्स कराने चाहिए। जो यंग गेमर्स आपको देख रहे हैं, जो जिनके लिए आप आइडल्स हैं, इंस्पिरेशन है, रोल मॉडल्स हैं, उनके लिए आपका क्या मैसेज है?
उनके लिए यही मैसेज है कि कभी हिम्मत मत हारना और हमेशा ट्राई करते रहना, एक ना एक दिन पहुंचोगे।
ओके, एक तरह से उसमें भी वही है, आई क्वेस्ट ऑन एंड ऑन।
Yes,
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, it straight up gets to that point, I would say.
Okay, last fun question. इतना बड़ा प्राइज मनी है, इसका क्या करने वाले हो आप?
पता नहीं,
सोचा नहीं अभी तक तो।
इसकी बात मैं बता रहा हूँ, इसकी बात बाद में। ओह, ये भी ठीक है।
कोई इंटरेस्टिंग आंसर बताओ। Maybe a holiday to Miami to begin with.
Passports की
Okay, all right. So thank you so much. You know, wonderful talking to all of you, and I hope you keep winning more such tournaments and make India proud. Make, you know, everybody proud. Make yourself proud. So all the best. You know, do well. Great going.
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच निपुण सर। काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा आप लोगों ने इन प्लेयर्स का, मैं बोलूँगा, प्रोत्साहन यहाँ पर बढ़ाया, एंड डेफिनेटली काफ़ी ज़्यादा खुश ये रहेंगे ज़रूर। वो फास्ट चार्जिंग से तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा खुश है, परफॉर्मेंस तो इन लोगों ने अपनी भी दिखा दी है, डिवाइस की भी दिखा दी है। सो विद द ब्लेसिंग्स दैट यू हैव गिवन आउट हियर, काफ़ी ज़्यादा मैं बोलूँगा ये लोग और आगे भी जितने हमारे इनोवेटिव गेमर्स और आने वाले हैं, they will keep on questing on and on.
I love that motto, first of all, and it kind of seems like, Nipun sir, you have kind of given us a little bit of a hint as to what lies ahead.
Maybe.
More than a hint, I think.
I think the message is loud and clear.
Well, it definitely is. It definitely is. And with that, I believe that, you know, we would just, you know, take your blessings, and thank you very much for coming down out here. आप लोगों ने, आपने, you know, इन लोगों से बात करी, इनको blessings दी, इनसे काफ़ी चीज़ें जानी, and I believe आपने जो भी words of wisdom इनको दिए हैं, they will just keep all those in mind, and definitely they'll just rise and shine, because for Skylightz, I believe sky is the limit now.
Well, they might just break that as well.
Sure. So thank you so much. The pleasure was all ours, and all the best. Do well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again. It was a pleasure and a privilege having you here in the studio. But now, Ocean, I do believe we are going to have the boys back on our screens. Once again, congratulations, Skylightz Gaming. I mean, हमें लगा था कि थोड़े और खुश हो गए आप. Maybe you'd be jumping up and down your seats, but I love the professionalism over here.
डेस्ट्रो बूट कैंप में नहीं है, लेकिन बूट कैंप में इस समय है मेरे ख्याल से गमला, सोमराज ये बूट कैंप में जरूर मुझे नजर आ रहे हैं। एंड सोमराज से मैं चलिए अब मैं थोड़ा सा एक अलग क्वेश्चन यहाँ पर बनता हूँ जी। अब मैं थोड़ा सा अलग क्वेश्चन यहाँ पर बनता हूँ। अभी जितना रोलर कोस्टर इमोशंस पूरे चल रहे थे गाइस, कल के दिन की रात से आज के दिन तक, कल के दिन की रात से आज के दिन तक क्या क्या चीज चली है माइंड में, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ। डेस्ट्रो और सोमराज, आप दोनों के लिए सवाल है।
हम तो गॉडल का कमबैक का वेट कर रहे थे, बट हम उनसे ऊपर हो गए, तो अब क्या कर सकते हैं।
ये आदमी हमेशा सैवेज जवाब देगा ही देगा, ये आदमी हमेशा सैवेज जवाब देगा। डेस्ट्रो, कल डेफिनेटली थोड़ी बहुत कॉन्वर्सेशंस चल रही थी कि क्या होगा, कैसे नहीं, एंड उसके बाद अब जब दिन शुरू हुआ तब से अभी तक अ फ्यू गेम्स वर रियली गुड। फर्स्ट गेम चिकन डिनर, एंड देन अप्स एंड डाउन्स टीम में आए। सो उसके बाद आखिरी गेम से पहले क्या चीज था माइंड में?
हमारा तो बस क्लियर ही था, हमें अपना बेस्ट देना है, बाकी फिर फर्क नहीं पड़ता क्या रिजल्ट आए। एंड कहीं ना कहीं हमने थोड़ा बहुत जोक किया लास्ट गेम भी, हम बेटर कर सकते थे और ज्यादा
जी।
सो बस वही था, हमने इतना सोचा नहीं, हमने हर गेम को इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रीट किया पूरे टूर्नामेंट, एंड रिजल्ट्स आए अच्छे।
You know, जैसे आपने कहा पहले, there's always room for improvement. I mean, that is what that winner mentality is all about. So my next question is open to all of you, right? What is next for Skylightz Gaming? I like that you're thinking about it. You're taking it seriously. All right.
Gamla. Yeah.
Next मतलब क्या?
Well, what lies आपके future के अंदर क्या है? Of course, you do have a massive event coming up. Are you guys ready for it?
उसके लिए तो रेडी है हम।
बाद में उसकी बातें देखो बाद में करेंगे, बट मैं तुम लोगों को डेफिनेटली कुछ चीज़ों के लिए टेक्स्ट करूंगा। बट उससे पहले मैंने आज एक बात बोल दी, और वो था कि मैं पार्टी दूंगा अगर स्काईलाइट्स जीती है। तुम लोग मेरी जेब खाली करवा के छोड़ोगे, तुम लोग मेरी जेब डेफिनेटली खाली करवा के छोड़ोगे। बट टू बी ऑनेस्ट बॉयज, personally saying, really proud of what you guys have done, really proud of what you guys have done, and सोमराज का वो जो एटीट्यूड रहता है, सोमराज, दैट एटीट्यूड डेफिनेटली पेड ऑफ रियली गुड। पुकार के लिए मैं एक चीज बोलूंगा, पुकार जब भी एमवीपी नहीं बनता है तो पुकार को अंदर से एक इच होता है कि मेरे से ऊपर कोई प्लेयर कैसे आए। स्टिल रिमेंबर जब मैं बूट कैंप में 1-2 बार हुआ हूं तो पुकार बार उसी चीज की बात करता था कि कोई मेरे से ऊपर कैसे जा रहा है। गमला वेरी कंपोज, एक ही रिएक्शन रहता है इस आदमी का, इतना सही मुस्कुराता है, इससे ज्यादा नहीं, इससे कम नहीं, दुखी भी नहीं होता है वो चीज। एंड डेस्ट्रो has been a friend since a few times back, so I know him, I talk to him, जब भी बात होती है इस आदमी से मैं बात करता हूँ कॉल्स पर, कॉन्वर्सेशंस पूरी, और
I see you guys on Instagram.
पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशंस एंड ऑल रहती है। एंड गाइस, you guys brought it home, you guys made us proud, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well, I mean, that was your winners of the iQOO BGIS 2021 Skylightz Gaming. I mean, and this bad boy is going to go home to them.
That's definitely. I mean, हल्का सा क्या हम इस पर जूम कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज ये ट्रॉफी जो अब तो ये ट्रॉफी सेंटर ऑफ अट्रैक्शन यहाँ पर रहेगी, जिस तरीके से ये ट्रॉफी यहाँ पर इन प्लेयर्स के पास जाती है। एंड नाउ I mean, I believe they are on to maybe new endeavors. वो तो उनकी लाइफ में रहेगा क्या क्या चीजें वो करना चाहते हैं। एंड आई बिलीव जस्ट लाइक BGIS से पहले एक BGIS ग्राइंड हुआ था, द ग्राइंड नेवर स्टॉप्स, even before the tournament, even after the tournament, over to new endeavors, but the grind still goes on. That's where a great player is made.
You know what they say, I quest on, and that is what BGIS is all about. And again, I love the little hints that were dropped in Ocean. Abhi to ye sirf shuruaat hai, because there you have it. He has the pro, I have the one with the matte black, and it's just the beginning, boys and girls.
It suits with you, right? I mean, definitely.
I took this one over here. I was like, you know what, I'm going to go with some style over here.
Ye shirt ke saath hai meri.
That's again, Ocean and I, we are similar. We love matching up, and I think we're looking all right.
Wait, definitely यार, hopefully, but खैर देखिए, स्काईलाइट्स ने यहाँ पर आज का दिन जीता। मैं बोलूँगा हजारों करोड़ों लोगों के दिल भी यहाँ पर जीते हैं, और कुछ महिलाओं के भी यहाँ पर दिल जरूर जीते होंगे जिस तरीके से इन लोगों ने खेला है। बट वेल, इन सब चीज़ों के साथ हम लोग एक बार बुलाना चाहेंगे हमारे अंग्रेजी समीक्षकों को भी, जो यहाँ पर आएंगे। So, जो Floki और Spiro.
I think what we'll do is we'll actually welcome the other studio in the Hindi studio over here. So please give a round of applause to Spiro and Floki.
Well, thank you so much for bringing us back over here. Welcome, everyone. So, right now, the moment you guys have all been waiting for, we know who the first place winner is, but the suspense is created at the levels after that. Second, third, fourth, fifth. Who is there? Well, we are about to find out, because we're about to jump into the overall standings, and we're going to have a look at which team ended up in second, third, and fourth place. This has been close, Piero. Is it EXO? Is it TSM? Is it GodLike? We don't know, but we're about to find out. Stay tuned, folks. Stay buckled to your seats, as we are going to be starting in from the second page. In last place, we've got our Esports in 16th with 60 points to boot. Supari Gang in 15th with 95 points. Tactical Esports in 14th place with 120 points. We got Old Hood Esports moving up to the 13th place with 126 points. Team X-Park with 142 points in the 12th place. UDog India in 11th with 183 points. Enigma Gaming with 184 points. In 10th place, Recknoning Esports with 184 points as well. However, I would like to remind you they're in 9th place because they have those extra position points. Let's now head over to the first slide and see who the top 8 teams are. In 8th place, we've got ourselves Revanant Esports with 185 points. OR Esports in 7th with 189. Hyderabad Hydras in 6th place with 194. 7C Esports in 5th with 195. GodLike Esports in 4th place with 230 points. Team EXO in 3rd with 244. TSM in 2nd place with 270 points, thanks to Shadow's performance. And finally, your victors, the winners of BGIS 2021, you know them, it is Skylightz Gaming with a margin of 3 points at 273 total.
Well, in the end, it was just those 3 measly points in the last game that took Skylightz Gaming to the throne. And yes, they are your iQOO BGIS champions.
Oh my god, Skylightz Gaming on the first few days of the grand finals, no one would have thought that it was going to be them who clinched the trophy. They were looking strong, they were looking like a contender, but I don't think any of us actually believed they could make it until the very end. Well, they proved everyone wrong, and in the words of one of their players, they were sort of still waiting for GodLike's comeback to come. But yeah, in the end, Skylightz Gaming, you know, they walked the walk, they talked the talk, and man, they walked away with 50 lakh rupees. That is some amazing money. I know what one of the players is going to be doing, but I'm very curious to find out how the rest of them are going to be spending it.
Well, Somraj is going to buy a bike, that is for sure. But, you know, I would love to know about the other players. But I have to say, it is time for MVP of the tournament. Who is the best player in India? Let's find out.
Well, it is gonna be Neo from the side of GodLike Esports, getting himself the MVP prize with 1 lakh rupees. Congratulations to Neo for consistently staying at the top. I don't think there was ever a single point in this tournament where anyone took the throne from Neo. He maintained his position and he made sure that he got the most finishes in the entirety of the grand finals.
It's just amazing how wonderfully this guy played throughout the grand finals. He was wreaking havoc on his opponents. But congratulations once again, GodLike Neo, you deserve to be the MVP.
Oh yeah, but we've got other rewards as well. We've got lots of other players. We've got other rewards as well. We've got lots of other players going in for those other, well, you know, not first place spots, but those single man rewards that we have for individual performances. Let's now have a look at the Lone Ranger for this tournament. It is going to be Somraj from the side of Skylightz Gaming, winning 50,000 rupees for his individual performance. Somraj by himself, I still remember his clutch on Miramar. I believe it was against the team of GodLike too. So congratulations to him. We are now going to be moving forward to the Rampage Streak. And well, let's find out who it is going to be, as the Rampage Streak is also going to be the man himself from Skylightz Gaming, Somraj. Once again, 50,000 rupees to his name. Man, is there anything this man can't do?
Well, he's winning every single of these titles, it seems, apart from the MVP, which Neo got, but that is just amazing. But right now, it is time to know who is winning, which squad is winning the most finishes.
Oh yeah, the most finishes by a squad is gonna be GodLike Esports with 50,000 rupees being split amongst them. Congratulations to them for winning that with 129 finishes. I mean, half of the points as of the top dog, Skylightz Gaming, were acquired by GodLike in just finishes. Well, it does tell you about the kind of team they are, but we still have one final reward for individual performances here, and that is going to be the Redeemer, the man who got the most resurrections on his teammates. It is going to be ZGod from the side of GodLike, winning 50,000 rupees.
A brilliant tournament for Gulf Gaming and Team GodLike. Both the teammates are winning a lot of rewards in the end, Loki, and I have to say, wonderful performance, wonderful support coming in from ZGod. Again, congratulations, GodLike ZGod.
Oh yes, ZGod. Well, ZGod, Neo and GodLike taking away 3 of the rewards for performance over here. Of course, Neo winning the MVP, ZGod winning himself the Redeemer, and well, the entire squad of GodLike winning most finishes by a squad. Congratulations to all of these teams, and congratulations to Skylightz Gaming and Somraj especially for getting himself those 2 individual performances rewards on top. But once again, you have to remember, it is a team effort as there is no I in the word team.
Well, absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work, and together everyone achieves more. That is the full form. But you know what? There's still a lot to happen. Third place. Who is at number 3 in iQOO BGIS?
Oh yeah, well, the first place was in GodLike's favor. The second place went to TSM, and in third place we had Team EXO. So congratulations to them as well for making it over there. And well, we all know who was there in fourth place. It was GodLike Esports. So congratulations to all our top 4 contenders over here at BGIS 2021. Man, I mean, this has been one hell of a tournament so far. We have seen it all. We saw a finish in Quarry. We saw the safe flight path in Erangel 4 times in the grand finals. We saw everything we wanted, and we couldn't have asked for more.
Well, absolutely. But yes, I would love to talk about the third place. And as you said, it is going to be Team EXO. But what a performance. What a brilliant performance coming in from Team EXO. The way they played. Congratulations, Team EXO. You deserve all the glory. Because even though, you know, last day was not a great day for Team EXO, but boy, they played consistently throughout the tournament.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well done by the side of Team EXO. They got themselves that third place spot once again. Consistency is key, like you mentioned. EXO, Sensei, Immortal, PunkU, and everyone on that roster. I apologize, I know I forgot the last name, but you were just as important, my friend, because once again, teamwork makes the dream work. And at the end of it all, well, EXO, that is what got them to that third place. But I do believe there are also a couple of other teams in the mixture. So let's actually hold on to that thought, because now we're going to be having a look at our third place team. It is going to be Team EXO with 10 lakh rupees. Congratulations to them once again for winning the grand prize of 10 lakh rupees. Well, not the grand prize, but once again a podium finish nonetheless. Congratulations to them one final time.
Well, 10 lakh rupees, it's a big prize, right, Floki? I mean, I have to say, Team EXO, they deserve every single bit of it. Again, the performance was amazing, and talking about the players, there's Fierce, Punk, Sensei, and Immortal.
There you go, I missed out, Fierce. I really apologize to you, Fierce. If you want, I will do as many push-ups as you want me to as punishment. I'll stream it too, but absolutely, congratulations to Sensei, PunkU, Immortal, and Fierce for getting themselves that third place spot.
Well, absolutely. What a brilliant tournament this has been so far. Third place to going to EXO. We have seen Skylightz Gaming dominating this tournament. And, you know, to be honest, talking about this tournament, round 1, round 2, round 3, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and grand finals, every single, you know, event that we had was just amazing.
Oh, yeah. Every single match up until this point has been very, very interesting, except for the couple of heel battles in Sanhok. I mean, I do remember what I disliked, but that's okay. You know, that is the name of this game. Coming up with creative ways to take fights, and sometimes not taking the fight is the way to go, as we saw Skylightz Testra demonstrate. But for now, we are going to be talking about the second place finishers over here at the BGIS 2021 Championships. Of course, I am talking about Team TSM, Team Solo Mid were your second place finishers in this tournament. Congratulations to them. as every single one of them have their moments. I remember every single one of them chiming in, Spiro.
Well, it was just 3 points that separated them, so they should be proud of themselves. The way this team played, consistency, and if I'm not wrong, they managed to get a lot of chicken dinners. Oh boy, this team, they surprised every single one of us.
Oh yeah, congratulations to all of the players on TSM as, well, they are going to be walking away with 25 lakh rupees. Once again, these 4 members responsible for getting themselves to that second place spot, narrowly missing out first place by a margin of 3 points. But hey, they can take these points to find that the difference between them and the best team in this country is just 3 points.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is just amazing. Like, look at the faces. They're smiling because they should be. What a brilliant performance coming in from Team TSM. 25 lakh rupees. That's a lot of money, I have to say.
Oh yeah, a lot of money to work with, and man, TSM, did they earn every single penny. I still remember those clutches coming in by every one of their players. I don't think there's been a single player who didn't have a moment that I don't recall. I mean, there was everything TSM had to offer, and once again, congratulations to them for finishing in that second place spot. But of course, there can only be one winner. There can only be one grand champion, and that is Skylightz Gaming in the top place. First place to them with 50 lakh rupees. Oh boy, I mean, no one saw it coming. We all got blindsided, and in the words of experience, they were, the XVcast, apologies. The Experiment Gaming, there you go, I corrected it for you. I know you're watching out there. But in his words, they were the truck that ran away with the brake lines clipped, and well, there was no stopping for them at all. They ran away with the grand prize. Excuse me, even I can't believe it myself that they walked away with 50 lakh rupees.
That is just incredible. I mean, I have to say, Skylightz Gaming, the most consistent team, finally managing to win BGIS. That is just amazing, Floki. I mean, from day one, they've been consistent. And right now, yes, your iQOO BATTLEGROUNDS Mobile India Series champion. Here you go, guys. This is Skylightz Gaming.
Oh yes, Skylightz Gaming, once again your grand champions here with 50 lakh rupees to their name. They were here since the 3rd round, and boy oh boy did they make every other team fear their presence. You never know when these guys were going to perform. You never know when they were going to run away with the game. It was like, Skylightz Gaming are in there and you don't know what they're going to pull out. At the end of the day, they were able to edge past the competition and get to that first place spot. The coveted grand champion tag is going to be with them. Not only do they get 50 lakh big ones, they also walk away, well, with the title of the best team in the country. They get to brag about that for a long time to come, as I don't think anyone's going to be dethroning them anytime soon.
Well, when this tournament started, I said there are two types of teams in this tournament. One who will write history, other who will read history, and I have to say, Skylightz Gaming, they created history today.
Oh yeah, Skylightz Gaming, they created history of winning the grand prize once again. And man, I just remember, my mind still goes back to Somraj, that clutch on Miramar. I mean, Somraj, he's got a lot of confidence, but so does Destro, so does Pukar, so does Gamla Boy. Every single one of the players out here have proved their worth, and I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Well, absolutely, Floki, but I think this is the end. I'm a little emotional today because this tournament has a lot of value for every single one of us, Floki.
Oh yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. We were glad we entertained you. We hope we entertained you. And sayonara. We'll see you on the other side.